Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my one. The weak are always eliminated.
here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my one. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Hi! Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
It's a beautiful Friday here at the main venue, and you're currently tuning in to the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2023. My name is Flavor, and we're about to kickstart day number 3 of week number 2 here of the competition. We're going to start off with yet another interview, and this time I'm joining together with Rapper Boy from Team Yoodo Alliance. Now, Rapper Boy, thanks so much for joining us for today. Now, first of all, you guys played very well this week. You guys got 1 winner chicken dinner, really good placement point, being in first as well as getting 16 kills on that Wrangle map in day number 1, and you're playing in today and currently in the top 3 with just 25-point difference compared to the top 1 team, while RRQ and Xavier will not be playing today. Now, other than overtaking them and taking that number 1 spot for today, what can the fans out there expect from Team Yoodo Alliance? Jadi, Rapper Boy, soalannya di sini, disebabkan Yoodo Alliance kita tengok bermain dengan agak baik minggu ini, kini Yoodo Alliance di tempat yang ketiga berjaya mendapatkan 1 winner chicken dinner dan juga 16 elimination point di map Wrangle di hari yang pertama, dan kita lihat RRQ dan juga Xavier tidak akan bermain hari ini. Dan selain daripada memintas mereka mendapatkan tempat yang pertama, apa yang kita akan jangkakan, apakah fans dapat jangkakan daripada pasukan Yoodo Alliance pada hari ini?
Okey, untuk game semalam tak dinafikan Xavier dengan RRQ memang perform untuk semalam. Tapi kita orang memang tak perform. Kurang perform lah. Tapi untuk hari ni kita orang akan try untuk pintas diorang and dapat jauhkan lagi poin kita orang daripada diorang. InsyaAllah.
So what Rapper Boy mentioned just now was without a doubt that RRQ as well as Xavier played way better yesterday compared to them, and they admit that they not perform as well as they should be. But today their objective is not only to overtake them, but at the same time as well to expand and widen up the gap of points between them as well as those two teams. So amazing response, Rapper Boy. Now, of course, coming up next is now, I believe that from our central production, we received news that for today's lineup that Voki as well as Iftar will not be playing. So could you share with us what is the reason behind this? Who was the shot caller behind this? And what was the reasoning being presented? Jadi pada hari ini kita telah mendapat maklumat bahawa Voki dan juga Iftar tidak akan bermain dalam pasukan lineup Yoodo Alliance. Jadi apakah reason ni? Apa sebab semua ni? Dan siapakah shot caller dan apakah sebab yang diberikan di atas mereka tidak bermain pada hari ini?
Untuk hari ni sebab line up semalam lagi masih perform. So kita orang just try je lah line up semalam. And untuk dapatkan momentum lagi, untuk dapatkan gameplay balik, sebab week 1 kita orang kurang perform dengan line up tu. So week 2 kita orang try ubah. And nanti jika kita orang dah dapat momentum balik, insyaAllah kita orang akan masuk seorang-seorang daripada diorang tu lah, antara diorang.
Alright, so what Rapper Boy mentioned just now is that because they're performing well with the current lineup they're going, so basically there's no reason for them to actually do any form of changes. Now, because the first week didn't go so well, at the current moment they would just go through with this particular lineup. And of course, if they have built up enough momentum with the current lineup, slowly but surely they will try to slot in either Voki or Iftar to actually be played out into their current roster. Amazing response, amazing response. Now, of course, last but not least, now we can see that your ex-teammate Kenny from Sem 9 is also playing quite good this season. So any words you wanna give to your best friend over there? So pada musim ni kita lihat ex-teammate lah Kenny yang kini bersama dengan pasukan Sem 9 juga bermain dengan agak baik. Jadi ada kata-kata tak yang apa ingin sampaikan kepada beliau?
Untuk Kenny, kita orang memang dah nampak potensi dia daripada sebelum ni. Semasa dia dekat kita orang, memang nampak dia punya power dia. So untuk season ni, saya harap dia berjaya lah untuk PMSL ni. So itulah.
So basically, kind words from him. He see that he does see the potential as well as the power within Kenny, and of course for him, he just wish all the best for his ex-teammate and his current team. All right, thank you so much, Rapper Boy, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our first interview here for the day. All the best to Team Yoodo Alliance and all the other 15 teams they'll be competing for this day number 3. Don't go away. In a few short moments, we're going to be kickstarting our map number 1 here at the PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2023.
And we're back, and welcome back everybody that tuning with us in the English channel. Thank you so much, Flavor, for the interview coming from Yoodo Alliance. I'm Chuchu, and this is going to be the always funny and awesome looking guy, which is going to be SERXIA. And speaking of which, SERXIA, today we don't have Group C playing.
Yeah, so Group C, which consists of a Xavier, RRQ that's currently at number 1, Boom Esports, they couldn't wait for a break, and MORPH GPX, who's on the roll as well, is taking a break today. But today we see the return of another group that is, let's see here, Group A is back. BN United, the Infinity, Sem 9, as well as Box Gaming, who has still yet to score a single chicken dinner in the PMSL.
That's kind of true. And so far, I mean, like, it's in the middle of the week and week number 2 here. We do know for a fact there's still a lot of time for these guys. But we talked about this as well yesterday when it comes to the team actually down there who don't really have a lot of points coming up from the side of Team Secret. It's quite concerning. And they will be playing here today when it comes to week number 2, day number 3. And when it comes to expectation, I mean, like, we do hope they will score at least double digit for today, and they need to score double digit because we have to start comparing week 1 and week 2 now, because if they cannot pull their numbers up in week 2, I mean, regulation will be prepared for them.
Well, as long as we have, to be fair, they still have games in hand. So my opinion is that I'm not too concerned about them yet because yeah, RRQ ain't playing today and they're playing. So I don't know who's more to be concerned of, right? Should it be RRQ? It's like, oh, when they come back, they don't have the number one spot, which is natural. Until you complete all the games, then it's like all locked in. If we talk about like the arrangement of the groups, I'll be more concerned for the teams not playing the last day because they cannot do anything and they cannot control their fate. Basically, the points are locked in by them.
Now, when it comes to the entire tournament, I mean, like you guys should know by now, we have a reshuffle coming up from week number 2, which depending on their standings when it comes to week number 1 performance, and we do have the reshuffle of those 5 groups in a $250,000 USD total worth of prize pool with the same sort of format when it comes to the point system.
Yeah, same as last season as well. How will it be in the grand finals? 50% of the total league ranking points will be the starting point in the grand finals later on. So in case you must be wondering, what if it's 0.5? Well, the answer is that it will be round up instead. So that 1 extra point, not really 1 extra point, but the 0.5 extra point will be given to that particular team. And the placement of the week placement will determine the weekly points, as you can see on screen here. Very straightforward. First place 20 points, up to the last place only 1 point. And for this week, we have a reshuffled group.
Now, we did mention about Group C will not be playing here, which is going to be comprises of RRQ, Boom, MORPH, and the Xaviers. 3 Indonesian teams will not be in today. Well, the only Vietnam team that will not be playing here, which is going to be coming up from the Xaviers. There's going to be a lot of opportunity coming up from the teams that try to take that number 1 spot. And even number 2 spots is DX and RRQ both not playing.
Yeah, so it's the chance, and also the chance to be the second team to get more than 100 points. Right, as of now, only RRQ is the team that has more than 100 points. But with teams like Yoodo Alliance playing today, even PERSIJA, EVOS, MORPH GPX, I mean, they're like 80 plus points, so it's should be doable, highly doable for them to catch the points today to get them more than 100 points. But the more concerning team, if you ask me, is Team Secret. What are they doing with a single digit there?
I mean, the last time we had was GEEK found with 7 points. This is lesser than that when it comes to one-day performance. But back towards the top rankings, we do have the top 10 here on the first page. The 3 teams without any chicken. These Xaviers, despite not having any chicken here, still stands at number 2, but unfortunately they're not playing here today. This gave a lot of opportunity for Yoodo Alliance, PERSIJA, EVOS, and maybe DBD to climb up since MORPH not playing as well.
And we got the Xavier, no problem. But for Xavier, they're not playing here today as well, so they're not going to add to that tally. XERXIA, on the other hand, also without the chicken, 7-9 without a chicken in page number 1. XERXIA not showing like how they performed last week. Kind of deja vu. It reminds me of whatever happened to Void last season. But we're in the middle of the week, so there's the opportunity for them to come back. Let's see if they do so. But for now, our top 4 elimination teams, RRQ is taking a break today, so Vampire Esports will look forward to overtake that.
Same goes for the Xaviers taking a break here today, so Yoodo Alliance can actually push up the numbers. Maybe by end of today, Vampires and Yoodo Alliance can stand tall in first and second place here. But coming out from third and fourth, where RRQ and the Xaviers still be in the top 4 by end of today, we're going to have to wait and see because a lot of teams are hungry for middle of the week and the middle week as well of week 2.
Top 4 eliminations as of now is Nepeko representing RRQ with the most eliminations, 64. But Tony K, who's playing today, will be looking to overtake that. But the interesting thing is that RRQ not only has 1 representative up there, Hexas is up there as well. 3 behind Tony K, 57 as of now. Rosemary, as usual, he is the backbone of Alter Ego, and Alter Ego is playing today as well. So Hexas might follow the charts by the other day.
I mean, I've been rewatching Rosemary Clutches, and it was still incredible to this day. I'm looking for their performance for more. But on the side of our top Sunhawk performance, it's going to go down to DBD Vampires, PERSIJA, EVOS, and Alter Ego. And all these teams here will be playing for today.
Oh yeah, and all the top then they're all top sign-off performers. So Sanhao will be very interesting since we got all four of them playing here. With the most rank points, DBD among all, the most eliminations as well, DBD. And DBD doing a lot better than last season. This time around, they are at number 6, the last we saw them, with 74 points. And the point difference is not too big, so DBD has a lot of opportunity to go further up.
It's kind of true. We talked about DBD quite a lot when it comes to their rise of week number 2 here. Can they push even more? I just hope they really just drag the momentum for the entire week 2 till the end of it, because some we do know we will have a bit of fatigue when it comes to 2 weeks long of league by now. But I expect more coming up from Vampires here today as well, because they have not been too fierce when it comes to week number 2 just yet. But the middle of the week is where they start pushing numbers up.
Yeah, and speaking of pushing numbers, Vampire Esports, not the most explosive day yesterday, but they're not too bad. It's just that because they're Vampire Esports, you would expect them to be like, okay, score that 50 plus points, they're 49 by the way, 50 plus points or 60 plus points to be really, really up there. But still, they're fairly consistent throughout yesterday, and today they'll be looking to snatch more points because page 2 is not a page that Vampire Esports is used to be in.
Well, they will surprise us as per usual. I mean, like, this is the PMWI champions back-to-back. Not just that, they have such star-studded lineup that anybody can be the main fragger for the team as well. And they have so much flexibility when it comes to their gameplay and strategy. I mean, they're just so versatile. But for today's matches, they're going to be the same one. First, starting off with Sunhawk, Triple A Rengar, then we head over for Mirama to wrap things up.
Yeah, it's going to be the same, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to play the first 3 games back-to-back, and then we'll have a Margaret break in between, and then we'll continue on with the last 3 games to wrap up the day. But before we begin the day, of course, we're going to remind all of you guys that this is currently available inside the game. The event and the skin itself is called the PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series. The Dream Chaser comes with a set that includes the suit, mask, as well as the M16 gun skin.
Also, when it comes to relive your childhood moment, it's gonna be the Dragon Ball Super available mode for you guys right now in the Battle Royale. Make sure you choose your hero of your liking, and maybe fight against the one that you always want to be fighting against.
And you don't want to fight against this guy because he will rock your world. The Dandy Groupster currently excites the battleground together with an all-new upgradable firearm, the Candace Maestro, which is M24, and also the ultimate set, Grand Dandy Groupster, which is available right now with only the first draw that costs you 10 UC. So try it out today, just like how the teams will try to overtake each other in the 6 games that we'll be playing today itself.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, like, we're looking forward for today's performance. And so far, have you have any memorable time or the point of gameplay that you feel like can top off week 1 performance by far? I feel like week 1 still the best yet.
Yeah, I do agree, because when I was doing my highlights, I noticed that my highlights are not as exciting as week 1. Not as many, but week 1 I was like clipping everywhere. I can get like 6 highlights a day just by doing on my own, and I guess to me it's like that gives me a feel of like, yeah, week 1 was a lot more exciting. But for week 2, it's not that it's not exciting. It's just that the fights just happen like everywhere, and then it's like fast and it's pretty straightforward. So yeah, it's a little bit of a different pace as compared to week 1.
I agree. I mean, like, if you compare week 1 and week 2, I feel like week 2 feels a bit more, wow! Okay, I did see this one coming. I mean, I do know for a reason for this. The only team without any chicken for the past 2 weeks now, and I got one because of the same reason as well. I mean, that's a tall order coming from Cloud. Maybe a 3-map box back-to-back chicken, who knows? And yesterday, PBE scored a back-to-back double. So, will any team draw themselves a big name down there with a triple chicken for today?
Well, the first thing that Box need to do is learn their lesson. And that was quoted by Tam, by the way, not from me. Don't take early fights, because I don't see them able to win early fights. If they can like stay quiet, stay chill, just like what PBE played yesterday, maybe they can score themselves the chicken dinner.
I like we mentioned before, like how PBE realize what their strengths and weaknesses are, and they play and bite their rules to it. On the side of Box, what do you think is their biggest strengths for now?
Their biggest strength? Honestly, I have no idea. Because a lot of times they got eliminated early. But if I want to really say like, okay, what they are good at, if I want to pick one point, one small point, I would say Box Gaming. If they don't fight that early, they can survive. Because their record, at least for this week, they got 2 rounds that they got 3rd place, which is pretty decent. But if they fight early, they go at number 16, number 12, so it's not really something that they're comfortable with. So if they can play with like how well PB played yesterday, I think they should be cool.
Like knowing the fact that they cannot engage way too early, and that's the case for most of Box Gaming strategy right now, that hit them rock bottom due to that reason. They need to negate away all this unnecessary fight and navigate themselves timely well in when it comes to the rotation wise as well. But will it be just because of a circle that some teams do have difficulties, in your opinion?
Well, for Sandhawk, a lot of teams will be affected by the circle since we're going to this first game. For the following rounds, well, it depends, right? Like if it really depends, because like we're talking about like 16 teams, so it's like a domino effect. If one team changes, then it can disrupt the other teams as well. But if I were to focus like on Sino, since we're jumping into this, the next game, Circle, especially if it goes to Camp Alpha Island teams will have the biggest advantage of all. But if it goes to the main peninsula, then it's slightly more balanced.
I agree. I mean, like it's been a while. We actually do see a Camp Alpha sort of a circle when it comes to week number 2. So far, we don't have a lot of Southern Circle for the past few days there when it comes to week number 2 as well. In overall of average all the map, we'll be the first when it comes to our first map of Sunhawk when it comes to day 3, week 2 of PMSL Fall 2023. Buckle up, boys and girls, and ladies and gentlemen. We're heading to our first map of the day, Sunhawk.
This is Sandhawk featuring, again, the teams who were on break yesterday. So, BN United, The Infinity, 7-9, Box Gaming, welcome back to the game. Let's see how will it change the strategy for these teams. But as usual, because we still got GE. Oh, but we don't have these areas. So, Paradise Resort, GE is going to be happy to take it. We got PBE though. PBE sometimes they drop in Sami, but I don't see them going there. So probably Sami is going to be open. Okay, they're going towards Sami, but they're not going to be challenged inside of it. So that's going to be clear for now. Since Paradise Resort is clear, I would say the next place of contention is to look at the south side instead.
I don't feel like it's going to be that clear right now because I have a feeling some teams will want to take it away as well. DBD is hovering around on top of it, and it's Infinity. We do know they take the back line of it around top area, but they always drop themselves at the checkpoint for Paradise Resort. Now, so far, we don't see any teams happen to be dropping except for Kampong. I do have my eyes onto its side of Box. Well, we did mention about them should not engage too many fight early on. I have to say they back to differ.
Well, DVD normally goes to Mong Nai, so no surprise that they're just hovering across there. And for them to go to Mong Nai back into their home ground, well, great choice since the circle is all the way up there. But it's going to be the fight at the south side. Box Gaming drops into Kampong instead. Unchallenged for now. That was more like long-range shots since they saw someone, but I guess nobody's going to go to Kampong, especially with the circle up north.
Back to it about the circle really up north, by the way. It's like 40% of water in it. It's not showing any sign of mercy when it comes to the first circle that pops out, but we do know for a fact high chances we might end up on top of Cow or even Paradise Resort, which the more reason for teams want to fight over it right now. But side of Box, happy to say, yep, they're around Kampong. It's going to be quite clear for them. But Team Secret is just on top, which is going to be around Lakawi. While side of 7-9, very segregated as early on. Split into 4 different units entirely for the side of 7-9 here. But yeah, I have to say it's pretty calm before the storm for now.
Yeah, since the circle is way up north, right? So travel time, that will take some time. So probably we might see more fights on stage. Since it's Sanhok, right? Probably won't go up to stage 4. Maybe stage 3, we'll see a lot of them fights. Unless we talk about like some other teams want to stop the other teams from coming in through the choke points. But if everyone wants to move, then very likely stage 3 onwards, it's the fight that's going to happen like everywhere across the map.
Yeah. But for the past few days now, we do have a very fast rotation, especially stage 4 and 5. 5, surprisingly, have wiped off almost half of the population in the map, as per usual. But when it comes to Sanhok, it's very early, it's very calm when it comes to the first, second stage. You know, even starting off second stage, due to how small the map is, I have a feeling we might actually do have some skirmishes early on. But so far, nothing else happens and nothing else actually happening, and it feels very peaceful. But speaking of Yoodo Alliance, when it comes to across the chart, right, RRQ at 110, I think it's pretty much doable. It's definitely very doable for PERSIJA, EVOS, and Yoodo Alliance to push themselves up there. And same goes for the side of DBD. Now, DBD, this is their best performance for the entire week here.
Yeah, DBD 74 points already. I mean, if you talk about like doable, very, very doable. Even if you perform averagely, you'll be able to collect like 30 plus points, 40 plus points. And if the gap between like Yoodo Alliance and RRQ is like 35 points, then based on the average, it's very doable for these teams to overtake RRQ. So RRQ, well, it's not like they can do anything, right? They're not chilling in the hotel, probably watching the game from the comfort of their room. All they need to do is just look at the other teams, how they play, and just prepare for tomorrow. Not like they can impact too much about the game today.
It's kind of true. It definitely can have a lot of impact for them, revising the other team's rotation when it comes to the middle of the week. But when it comes to the teams that are not playing till the end of the week, here we're talking about Group D. The Group D, XERXIA, Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance, and FaZe. They have only 2 days left, which is going to be today and tomorrow, to perform all out. And when it comes to the overall ranking and overall standings, this 4 team that we mentioned, XERXIA, still in the middle pack. Alter Ego is just above of XERXIA. Coming up from Yoodo Alliance, definitely up there. But it's not going to be enough until they really push it out. FaZe, on the other hand, have to really push all out when it comes to today and tomorrow. Because they're not playing for the final day yet when it comes to week 2. I mean, like, when it comes to the overall points accumulated for the grand finals, it's going to be enough for them. But would you be just satisfied barely to make it into the grand finals too?
Well, I would say at this point, if you're any of the bottom teams, I wouldn't say FaZe is a bottom team, but because of how they performed last week, they'll definitely be satisfied if they can get into the grand finals. And then you kind of figure out, like, okay, what you're going to do from there. You can leave that conversation for later if you're like a FaZe Clan. But now, just as you mentioned about FaZe Clan, this is going to be their first fight, and it's going to be up against BTR, who's playing without Yuhai this time.
We do have Keenan. Yuhai is playing. I think it's not going to be a Keenan playing this time. Oh no, Keenan is there. Gen Force is not in. So Lapua, Boyche, Keenan, and Yuhai playing this lineup for BTR. And so far, they're still trying to find their footings. The best lineup in each of the map coming up from BTR. And well, it feels like BTR and Boom pretty much in the same boat right now. Keep alternating their players just to get themselves a bit of a rhythm down there. But PBE yesterday has been incredible. Double chicken back-to-back. Can they score it again for today?
Yeah, still playing with the same lineup. Mix is not in here. So probably he's not in the country. So I don't know when or if Mix will come, but he is a registered player with the team. I do hope to see him because he did perform really well with West Point Mamba during the Wildcard series. And for now, we move over to another Wildcard series team, that is GE. All prepared in Paradise Resort to take the first blood out of BTR.
Yesterday was a tough day coming out from the side of GE. Today is their redemption time, redemption day. But they definitely know the back of Paradise Resort, like every nook and cranny. But the problem is, do they have all men and working out as a unit to cover each other out? Because they're too separated amongst each other, spreadly thin between GE players. Box spotted out Yoodo Alliance, but Ripple Boy decided to fight back. And the fight happened to be right on top of a circle, possibly right now. Or where was it? Never mind, it's actually on the outskirts. Yoodo Alliance, 7-9 is there as well. And the circle just have to be more northern this time.
Oh yeah, going up. But the fight of Yoodo Alliance, they normally drop around Camp Bravo, so they're still around there. It's not only Box Gaming though. Set9 is there as well on the right, and we got visual of them right now. So Box Gaming, they are swimming, are not gonna get out of this. So the explosion earlier on was because they took a boat ride. Yoodo Alliance saw it, Yoodo Alliance shoot, and that's how they got the knock. And now leaving only TN2K alone, and not only that, the fact that he's alone, he's also taking out the blue, and obviously you can't heal when you're in the water.
The worst part for you to swim in the blue zone is actually slower for your movement. There's no for you to revive your teammate while in the water as well. That's going to be super difficult on the side of Box. I feel like this is going down the drain for them. Definitely the first one to be out, and there's nothing else that we can talk about. But Yoodo Alliance taking advantage of Set9, who is not aware about the position right now, as Rippleboy tried to go for the push. Left Canny to be alone and unguarded by himself. Now Canny will be spotted out by Rippleboy. Rippleboy is definitely trying to hunt people down. Dap is a bit too far against Canny. Canny prepared himself with the DBS, got himself quite a luxurious amount of gears on top of him with a level 3 helmet and level 3 vest. You don't want to lose that, and that's why he still got himself a 3 first aid just in case he need to stay in the blue zone just a tiny bit longer.
But how long is he going to be here? This will be the question, right? Rippleboy, at least he's leaving. Oh no, that is a bait from Rippleboy. But looks like he chooses to switch over to the buggy instead, which is fine. Yeah, a lot more speed with the buggy. And with that, Kenny should be clear enough to go. But no, we still have members of Yoodo Alliance playing by the edge of the blue. They really don't want to let go of Set9.
Maybe he just arrived, being pinned down by Kenny, was being scouted by Yoodo Alliance before Kenny. Even though he's being pressured on, still trying to find any scores down there, but Adekluk will finish off his run by knocking him down. And the worst part is actually in the blue zone, but we do have PERSIJA EVOS versus GE going on a CQC. Lynx managed to score on one. What a swift reaction coming up from the side of Lynx, while West Carry tried to do some damage control. Lynx will have to reset himself. We do have multiple teams going down back to back here in just stage number 2, only down to 14, but PERSIJA EVOS and GE having a bit of a heated up moment.
Oh, here we go. Moving from Paradise Resort to Tatmog, it's GE. Winning so far against PERSIJA EVOS, leaving only Misery and Lynx, but Misery now has to pick up Lynx. Lynx knocked down. I believe that was a shot from afar, but at the same time, we got PBE and XERXIA clashing onto each other. Misery is now the only man standing. If only GE has that information, they could probably rush in, but Misery will have the second chance of trying to revive Lynx.
Well, PBE being taken out of equation by GEEK fam Damroot as his last player just now. They couldn't actually follow through their yesterday's momentum here, feeling a bit maybe suffocated with a very small map here. It's easier for them to actually score their chicken in a bigger map. There is GE on the other hand, still try to shut down on PERSIJA EVOS, but if they're not being careful, DBD have their eyes onto them, as well as BTR steps into the crowd. We do have a bit more Northern Circle. Now the space and the land is getting even smaller for these teams.
Oh, look at this. Team Secret has arrived to the area as well, just beside Yoodo Alliance on the right side of the circle. We're back onto Lynx and Misery. Looks like Lynx is back up on his 2 feet. Still has a circle. But the advantage is more towards GE because PERSIJA EVOS, assuming that the circle is not favoring them next, they will need to get across, and that's where GE will have the big advantage of blocking them.
XERXIA taking on DBD out. BN United start to move. Porsche and also Sowas on the same motorbike going in the direction of Empires, but lucky for Sowas, he dropped himself down first, knowing the fact it's a bit too risky if both of them on the motorbike happen to be crossing over this side of a hill, but Ravenclaw got there first. He got those elevations, he spotted out 2 of BN United players. He will try to take him down by himself, holding the ground and the angle, while still giving support fire on the flank side. The other 2 of Empires are splitting their ways for the back line.
Oh, good spread here, but the spread will not protect them from the blue, as it will start to close, and Ravenclaw will be one of the next players to receive the blue. Soas has felt the wrath of the blue now. Ravenclaw knows he has the advantage, comes in with the UMP in hand, goes ring around the rosy with Soas. Soas goes down to the lower ground. Ravenclaw doesn't have a visual on where exactly Soas is at.
The blue zone just taking off life of the players here. They don't have the luxury to overstay themselves. definitely unwelcome by the blue zone. While the Vampires start to navigate themselves away from this fight, BN United seems like committed to it and they try to go for more. Speaking of commitment, GE still trying to push towards side of PERSIJA EVOS. They scored the entirety of it. It's going to be Slim Zai finish off and taking out of the equation of PERSIJA EVOS from this map. And this just opened up for Yoodo Alliance to push the numbers up more even further.
But for GEEK fam, they're looking to collect points as well. Looks like clashing with XERXIA. XERXIA has to manage 2 teams. So there's GEEK fam and then there's DBD on the other side. And so XERXIA needs to be careful because we are closing stage 3 soon. Not sure if they'll still get the circle next and if they need to move. But if they do, then it's teams around them that they need to be aware of.
And they're being tapped out by DBD for now for XERXIA. And speaking of which, at least they don't have to move as much because the Blues are still quite far. I mean, like, we got 25 seconds, less than 30 seconds to know the next stage. Down to 12 teams there at stage number 3. With PERSIJA EVOS out, this opened up another opportunity for DBD and Alter Ego, but Vampire Tony K pinned down by Monet. With that DBS work, West Carry straps down next. Down to 1 more player. Stone is nowhere to be found too. All that's left is going to be Ravenclaw. Where is Ravenclaw? We cannot scout him out. We cannot spot him out. It's going to be West Carry spotted out. The last member of Vampires. This is a dangerous game they are playing.
Well, that's your answer. Ravenclaw took an off angle, but now he's alone. Maynard shoots from the other side. Nothing much that Ravenclaw can do. Vampire Esports, no points in Sandhall. An unusual spot for them to be in. Now for BTR on the outside of the circle, playing without boys still needs to get in, but that next challenge is awaiting them. That's going to be DBD as well as FaZe Clan.
Side of BTR. Watch out, FaZe victorious. That's going to be a vicious spray coming out from Yuhai. Now tapping it out slowly but surely. Recoil quite hard to control the barrels. To spray it over almost 100 meters apart between them. Now GE on the other hand just going to flee. While the side of BTR, I'm not sure what game they are playing here right now. They definitely overstayed themselves because less than 5 seconds, the Blizzards start to shrink. GE, they having a bit of a drift moment, been pinned down by the side of a team behind them. That's going to be Alter Ego, if I'm not mistaken. There's another team right across them as well. And that's going to be tough for them as the Infinity try to box them in. GE surrounded. They barely got any space, any land to take a safe covers from. Except for Slim Zion, and all that's left here is coming up from the side of GE. But at least they scored themselves 8 eliminations by now.
Oh, Team Secret still in this as a full squad, but XERXIA will be their next challenge. And XERXIA inside a saddle. Multiple times they have eliminated Team Secret. So it's pretty much their kryptonite with that kind of record. Zral only has 1 first aid. The blue is draining his health down. He only has 1 first aid to use, but it's going to be Helton knocking down Chopper. This could be an opening, but Zral cannot rush it because he has to focus on healing himself first. Now that the zone has arrived, and it will shift onto stage 5 in about 40 more seconds.
Worst part for Team Secret, they don't have first aid. Lucky they found some for Rizai. He scouted out 4 first aid. Helton on the other hand only got bandages to work, nothing else to do, and nothing else can save him now. As RNJ spotted out the opportunity, and he will take it in. He got himself an extra bonus point coming from XERXIA, even though they just left with the duo, but still managed to score another one by RNJ by himself. Well, I'm not sure where his Die is playing for the side of XERXIA, just next to him right now. Damrit spotted out Zral. Team Secret feels like they're being shut down entirely by 2 different angles now.
Rizai definitely has majority of the first aids, but how long can it last? Because we're starting to shift to stage number 5, and the circle goes further up where Alter Ego is at. Zai will stay put at wherever he is at right now, since he's the last member for GE, so he's going to play for positioning points instead. As for Rizai, not looking good. That circle shifted stage 5. Not sure how long he can last. Probably not long enough to get placement points.
I don't think it's just Rise are having a tough time with the circle. I think everybody else gonna have a tough time for the circle. There's only 50% of land left, and that 50% of land is not even enough to occupy by 10 teams down there. Unless if they want to go for a swim, a bit of a dive, why not? But Team Secret finally bowing out at 10th place. We're down to only 9 teams with very limited amount of space and land for them to actually take covers. So was coming up from BN, playing a bit of a risky game, jump down. Will hurt them quite a bit. It's still got quite a number of first aids. The rest of BN United nowhere nearby to be seen, but maybe just at the back. but the rest of DBD will try to hunt down and gatekeep BN United from advancing forward.
Well, looks like DBD chooses to go down to the low ground instead, and Porsche will take advantage of it, taking out Jimmy and the rest of DBD. They should maintain their high ground now. If they continue to go down again, then BN United will take advantage of it. But Max is ready on the other side to take down Echo. DBD loses the fight to BN United. They over-pushed BN United and got punished for it.
I mean, like, that's a very odd angle for the side of BN United to manage to clutch against DBD, who got those elevations in advantage. Infinity going for CQC, spotted out B, and never mind, it's actually GEEK fam, and it's going to be one down. Sonic's gone. And Damrit trying to do some damage control, but too low for himself. Infinity going as a duo. I think GEEK fam just couldn't hold on much longer. And we're down to 6 teams, with BN United managed to reset themselves, because lucky enough, they have the distance.
Wow, none of the teams at this point has a full squad. Everyone has their own casualty. As for Zai, okay. I wonder if Yoodo Alliance knows that he's there. The smoke popped out, so Zai definitely knows that someone's on the other side. But it doesn't look like Yoodo Alliance knows that Zai is there. If not, they would have tossed the nade. Zai is keeping an eye. Yoodo Alliance does have the circle, so it's their chance to move. But Zai, not taking that risk, gets into the water and continue to play for placement.
Oh man, speaking of placement, I just hope for the side of GE they can last long enough to at least got himself second or third place, because Yoodo Alliance taking a bit of a dip as well. And Rapper Boy going for the front line, a bit far apart from the rest of the team, spotted out the entirety of Infinity. Infinity got themselves quite a solid compound, but he's barely hanging on to at the edge of the circle. Logan shredded almost his vest and his helmet down there. Luckily, they still have Beer to cover fire from the backline as well. BN United, they have to leave either way, but the moment they want to leave, Keenan out of nowhere, solo handily shot them down, but Max will have a bit of redemption. And Porsche, can he actually be revived by Max on time here?
Too bad for Keenan. He couldn't eliminate Porsche, so the point not given to BTR. He should have enough time to pick up his teammate, but then, okay, going across should be okay since they have SOAS as a marker in the circle. So they'll reset as a trio now. As for Alva from Alter Ego and crew, they've been chilling in that house for the longest time, not really engaging with fights, not like they need to, and not like other teams brought it to them. But with the next phase of circle might not favor them, that's where we'll see Alter Ego in action.
Infinity spotted out Porsche. So was, and also Max tried to be as quiet in the triangle mode. Infinity on the other hand tried to shut down the flank side first. Those come out from the south so they can advance later without any sort of concern. Just get over that angle by Armstar. Due to his over focus on the other side, he forgot to guard over his other end. Ripper Boy take the advantage of that blind spot. Either he's departed from the rest of the teammate, but Ripper Boy will be punished down as well. As Logan on the other end tried to pop the smoke and just revive his teammate, while Bear will try to open fire and cover fire while this side of Infinity can have a bit of a reset. But right now, BN United, they have to get out either way. And they are not that too close either from the circle. Alter Ego, on the other hand, barely touching the room as well, got himself a compound. But the moment they step out of this compound, things gonna go mayhem.
Well, Adilu didn't have a compound, but yet he still got a knockdown for it. Fnatic was the one who take him down for the long range, leaving Flex all alone. 1v3. It's gonna be hard as the Infinity just comes in. Straightforward elimination, taking out Yoodo Alliance, leaving us with 4 teams.
Alter Ego, this might be the shot they want to take here. We're talking about the possibility of scoring that chicken dinner. But Infinity and BN United got a trio as well. GE down to 1 person, which is going to be Slim Zai. Still hovering around of that carcass of boat. Just going to wait it out and play the patience game. Infinity do have those elevation. They are in the circle, but they're having a hard time to visualize towards BN United and the side of Alter Ego due to the compound they have and the walls that cover them. But Alter Ego know for the fact they don't have time anymore. Less than 30 seconds away. They have to move forward. Spot out Slim Zai. Slim Zai does nade. There's everything. The bullet's shooting, but he still scores. Oh, it's going to be the help of Infinity Amsal taking a bit of a shot and Slim Zai finishing off. And this is going down for Slim Zai as well. Infinity, they're coming in strong with all their nades out this time.
Well, that is the payment for the Infinity from Zai, giving them that point and also the placement. And now it's going to be the Infinity and BN United. The Infinity should be able to wrap things up. It's going to be pretty straightforward from here. Soas is still on his knees. Porsche not picking it up because he knows that there's no time, so no point for him to do so. Instead, Soas uses himself as a bait, but that also gives away the position of Porsche. Now it's going to be 3v1 with Porsche just right the edge of the blue. The Infinity should be able to wrap things up.
Porsche having a bit of a problem to just number the trio Infinity. We've seen the clutch before, but I feel like it's going to be difficult. Still going to be scored by Infinity and beyond here. The Infinity, that was a strong, clean closing. When it comes to wrap things up around the teams that's been remaining down there, I have to give every single person off. Team Infinity this time really pull on their own weight. I love how the tag team coming from Bear, coming up from the entirety of Team Infinity, how they alternate themselves, who takes the front, who takes the back, who will have to revive who. It's so organized and well disciplined this time. I love this version of the Infinity right now.
Yeah, and after coming back from the break, they immediately score a chicken dinner with Beer 11 playing in the lineup. And before they came for the break yesterday, they didn't do that much, as in points-wise, because they only got 24 points. But we got Beer as the MVP, 3 eliminations, 723 damage. And who says this guy is done? He's not done yet.
He just started. I mean, like for Bear just now, definitely well deserving the MVP. We saw how he just bide the space and time for the rest of the teammate to have a bit of reset at the back line, but he's not taking any damage as well. It just shows how smart he plays not to overexpose himself, but at the same time giving enough pressure on the opponent team to back off. Bear, Logan, Amsar, and Shirty, yes, I have to say every single one of them giving enough damage, doing a lot of work. If you look at all the eliminations and the knockout number, Amstar have been giving so much support for the team as well.
Yeah, 11 eliminations in total for the Infinity, bringing them 21 points in round number 1. 21 points, can you imagine this, in one round that they got today? Whereas in 6 rounds that they played on day 1, they got 24 points. They are already like almost at the amount of points collected from day 1 as compared to day 1 just in one game. So these are the stats of the team to watch. Besides the Infinity, we got GE up there as well, because the last we saw Zai, he got at least, he and his team, they got at least 9 eliminations. So couple that with a 3rd place finish, it's still a lot of points.
The CQC kind of hurt them quite a number when it comes to the last war. They fought against another team in the very last minute, but they won over Paradise Resort. Big and huge fight against BTR at first. And they already scored 8 eliminations. By the time they have sort of a trio, almost a full squad at that time, before Slim Zai left alone in the very last minute. But he lasted long enough as a solo player when we still have around 6-7 teams. He still tried to play hide and seek and make sure he will not be discovered, and he was being smart. He played well to last long enough to give extra I have to say position or placement points coming up for the team.
Absolutely. Even getting into the water when Yoodo Alliance was close by, and when Yoodo Alliance was distracted by the Infinity, and that brought him a lot more time to get that 3rd place finish, which was great, smart work by him. And now, what's going to be important, of course, is going to be the points. So we know the Infinity 21 points, but for GE, it's not 9 eliminations, it's 10, bringing them up to 15 points in round number 1. GE doing so far so good. Just unfortunately for Boss Gaming on the other end, they took the boat ride, but they happened to land across the Yoodo Alliance in the area of Camp Bravo, and they got caught out.
I mean, not just Yoodo Alliance. If I'm not mistaken, Sam 9 also pinned them down from afar. And the worst part, the blue zone closed in. When the boat already exploded, they were swimming in the blue zone. There's no way out for them. Vampires, surprisingly, even though we thought they're going to go all out today, they scored none for the last map just now. But we talked about it before, and we'll talk it again. Count from the side of box, they didn't score anything much. A lot of teams didn't score anything from that last round. But RQ still stands strong at number 1. But now PERSIJA EVOS being dropped all the way down to 4th place.
Yeah, PERSIJA EVOS 4th place because they're not playing today. So to be fair to them, yeah. PERSIJA EVOS, they are playing, but DX dropped down to 3rd place, but they're not playing today. But on the other end, since we are looking for not only like who's like number 1, right, but who will be eliminated by the end of week 3, Obviously, Box is still there. Team Secret still with a single digit after 13 games. That is an insane record. After 7 games, sorry. That is an insane record.
They're holding a different record entirely. We talked about this yesterday. I'm not going to mention it again. I feel bad about it. But for a top performance, Zai, on the other hand, that was a well played coming out from Zai. I mean, like, they do have 8 eliminations scored for the entire team, but he got another extra 2 to the last minute. I'm sorry, we do know how much this guy can actually offer to us. I think, look, as per usual, these are top fraggers. And BN United, they were last week best performing team. But right now, they are nowhere near up there.
Well, speaking about up there, Vampire Esports not up there in round number 1, but in Erangel, the stats do favor them. They'll be looking to come back up in Erangel this time around. And Xavier isn't playing today, so they're taking a break. MORPH GPX as well. PERSIJA EVOS they're playing. So we can keep our eye on these 2 top Erangel performance teams since, well, they're obviously here with us.
Yeah, DX, they have a huge shot to get themselves number 1 if they keep on going in the same momentum, just like how they did before when they had their glory days. But today, just a lot of team having a bit of a rough start, maybe just warming up. Next, we're heading up to Erangel, starting off the first Erangel of the day. And we do know for a fact when it comes to the rise of a team here in week number 2, so far, the Indonesian teams have been really coming up strong in week number 2.
Yeah, but if you want to come out strong, you guys can get yourself the PMSL Southeast Asia Limited skin that is also used by your favorite players playing the PMSL today. Currently available in game. Join the event and get your own skin.
And I love this axesuit, which comes with exclusive glide effect. The MORPH axesuit is already available for you guys. It will be up until 5th of October only. It will be available in the 4th of August, which is quite recent. Also, don't forget about the Drive of the Power Aston Martin, which will be available until the 13th of September.
Yeah, there's about a month and 2 days more, ladies and gentlemen. So don't wait till the last minute. If not, well, you'll miss out, because sometimes you're like, oh, I wanted to get it, but I forgot. I waited to the last minute. It happens. I totally understand that. But what will happen in the next round is I really want to see. Well, I don't know if it will happen, but I really want to see Box Gaming get a chicken dinner. It's been a long time now, and that's why they are in my BAM multiple prediction there. Let's go, Box Gaming.
Yeah, same goes for me. I mean, like the prediction of Box, just because we want to see them. The only team without a chicken. The only one without any chicken for the past 2 weeks now. And instead of GE, I do want them to actually push themselves up there to see. I want them to get into the grand finals. Last season, they didn't make it. So this season, that will be a huge improvement, one step at a time. And instead of 7-9 coming up from me, it's because how aggressive they were in early of this week. I want to see that 7-9 again.
Yeah, I mean, 7-9, Sano is always a tough round if you don't get the circle. The circle was tough for them. They travel a lot and so on and so forth. So Sano, sometimes we can put it as, okay, that outlier map that has this circle dependency. But when it comes to Erangel, it's the chance for 7-9 to really push it up as we head on to our following game. We'll be playing the next 3 rounds in Erangel. Not only 7-9, but the players that we can see on screen here, Vampire Esports, will want to come back from the Erangel match.
Yeah, we saw Stone seems like discussing the entirety of the lineup. Feels like very serious on that side. And Tony K was actually the best performer of individual play when it comes to week number 1 as well. When it comes to week number 2 here, who do you think will actually score the best team overall?
It's very early to tell. Obviously, the easy number is going to be the easy name is going to be RRQ right now. But if you want to base on feeling, right? So based on feeling, then I still feel that Vampire Esports has it to top the group this week.
There's a high chance of that, because we're waiting for these guys to actually push the numbers up. Now, this is going to be the team hitting a brick wall right now. Didn't score anything just yet, still a single digit. And now they don't have coach, they don't have analysts. They have to rely on themselves for Team Secret. They don't have subs even. Even if they're exhausted, they have to push themselves even further more. But instead of XERXIA, we haven't seen, like you mentioned, like Void back in the days, right? It feels the same momentum like how XERXIA is losing their, how do I say it? Their mojo just seems to be not to be there anymore. I don't know what happened, what changed for the side of XERXIA, but we missed week 1 XERXIA.
If we were to take like example of Point, like Point was their first time in PMSL, so probably adaptation from week after week is one thing. Maybe XERXIA is feeling the same as well, because like if we talk about like in PNPL Thailand, for example, you play 2 weeks and you're done. But in PMSL, the format is lengthier. You got 3 weeks of league, and then you got the grand finals, assuming that you do go through. So maybe this is where they start to feel like, oh man, it's really, really long. If you're in PMPL Thailand, by now you're like, oh, we're almost done. We're like 70% of the show.
That's kind of true. Time is actually a huge factor and impacted most of the players down there. Especially the players actually coming out from overseas. We talk about the Thais, Indonesia, where even Vietnam and Myanmar, these guys have to flew all the way to Malaysia and playing in a very different environment entirely to adjust to their environment, being away from their family and friends, and really just have to focus on one thing and one thing only. That's going to be winning PUBG Mobile PMSL this season. All the teams have the same target, but can they perform better than the others?
Yeah, I'll add one more. Eating food that they're not used to. This is what some of the people have been telling me. It's like, oh, I have to eat this food that, yeah, it's not bad, but yeah, you get the butt there, right? So, I don't know, maybe that sometimes takes a toll on you as a player, right? The small little things that you just need to adapt if it's like an offline event, and that is just how it is at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, Irregular is our next game.
I mean, like, food is everything, pal. You live for food, and food is meant for you. I mean, like, especially for the players, I mean, that's comfort for them. That's the only thing that can comfort the players. If they love the Malaysian food, great. It's going to be a great comfort for them. But if they don't, you don't have your family around. You don't have friends. I mean, like, except for your teammate. You don't have your really close friend, like the family you treat right back in your hometown. The only thing you can rely on here is food. If the food is not great, what else can you depend on to make you happy? Just going day by day basis.
Well, even as much as you like the local food, right? Like some of them have been telling me that, oh, we like the local food, but because they're not from here, yeah, there's always a but, right? But because they're not from here, so their radius of able to travel and explore is just around wherever they're staying. So it's like, oh, limited options. Unless they know someone who can bring them around, then it's going to be a different case. But if it's just on them, then, well, they have to make do with whatever they have around them. Just like what Vampire Esports is doing. They're making do with the flight path. They're changing from North Jogopul back to their home ground in Primos.
I do wish we can actually be their tour guide here. But if not, nobody will be casting here as well. We don't have a choice now. But when it comes to the circle, it pops right at the corner. And it's all the way downtown towards Milta Power. Oh boy, whoever actually dropped himself on top of Milta, this is going to be great news. That's going to be XERXIA. BN United, Never Noise still down there. I mean, like, if the circle just shifted down south, that would be very interesting. There's a high chance to it as well.
I don't dare to say if there's a high chance. I have a feeling that it will still go to, and this is based on fear, right? It will go to the main peninsula. But if it does go like all the way down to Novo, then yeah, that's going to be something huge. Because what we regularly notice is that from stage 1 to stage 2, like the circle still goes to somewhat middle, and then only it starts bouncing up and everywhere. So if we kind of take that into consideration, then perhaps it's still going to be around the era of Milta and that Milta high ground and so on and so forth.
I feel like it's always about the third stage of a circle that kind of confirms where the circle will occupy later on. I mean, if the third circle still comprises of 2 islands, that's going to be a headache. A huge headache for the teams. And it already starting off with a very difficult Sunhot Circle right on top of Cow. Barely got enough land to play in. Now the next Erangel map. I don't know, today has been a very, very watery day coming up for all circles. I feel like the circle is thirsty for water today.
Yeah, it just so happened, right? I don't know. the term thirsty can mean a lot of things.
Can you
But
not?
I guess, yeah, but I guess the thirsty here is just that, it's water on the circle. I shall not explain further.
Please no. Why did you have to note that out? You guys don't forget Aston Martin. There's gonna be an exclusive color scheme. I think they call Contra call it lime green. Was it lime green?
Lime green?
It's not
Oh,
lime,
yeah.
right?
Looks more like a teal to me.
Oh, is it turquoise?
Yeah, it
Teal
looks
is-
more like a turquoise.
I think teal is more legit in that sense. Teal is
Li-
kind of greenish, yeah.
I would say lime green is your backdrop.
Yeah,
That's
I know,
lime
right?
green.
I heard Contra said lime green. I'm like, is it really lime green? I think maybe the rim was a lime green, yes.
Yeah.
I just hope
yeah.
Contra will go and check his eyes though.
Yeah,
Just
I
in
will.
case.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, just like somehow, some esports players locally in Malaysia have been going for medical checkup recently, so probably can join them as well.
Oh man, speaking of checking eyes, while we're waiting, right? I mean, like, I surprisingly, they are some of my friends actually colorblind. I thought they were joking at first. The one that actually really heartbreaking for me is I have a friend who wanted to be a pilot, and he was really a brilliant student, and realized that his dream has always been a pilot. But then when the medical checkup came in, he couldn't do so because he was colorblinded. Now, I'm not sure if there's any players going for colorblind. Any of our pro players actually colorblind, but there is an option, if I'm not mistaken, for the map itself to actually have the option for colorblind for most of the game these days.
Yes, PUBG Mobile does have a colorblind friendly mode. So in case any of you wondering out there that, okay, I have this disability, but and it stops you from playing the game, don't worry. There's a mode in there. You can check out in the settings, in the options. You can switch it and can continue to enjoy the game just like everyone else. But maybe not like Range, since his buggy had to flip in front of Helton. But lucky enough, Helton is alone, so yeah, he will not overextend his shot.
But the problem, I'm not sure if that's lucky enough for Helton, since he's alone. PBE is not that far as a full squad. Now, we do know Team Secret barely budged from a single digit. Now, 5 points. Yeah, I mean, like, if they want to hold the least amount of points as a record, I mean, go ahead. But 5 points of how many maps they've been playing already for the entire week here. I think they've played all 3 days since they are in group B, so they didn't play 1 day here. So it's already total up of, including this one, it's going to be the 8th map. That's less than 1 point per map as average.
I have no other point to support them, unfortunately. Not support as in support, motivational support, but my point is that I don't have a, how should I put it? A objective point to say that, okay, if they do this, they will come back. If they do this, they will do better. Unfortunately, they are put in a situation that is very, very difficult for them. And I don't know what else they can do at this point. Like, I have no idea because they're currently locked in. It's not like, okay, oh, we see this sort of situation tomorrow, let's try to get a different player, let's try to get a new player. No, there's no mid-season transfer window. They will play all the way to the end.
I think the biggest issue coming from Team Secret was the sudden overhaul of the player lineup in the first place. Honestly, I'm not pointing fingers, just my own respective opinion. Just take it as my 2 cents. Take it or just leave it, it's fine. Previous roster change of Team Secret, there's always the veteran player of Team Secret remains, like back in the days, Aisha and Macho stays when they have jumper in, right? So it's sort of giving some brief and a bit of orientation for the new coming in players by the veterans and guide them through about how they think as a team for Team Secret. Now, the major overhaul is a clean slate start. Team Secret, basically the foundation, it's gone. It's like there's nobody to guide them as the guidelines or to be in the same page. It's like you're on your own, buddy. It's like there's no coach, there's no analyst. Even if Mato stays as coach for Team Secret, possibly still going to be having more than enough for a sort of a guidance, you know, for the entire team.
Oh man, the curse of knowing too much. I shall refrain myself.
I know.
But yeah, Matoy, he left earlier, like not even like previous season. So he left earlier, and he moved back to Thailand, and they moved back to a Thai team, and so on and so forth. I believe it was Tem Entertainment that took him from Team Secret just right after, and now he is technically with Vampire, but apparently he's coaching another team. Information for everyone. He's coaching another team. So with this Vampire lineup, speaking about Mata, with this Vampire lineup, actually he is not involved. So it's only Sir Tanny that is involved with this lineup from coaching side.
Maybe it's something that he gives some opinions we didn't know about. Maybe not entirely invested into that team, but PBE, speaking of investment, definitely well invested on the side of Alter Ego Fnatic. Shutting down on the side of PBE. 1 by 1 play of PBE taken out here. Down to only 3 teams. But there's definitely a map that they're more comfortable for the side of PBE. It's a bigger map. They have more space to rotate and try to avoid all those fights. And they're trying to do so once more. But starting off its trio, I mean, that's the only one that actually get out of the get into the lobby right now. We still have 16 teams intact. Just starting off at stage number 2. We haven't seen a lot of the circle to move away that much so far.
It went to the main peninsula, so that's going to be 100% right now. So that's where the signal to BN United is like, okay, go to main peninsula, don't stay in Novo anymore. Mika happened to be there, but he's all alone, so he won't overpeak. It's more of like just sending out warning shots. Not too sure where his other teammates are at. If his other teammates were here, then they could probably do the roadblock to stop BN United from coming across.
GEEK fam. Well, Mika definitely can see his own teammate from here. I feel like he's giving a lot of information towards the rest of the roster just to relay what's happening on the other end here. He's a bit separated. He's doing just a bit of scouting work on side of Mika. But FaZe taking a bit of museum tour on the side. GE giving a bit of a tap. Just jabbing out to a side of FaZe. Poking them from afar. But Zai, Mormon just way too sharp for Zai.
Zai, the survivor for GE. He will still continue to survive. I don't expect teams to really crash in yet. Looking at the distance, at the current circle, everyone was still trying to hold on to their position. If FaZe Clan really wanted to crash, the vehicles would have been parked outside by now. But since the vehicles are inside, in the current space that they're at, which is somewhere in the middle of the circle, they don't really need to take the fight.
Mormon. No, he knocked down one of the players of GE, but they're not willing to actually push it out just yet. It's just too big of a distance. They're over 100 meters apart from GE now. But Vampire start to move on top of Farm, which is barely actually into the circle. So it's more towards the right side. Milta's not there anymore. XERXIA start to leave out Milta, knowing they will not get the circle. The circle move upwards this time. It's going to be right on top of Shelter. Now this is going to be a massive one, Cloud. Remember how the bunkers actually played such a big grave hole for a lot of teams the day before. This might be it again.
Yeah, the shelter was a very popular spot yesterday. Looking at where the direction of the teams are coming from, a lot of them come from the right side to the left. So if they do rush in onto the shelter area, they would be really interesting. But what would be interesting, of course, is going to be Vampire Esports. They had the opportunity to try to stop the Infinity from coming in. And this is huge for Vampire Esports. Big advantage since they have the circle behind them.
Stone cooking up Nate. Will toss over to Armstyle. But it will not be connected so far. Ravenclaw reposition himself. Stone going for the furthest flank away. Megamind. He needs to leave now. As Bourget and also Break of BN United spot him out. But lucky the support fire coming from teammate of XERXIA will fire back. But Megamind didn't manage to leave on time. Porsche will actually finish him off. There's going to be 1 HP left. And the tap and the bullet drop finally will finish him off. Oh, Megamind, I think his vehicle got stuck when he tried to get out from there.
Probably punctured even. That's why he got caught out like in an open area. But speaking about getting caught in an open area, XERXIA wants to get a revenge. So Soas is now on his knees, Max is on his way though, but RNJ can finish off SOAS. That's going to be revenge, 1 for 1, an eye for an eye, they say.
DBD taking on GEEK and BN United SOAS down next by RNJ. Damn root on DBD. Feels like DBD having some problems down there. I'm not sure if the entire team's still alive or not. Echo Day is the last player coming up from the side of DBD. We praise too much about them now. They have to face the wrath of the jinx of the casters. Echo down with a mini 14. Barely got enough to live by himself on the side of GEEK Fam. They do have the time and space to reset himself since Vampire's not pushing this side. Echo, this is the best time for him to actually get out. But in the meantime, if he wants to get out, where to go next since there's so many teams kind of surrounding this area already?
Wow, and GEEK Fam knows that he's there. So that's a nade, a message from Damroot basically to say that, hey, I know you're up there. But lucky for him is that GEEK can't simply go out yet. If they want to do so, they might want to create a smoke bridge just to clear him off because other teams are shooting in this area as well. Damroot hoping to connect his nade onto Echo, but that's not going to happen as of now.
Echo can jump out. Infinity and Vampires having a bit of a go here. Tony K spot out Infinity, spot out Shirty and finish him off. Ravenclaw managed to do the job, but the circle happened to be shrinking while Vampire still taking a fight on the left side. Lucky for Vampires and Infinity, at least the fight can go on much longer because the circle is just next to them, less than 100 meters, 50 meters away, that's it. But BTR come out from the south. Yoodo Alliance separated a bit, fanning out on the southern side, while Vampire still trying to spot out Beer. Logan is bleeding out. I don't think Beer can actually save him. He will be sacrificed down there.
Yeah, in such an open position, I doubt they'll go for it. But the team that will go for it is going to be Sam9 onto XERXIA. They know they have the advantage with that one knockdown. Then the nade from Kenny takes down Shopper. Another reason for Sam9 to go on hard as Die Hard onto them. Nade after they've been tossed up by Kenny. Kenny with his one frag grenade left. But if he can take down the members of XERXIA, he can replenish himself.
But Tom just gonna push in, going by himself, and he got one. He scores for Sam9. Can he get another one? He already prepped the nade. Tried to toss over to us a Die Hard and RNJ. This is gonna be a big one if he can close the deal to a side of Sam9. And Mikael tried to bait him out to just re-expose their position since they are in the smoke. Tom realizes he's going nowhere. Got stuck with the vehicle. Oh, twice in a row now. And the blue zone clips in. It's stage 4. 1% of HP will be deducted every single second. Die Hard on the other hand still got the first aid. Luckily he got the buggy, but it's quite smoke up. A bit dangerous game coming up from the side of XERXIA, but at least they get out from that blue zone.
Yeah, smoke duck is great. Smoke beef is great, but smoke buggy definitely not yummy at all. And they have to make do with it since it's their only vehicle, but they are rotating towards the other teams and they have to park themselves on the outside just to reset before going in because now we're at stage 4, we're moving to stage 5. With 16 teams left now, it's going to be pretty obvious that wherever they go, they'll be meeting with another team.
There's no space for everyone. There's no peaceful space for anybody. RNJ, well, they're on the run spot out. QEON and BTR finishing off. RNJ is the guy that never hesitates to get the crosshair to kill. And he will go for it. Die Hard on the other end, giving a lot of support fire from the back for the side of RNJ, even though they're working as a duo. But at the same time, they need to get into the circle now. And the worst part is some teams are actually gatekeeping them from afar. Vampires do have the elevations, but DBD Echo has been lasting long enough by himself down there.
Oh, DBD Echo still alive, but it's not like GEEK Fam can really rush out there. But they're smoking up. I wonder if they had the idea to rush in onto Echo's compound, but if they do so, Shrubs could probably surprise them from behind. And Shrubs is waiting for the right moment for GEEK Fam to show himself. But now with the fight between them and Team Secret happening, Shrubs is called to come back them up.
It will be fun to watch for the side of DBD to outlast the GEEK Fam in that case. Both of them having some problems down there. Vampires, they cannot be complacent, knowing the fact there's going to be another visitor coming up from the back, which going to be Team Secret. Riser is down by Stone. Will they finish off the entirety of Team Secret? Team Secret didn't score any just yet. This might be brutal for their overall rankings later. Ravenclaw not showing any sort of mercy. Zeral trying to fight for his life. At least got one. try to score one, and that's gonna be one for them. Jural, Team Secret scores one. At least they're not going empty-handed this time, leaving only Helton out in the open in that shack. But Vampires, they spot out Helton. Helton got himself in position of the circle, but Vampires need to move. But at least they got himself some upgrade of loot.
Oh, but Simna got eliminated as well, so managed to only get one elimination point after that fight with XERXIA. Weren't able to finish up the job, but we move over to PBE, who got the chicken dinner in REGUM yesterday, now fighting against PERSIJA. It was with Cool taking down PBE. The moment they were crashing by PERSIJA, they got eliminated, but fights happening elsewhere. GE now in FaZe Clan.
Mela tossing over to Monet. GE trying to play around the slopes of the hill here, but it's gonna be Mela going in with one tap, take them all out. He just going all in by himself. The last player of FaZe, can he clutch to the entirety of GE here? Close enough, ring around the Rosie, 1 HP percent left, and that's just it, couldn't make it through. But he shook the entirety of GE to their core.
Wow, it was GE winning the fight against Mela. Mela had a one last tick of health. And of course, if you have like an M4, you have a M4, UMP, and so on and so forth, it is the right moment to use that weapon. You just need to land a one single shot and he'll be taken out. So FaZe Clan has been eliminated. Mela not able to fulfill his mission in that fight. Now, Vampire Esports, it's their turn to get into the circle, but GEEK Fam is just right beside them. Yoodo Alliance still has a Leo to survive.
Couple of teams too got one last remaining members, including Yoodo Alliance and Team Secret down there. Full squad PERSIJA, EVOS, Box Gaming still up there. Alter Ego as well. This might be it. Can Box score those chicken? Finally get their first ever taste of that chicken they've been waiting for. Olio, dangerous game they're playing, is going right in the crossfire here, where every team surrounding is 360 degree. What was he thinking? Driving in an open space by himself, where all the teams pretty much have very small space to start with 11 teams remaining. Close enough to explode that vehicle. Lucky get out from there right on time. But he still got first aids, and he cannot barricade himself. Monet, I don't know how he can see that through. But definitely a bonus point for GE now.
Well, to be fair to Olio, he was the last member of Yoodo Alliance, so it's not like he can drive around with his teammates. And yeah, I guess he was just trying to do that, go into the middle, hopefully nobody sees him. We've seen that done a couple of times, but unfortunately there were just too many teams still alive at this stage, and he got taken out. So no further placement points for Yoodo Alliance, but they got one instead this time. As for GE, doing not too bad. Myrna is actually the one to get all 4 points for GE as of now.
I just wish he can fix himself in the lineup with GE. Definitely a great addition. Look at Zuxi struggling. Smile. I've been tapped out Zuxi all this while with a Scar L, and Box will be coming up from the flame if they're not being careful. But GE do have a lot of space and options to go, whether into underground tunnel, just play on the outside as well. But the circle will shrink, it will speak by itself here. Will favors any of the team dropping in no man's land. GEEK Fan Vampires, Team Secret, Infinity and BT are touching at the rim of it. Alter Ego will have no problem getting into it, but BN United will try to stop them, while Box will be the hardest entry for them into the circle.
Wow, crazy hardship circle. So there's a road in between. That will be one of the toughest areas to play. Box Gaming, though they have a full squad, but the last we saw the map, they were kind of split out. So it probably is a good time for them to get together now that we're at stage 6 of the circle. BN United also needs to get in, but they got Alter Ego to deal with at the lower ground. So I don't know who's worse right now. Is it Alter Ego or BN United? Because BN United, they still have the high ground advantage against Alter Ego. The moment Alter Ego steps out, BN United will have a clear shot.
At least either one of them will actually win and get into the circle without any problem. But Box, though, even if they win this fight, there's going to be another layer of team waiting in the back line. How to get in there for Box? It's not enough. They actually at the very bottom. They didn't score any chicken. And now they even have a hard time to get into the circle. BN United and Alter Ego still going on. But Alter Ego feels like they're winning this. Maxed down by Fnatic. And that's just it. Out of equation for BN United. Leaving only one more player, I assume. And that's going to be it. Finally, Alter Ego won over that one. And they don't have any contenders next. They just can get into the circle without any problem.
Well, now GE's turn to try to get into the circle. Box Gaming still has one player left somehow. It was a tough travel for them to get in, but somehow still having that one player alive, TN2K it is. In the previous round inside the side, he was the last man alive as well, so he's going to try and do it again for GE. But bad news this time is that, well, just look at the minimap. He's surrounded by like 4 teams.
Oh boy, GE. Tough one, but at least that side, only one player of Team Secret left. If they shut down on Helton, it's pretty much an easy entry for them, since the left side is not that occupied compared to all different angles entirely in that circle. But Star spotted out Fnatic. It's gonna be down on the ground because GEEK fam eyes onto the multi-ego. 2 teams spinning him down. No way out at all, and GEEK fam realize there's another contender trying to take away all their food just now. They definitely have their focus shifted over to their left side, but surprisingly, TN2K, regardless of how he's the solo survived to get in there, he still managed to secure a couple of points more before he went down.
Bringing them a total of 2 points this time, and now we are left with 7 teams. Team Secret Helton still around, my goodness. Okay, trying to get one over Beer, but not able to get the knockdown at least, so Helton exposed his position. No vehicles blown up. That also gave information to Murnat that there's someone there, and he'll be happy if he can get the point out of Helton.
Monet, who's happened to be the top fragger for the team, scored GE of overall 9 points for now. PERSIJA EVOS is out. This is it. GE can push themselves in the top 5. Already in the top 5, maybe in the top 3 by the end of this round. But Infinity have a trio. And the memo we spoke about GE is a bit too soon, but at least this got a double-digit elimination so far. Vampires having a trio, Infinity in a trio, while BTR might have a duo of them managed to reset, and it's going to be 2v4, 2v3, v3, v2. GEEK fam remaining down there. On the side of GEEK fam, we don't see them anywhere nearby on the northern side. So I think they are the one that actually do have a shot at winning as well if they're not being spotted out.
Oh, I noticed that the GE went out, but they got themselves 10 elimination points this round. Another 10-point haul of eliminations. Wow, GE looking pretty good today, at least from the first 2 rounds. But now it's down to the last 4 teams to see who will get this ticket to the no team has a full squad. GEEK fam making their move. Vampires spots out Mika, and Mika is now quite in the open. Mika being shot at from multiple angles. Snipes following through. Tony K trying to take down Snipes instead, but Mika countering back. But we got BTR as well. This is where the 2 teams crosshair pointed onto GEEK fam. Where are they going to go from here? Snipes out in the open as well, and he'll be tapped by Lapar.
Oh man, the snitch of Vampires versus BTR. Whoever gets to GEEK fam as their points here. Both teams dying to just get the points for themselves. Vampires spot their arm style. Oh, being returned fire. Quite a number of damage being soaked in down there, down to 1 HP left on the side of the support fire from Tony K. Vampires, I love the tag team. They've been playing each other out. And now down to only 2 players. Infinity, they exploded their vehicle. This is a dangerous game. Amsa still not be able to be revived on because it's just too open for them. The elevations giving such a huge advantage to the side of Vampires.
Ooh, GEEK fam. I'm surprised that they somehow still survive after all that, and they're in the circle as well, so they can try to hold on to this current position. As for Vampire Esports, they're distracted by the fact that the Infinity is just right below them, but Lapar coming back to GEEK fam will not let them go easy. Mika on his knees.
Lapar will try to revive Yuhai, but Tony K will not give them any opportunity for Infinity to even revive as well. But Tony K a bit overexposed down there. Stone trying to find him, but Ravenclaw will give the support fire. It's always about alternating between Vampires there, but Ravenclaw got the airdrop to cover himself. Spot out the blind spot of Snipes, and that's a dangerous game. GEEK fam too open. And it seems like everything unfolding for all the teams there, but at the same time, we're down to the last stage here. 30 seconds to go, no more circle. All there is, whoever got chipped down by the blue zone first, they will go down. Ravenclaw, another knock to a side of GEEK fam. And this might be it. Vampires will come back for this chicken here.
Wow, we don't always see an MK3 at this stage of the circle, but Tony K is using it like a charm. Oh, Ravenclaw is using it as like a charm, and not only that, they managed to get into the circle, so all 3 of them all okay. But can't say the same for GEEK fam. GEEK fam now on the outside, stage 8, and Vampire Esports mainly needs to focus on to BTR for now.
Vampires, they have numbers, they have advantage. Mika, multiple times being knocked down, have been trying to revive so many times by Snipes here. Snipes playing it very low, crawling on the ground, proning down, not to be discovered by the eyes of Vampires down there. BTR having a bit of a reset. Left with 2 players, but Vampires, the pressure being given. But BTR running dry with the bullets. And down to last magazine, BTR don't have replenish of resources. I just hope their secondary weapon is going to be more than enough in the magazine. But the tap is going on by Stone. This is difficult time for the side of BTR. Down to last HP, and they pop the nade down on Lapa. The spray is coming out from the side of Stone. That's going to be it. Vampires won this over. BTR, that was a difficult task to fight against Vampire till the end.
Well, they played as a trio for a long time and they still got the chicken dinner. So in full squad, doesn't matter. You play as a trio, you can still do it. Vampire Esports, they are here, they are back, and surprise, surprise, this is actually their first chicken dinner in week 2.
Yeah, they're playing in very low for the past few days here. Definitely they have changed some of the rotation. Maybe the way they actually play actually do change quite a number of it. But Tony K, as per usual, will deliver. You call it overrated, you call it just over mainstream for Tony K to be one of the best players, and the number speaks for itself. 1200 over damage with 9 eliminations. His core shots to give the space for the entire team to know the opportunity that needs to be taken. His lack of hesitance makes such a big numbers for the entirety of Empire Esports.
Fun fact, I asked Tanny the other day, like, what makes Tony K so good? His only answer is that he don't know. But okay, but his more serious answer, he says that, well, it's just talent. Well, still not really answering the question, but thanks. So, exceptional talent it is for Tony K. I mean, he's still very young. He's like 19 years old. And multiple achievements to his name. It's just that now he's hunting for the PMSL trophy. And with this kind of performance of 9 eliminations, he would have overtaken Nepeko as the top eliminator so far. And Vampire Esports obviously benefit from the points collected through his 9 eliminations.
16 eliminations, and the last time we saw them, it was Mirama in week 1. They scored themselves 20 eliminations as record breaking as well. And Strat still holding up the most by individual, which could be 11 eliminations. With the distance traveled the furthest away, Vampires know how to read it out. I agree. Very high talented Vampires player like Tony K, his game sense is a different level of game sense. When I talk to him, he's a very professional mindset. He know what his focus is. He know what he wants. He's just follow his instinct and his hunch. When it comes to the game, I need to take this out. That will be beneficial for my team. That's how the way he works and the way he plays. Whilst for the others, they have some difficulty to find their footing. But GE definitely got themselves the momentum they need today as well.
Well, I want to point out that another interesting record is that the travel distance for BTR is exactly 7,000. Like, clean 7,000. You don't get to see that kind of number very often.
Rare.
So keep that in mind. It's very hard to get another team, or maybe won't even get another team getting this sort of number. But for teams that are very hard in this round, when it comes to like stage 6 of the circle, a lot of teams came from the right side, and that's also because of the hard shift towards the left, and that's why we saw Box Gaming, who I'm still waiting to get the chicken dinner, unable to get past by all those teams.
But we're looking at how well they play as a unit for Vampires. Right now, he's just one of the best team, arguably in South Asia here. And it's just, they're going so strong when it comes to this lineup right now. I mean, like Tony K used to heal from FaZe. We're having a hard time to just put in our minds that Tony K is already with Vampires. There's Vampires this season. They got all the star-studded lineup. Incredible plays by the entire unit as well. But other than the side of Vampires, who scored himself a double digit, we have to give it to GE, but he scored himself 10 eliminations before they went down, even though their placement just scored 3, but it's going to be more than enough for them to be on top of the pack as well.
Yeah, 2 times in a row they got 10 eliminations. In Sanhok it was the same case. So GE still showing the level of consistency in this week 2 so far. On the other end, well, Sam9, 1 point. at least if I want to give a good news, right, no team goes out empty-handed, but it's still 7-9 with 1 point. Not used to seeing them considering how they have performed in recent days, and because of that 1 point, 7-9 is now pushed to page number 2 at number 12.
Well, speaking of Team Secret, the average of the scores is, oh my god, painful to watch. BTR, BN United, nobody else actually scores a single digit. They are the only one that scores a single digit. What went so wrong? I mean, like, we definitely know they can shoot. I mean, these guys, there's a reason they are playing here, because everybody can shoot. It's all down to how well can you work as a team, how well can you relay the information as a unit, and how well can you have your game sense to call out for the judgment. But I just hope we do have ones for Team Secret interview to see what's happening on that side. But we're going to toss it back to our host for interview. Flava, take it away on side.
Hello everyone, and hopefully you guys are having an amazing day. We've just concluded our map number 2 of the day. We have 4 more to go, and before we continue on with more PUBG Mobile action, here we have yet another interview session, and this time it is together with Trust Me from Team Genesis. Of course, we have our amazing translator joining us as well. Trust Me. Now, your team performance this week has been good. I mean, let me just rephrase that. You guys have been amazing. Currently in the top 4, and you guys are tied together with PERSIJA EVOS, and you guys managed to get 10 eliminations in the first match just now. Now, can you share some of the adjustments and strategic changes that you made in your team's gameplay?
So, ငါတို့ဒီပွဲမှာပေါ့နော်အရန်ကိုအောင်လောက်စရာကောင်းတဲ့အထိကိုကောင်းမွန်လာတာတော်တော်တွေ့ရတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့အဲ့မှာလည်းငါတို့ PERSIJA နဲ့ပတ်သက်ရင်ဆိုင်တာတွေတခြားအရန်ကောင်းတဲ့အသင်းတွေရင်ဆိုင်တဲ့ပုံမှာလည်းအရန် amazing ဖြစ်လောက်တဲ့အထိကိုတွေ့ထားတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါတွေနဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးငါတို့ဘယ်လို strategy တွေပြောင်းလဲပြီးတော့ကစားနေတာလဲပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒါတွေနဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးသူတို့သိကျင်တယ်ပေါ့အဲ့ဒါကို sharing နဲ့လုပ်ပေးလို့ရမလားပေါ့နော်ဘယ်လို share မရကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါhello ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီအသင်းရဲ့ pattern တွေကိုလေ့လာထားရပေါ့ပို့ပြီးတော့လည်းလို့အဖြေပို့ရှာထားတယ်yeah we just learn all of the patterns of the teams and we just find out the solution what we have to do. Yeah, that's it.
All right, so it's all real good decision-making skills from the whole team right there, from Team Genesis.
Thank you.
Yeah, and of course, your team is currently in 4th place now. Now, how's the team doing? How are you guys feeling good? And what's the condition of the team for getting such good results here on this week number 2 compared to the previous week?
Yeah. So, အခုဒီလိုကောင်းမလာတဲ့ result တွေရလာတဲ့အချိန်မှာပေါ့နော်ငါတို့ရဲ့အသင်းရဲ့ဒီခံစားချက်တွေကဘယ်လိုဖြစ်နေလဲပေါ့ငါတို့ပေါ်မြင်နေတဲ့အမြင်တွေကရောဘယ်လိုတွေပေးချင်လဲပေါ့နော်အဲ့လိုတွေဟုတ်တယ်ငါတို့ပေါ်မြင်နေတဲ့ဒီတခြားအသင်းတွေပေါ်မှာရောဘာတွေဘယ်လိုပြောချင်လဲပေါ့ပြောချင်တယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကဒါဟယ်လိုကျွန်တော်တို့ကိုလို့ဒီမြင်နေတဲ့အမြင်တွေကျွန်တော်တို့စိတ်ကပို့ပြီးတော့လို့ strong ပါတယ်ဟုတ်yes we are more stronger than ever you guys think yeah
They are definitely stronger than ever coming here into the competition. Now, last but not least, now being the only representative, the only PUBG Mobile team here from Myanmar and going up against all these other countries within Southeast Asia, what are your thoughts on these other teams competing here today, and where does your team stand in between all these teams in Southeast Asia?
Yeah. So, ငါတို့ဒီ Myanmar representative အနေနဲ့ဒီမှာလာရှင်ပြိုင်တဲ့အခါမှာပေါ့နော်အရန်ကောင်းတာတွေ့ရတယ်အဲ့တော့ငါတို့အနေနဲ့ဒီတခြားအသင်းတွေကိုဗာများပြောချင်လဲပေါ့နော်ပြီးတော့နောက်တစ်ခုကဒီမြန်မာမှာလည်းပဲငါတို့လို player တွေမျိုးကဘယ်လိုတွေရှိလဲပေါ့မြန်မာ community အနေနဲ့အဲ့ဒါလေးတို့သိချင်တယ်ပေါ့နော်အရင်ဆုံးပြောရမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါဒီအသင်းနဲ့ရှင်ပြိုင်ခွင့်ပေးတော့ဟိုဒီကတော့ experience အသစ်တွေပေးရတဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီအသင်းအားလုံးတော့လို့ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ပေါ့ဒီကတော့ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာတခြား player တွေအကုန်လုံးကကျွန်တော်တို့ပဲလို့ကမ်းပါဝါတွေတော်တော်ကောင်းကြတယ်Yeah, we just want to say to the other things, thanks for giving us for a good experience, and yeah, as we same the in our country, our Myanmar PUBG player, they all are same like X. They are pretty good at game power, and they pretty good, yeah.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to Trust Me for the amazing interview, and all the best, Team Genesis. In the next few rounds, we have 4 more to go, and that is not the last you're going to be seeing from them. So, ladies and gentlemen, right after this, we're going to be kickstarting our round number 3 here at the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2023.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Nice to see GE to actually stand up in the stage for the interview here. We definitely are rooting out for them because we love to see a wildcard to finally lift up the trophy one day in PMSL. I mean, like, why not now? There's a shot at it. Like, why not? Like, you might say it's something possible, but for me, I still have hopes in it.
I might say something possible. Okay, I don't know what possible am I going to say, but I was about to actually say that they are looking really good. And if any team were to come out as a dark horse or like a surprise, GE is looking like that sort of team. I don't know, but it is still quite far-fetched, realistically. But if they, I mean, it's called a dark horse for a reason, right? So if they can come up with a surprise, it will be the biggest surprise for in the world of PUBG Mobile. And of course, it's a very good surprise because, well, we wildcard people, right?
I mean, I am wildcard people, so I'm not surprised that's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen. It's all about a matter of time. If maybe it's going to be now, maybe it's going to be this season, maybe it's going to be next season, because we saw the shift, the transition of barely getting to the grand finals, growing up. GE back in the days, they barely can get into South Asia or PMSL. Then they got in. Once they got in, they're having some time to adjust themselves. The first season was not really the greatest for them, but this season they came prepared. If it's not this season, maybe it's going to be next season.
Yeah, maybe. There's a lot of maybes, right? But of course, I personally do like to see a new region getting it. So if it comes from the wildcard, if it's GE, amazing story. Because we're used to seeing Thailand, Indonesia. I think this is the most common. At least in the past year, we saw Vietnam lift the trophy. Malaysia lift the trophy before as well. Back then in the day. So all these regions already got themselves their own trophy from the Southeast Asia stage. It is just a wild card. So yeah, wild card people, come on. And GE, they are representing the wild card well. PBE, today we haven't seen the best of them, but yesterday they did show okay, they start to know how to exactly play inside of the PMSL stage. So who knows, PBE could be the one that also surprises us.
Now, I mean, but so far we do have Murnay coming up from GES top 4 performer as well, based on the last map just now. With 4 eliminations, having a tie with a lot of players down there. The one stands out most is still going to be Tony K coming up from Vampires. 2 of Vampires players down there, including Stone, with 4 elimination. But when it comes to damage-wise, both Vampire players dish out the same contribution amount of damage out there. It just shows the firepower of Vampires is something else entirely.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, just look at this. 9 eliminations, Tony K. And for individual firepower, individual elimination, Schweppes is still holding the most as well. So they got everything here for Vampire. And if we look at the summary, looks like Thailand is doing well today in general. 2 Thai flags up there already. I wonder if they can complete the entire day full of ties, but you guys can complete your set as well inside of the game with this PMSL Southeast Asia limited skin series called the Dream Chaser that comes together with a suit, mask, as well as an M16 gun skin.
And also the Dragon Ball Super available for you guys to play and power up your key to be any of the characters you want to be. If you want always to be the bad guy, be a Frieza. And I wish there's a Majin Buu in it, but I'm not sure yet. Danny Griff's also a new ultimate set available for you guys right now. If we do have an off-ground, look forward for Cloud to wear this with swagging hairstyle, flashy neon light. But back to it, talking about the ties that waving their flag here, they are level up their game when it comes to week number 2. We do know for a fact the Thais love to leave the best for later, just like how Team China also performs sometimes. When it comes to the middle of a week, I expect this to happen, the rise of the Thais. And we actually had it before, where a lot of Thai teams flag just waving over the entirety of the page, right? That happened before.
Yeah, it was number 1 to number 5 last PMSL that it was all the Thai teams. But when it came to the grand final, then it was a big flip for the Thais. So leaving it for later. If you're a Thai supporter, I'm sure you hope that, yes, please leave it for later after what happened last season. don't do that big bang right now, and then later it's like, eh. So that was like the scary story of the Thai teams last season. And instead, it was like the Vietnamese team that left it for later last season. This time around, not all the Vietnamese teams are looking that hot. Yes, we got Xavier up there, they're not playing today, but on the other end, BN United, who was champions of last week, now they are not so hot.
Feels like they are experimenting possibly on some stuff just to prepare themselves, having a bit of prep before grand finals, because we do know it's going to be a 3 weeks long of a league, so every single day they have to be creative and the teams have to come up with new strategy, new approach when it comes to the grand finals, because it's just going to be 3-day sprint instead of on a marathon like the league. So this is also a good time for the teams that quite comfortable with their bonus point in week 1 to start to find something new for the team.
Yeah, although like only 1 week of good bonus points, not necessarily enough to cut it, because can you imagine, like 1 week it's only 20 points, and let's say it's like really bad, 1.1 point, that is like 22 points only. That will open up a lot of room for other teams to catch up. So it's still something that they need to work on as well. Just like what BTR is doing right now, they're still working on their lineup. Gen 4 is going to play this round. Definitely a much needed change, because BTR, they are still down there. Being a star-studded team, no excuse, frankly speaking. Sattar, the star man for BTR, glad to see him back. To me, in the BTR lineup, Sattar is that one that you cannot move.
I feel like I can read out the pattern right now, also coming up from BTR. Keenan will always join in when it comes to the first match of the day. Maybe the last few two, which are going to be Marama later on, depends on the exhaustion of the players. Sattar, definitely, I agree. I mean, like, Sattar is not movable. It's best for them to actually just stick with Sattar in the lineup and work around him instead, and the players to centralize amongst his play. But back to it, some teams down there, we're looking if there's any changes for the others, including the side of Box Gaming, who didn't score any chicken. Well, Team Secret, sadly, they don't have any extra players. They can't have a different dynamic. So I don't know how they want to work things through to break that single-digit numbers.
Yeah, I mean, until they show something, I mean, it's very hard for us to come up with a new narrative for that, right? Because it's like the same story almost every round, almost every day. That is very heartbreaking to see a team like Team Secret, a big name that used to be dominating in Southeast Asia scene, being in such a condition. And if they happen to be like this again, second season in a row, they will not see the grand finals.
This is the worst downfall for Team Secret as an org right now. But keep an eye out for FaZe, Team Secret and Box Gaming, because last week they are at the bottom 4. They cannot afford to have another bottom 4 this week, especially starting off today, the middle of the week. We have 2 more days to go. Some teams only have 2 more days left because they will not be playing for the final day down there. So are you guys ready to head back into Erangel map? We're going to fly into it right here, right now.
Here we go, and my cards are on Box Gaming to please get a chicken dinner. Come on, everyone else has gotten a chicken dinner except for Box Gaming. It feels like almost the same story as DBD last season. The only team that didn't get the chicken dinner, it was so sad, but now DBD has turned over a new leaf. They've been doing really well. Now it's down to Box Gaming. Come on, guys.
Out of Box, they really need to push the numbers up, because they might have a shot at relegation if they keep this going. Not just they need those chicken. It's okay if they don't get chicken and score themselves in the top 10, but they need to be in the top 10 to maintain in the middle pack as a summary of all 3 weeks entirely, because the third week to play catch-up game, there's a lot of pressure. Things get even harder, and the players, top players up there, will go more aggressive to find those eliminations because they want to get the FMVP for the season.
Oh yeah, FMVP is definitely a big flex as well. It's one to be the FMVP in your own country. It's another to be in Southeast Asia. So we can see also that the motivation on top of that is to be the FMVP. That's why Tony K has been working real hard. He has double motivation to be the FMVP and also to be lifting up the PMSL trophy for the first time for himself. Same goes to even for players like Nepeko. RRQ has not lifted it yet before, and Nepeko, well, he has been the FMVP, so he knows how it feels like.
Yeah, it's a very rare experience for the players to actually have that feeling, because it's only a limited amount of players can actually get that, and some of the players got them multiple times, including like Tony K here, got him so many times, and he's so young, so it means that he will stay up there quite a long time. So it's kind of hard if you happen to be in this era where he's actually at his peak performance. I mean, you have to wait for another 3 or 4 years possibly to see if there's any change into that. But inside of box, we saw the circle just now was up north all the way, Cloud, and PBE dropped himself on top severely. Not just that, 20% of the water is right inside of circle as well. And we have BN United, Infinity, BTR going the furthest away from the circle, while the side of Team Secret, oh man.
Well, at least not knocked down yet, so they're still okay. I mean, normally they do drop around this area as well, so they do expect to see DBD around the corner. Good news for PBE because MORPH GPX isn't play today, so Severny is empty. So instead of normally dropping around Kameshki, which they need to open up big and we spread out with each other, dropping to Severny definitely is better than Kameshki. So they took advantage of that, and so happened the circles on top of them. So they'll be really, really happy with that. But for these two teams who should be used to each other by now inside of Yasnaya, I'm not sure if they're happy to still share Yasnaya, because we don't always see Yasnaya being shared. It's very rare for it to happen, and somehow these two teams made it work.
That's why it's always only in PMSL we get to see this happen. But I am waiting for Boxer actually butting into the business of Yasnaya too. I mean, like, BN United do take Novo, so I assume they're gonna come in very late for BN United, because that's what they did. I saw and noticed inside of BN United, the moment they start to push the numbers up is where they start to play a bit later, just like how PBE did. So they know for a fact there will be a lot of teams trying to get those frags going up high, due to the point system these days is a bit limited when it comes to chicken dinner. So a lot of teams will try to push their boundaries when it comes to those eliminations. So they want to be away from those kind of skirmishes early on, and it kind of worked wonderfully well. Like teams like PBE, even they know for a fact not many teams try to opt out to play slower, so why not we go for it? Because too many teams want to go for the eliminations early on. So maybe Team Secret, that might be their first step into getting better positioning and find some footing while they're trying to go in a bit later. Because so far, Team Secret, their rotation is not so bad. The firepower is there, but it's just the timing is just unfortunate every single time.
I think Team Secret has been going in later, taking later rotations, like in Sanhao, even like in the previous round. It's just that unfortunate that the circle kept going away from them. It's a similar situation like they had yesterday as well. And when the circle kept going away and the circle shrinks, naturally, like teams will get closer and closer to each other. So as they try to chase the circle, they will also need to be fighting other teams that will be close by with the circle and also guarding the circle as well. So there's that unfortunate situation. And then when they must take fights, which is unavoidable at that certain point, they don't win the fight. And that is the case for Team Secret that has been happening for round after round after round. If there's that one round that they do get the circle like on top of them, then maybe they will stand a good chance, because that's how they got the chicken dinner last week. They were playing in Miramar, circle on top of them, they had a compound, they didn't really need to move, and basically they did the PBE. Low eliminations, but the chicken dinner was theirs.
True. And I'm surprised they're not playing the same game. How did they score those chicken? It's just like a one-shot thing that they actually do perform last week. And speaking of chicken, Team Secret now barely break any double digit. He scored himself last week. Chicken can box score at least that one chicken we've been waiting for. The only team, when you look at the Liquipedia of the overall to see anybody got that chicken or not, they are the only one with a 0 on their numbers right now on the side of Box. It's all a matter of time. We still have a long week to go. We still have 3 more days when it comes to this week. We still have more week 3 later on. And even the grand finals if Box managed to get into it. But also be mindful about the teams not playing in day number 5, which is going to be Group D. So coming up from XERXIA, Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance, and FaZe Clan. These going to be the 4 teams in Group D will not be playing on Sunday. So they need to push their numbers because they do have only 2 days left here to play today and tomorrow. So also, when it comes to FaZe Clan, they did not fare very well when it comes to the first week as well. So they need to push the numbers a bit higher. Maybe be in top 8. That will be the best place for them to land themselves in this week. The least amount of it. To average themselves in the middle pack to get themselves the grand finals.
Yeah, if they can finish this week with somewhere in the middle, I think at least next week, all they need to do is just maintain somewhere in the middle and they'll be fine. We'll definitely see them in the grand finals. And yeah, that should be the case for FaZe Clan. And with Mela coming back into their lineup, yes, day 1 Mela, we can always say that typical gamer, day 1, it's like warming up. But we do see the value of him, especially when it came to day 2, when he's done warming up. That's where we can see FaZe Clan really ranking in the points. And if he can continue on to be the Mela that FaZe Clan missed, then in the middle of the pack, it should be doable for FaZe Clan this week.
I have to say, it sucks to be Mela now. There's so much pressure on him, right? At the very moment. Everything for FaZe is down to Mela. My God. That man definitely being missed after the first week performance. If you compare with this week, definitely a huge leap compared to week number 1. The being Mela is not all blessing at this stage. Definitely a lot of pressure on his side. He have to keep himself focused all the time for the sake of the team. And speaking of the circle, it just shifted right on top of just 9. Savini pulled back up to his main and lucky for us because it will not comprise too much of a water ratio. But DBD and Infinity will have the furthest distance away from it.
Well, I just want to say that being the Mela is like being the Tony K during the FaZe Clan era. But it's an honor, right? To be that one highlight player and, you know, be the important player for your team. So a lot of people would appreciate you as well. Just like Box Gaming, I'm sure they appreciate having Parajin back on their lineup. Ever since Parajin left them, Box Gaming isn't the same.
True. They need to fill the pool. The shoes left over by Parajin is such a big shoes to fill in right now. And for the side of Gosu, he got the shot to fill in those shoes. I have a feeling Gosu can push even further than his limits right now. He can make a breakthrough because he's one of the best players coming up from the side of Box Gaming right now. If he works so well with him, Gosu and Kwang will be the best pairing when it comes to their productivity throughout the entirety of performance in this league. Box Gaming now being boxed up. They got a very solid wall. But in the meantime, very limited amount of space to get out and fan out to find any sort of information they can gain here. Team Secret just passing by, giving them some warning shot. But Box, this is a very dangerous game they're playing. Not just they have limited amount of space down there, they do have the low ground and giving away all the position with that taps coming in. That's just not really wise for the moment. But GEEK, first contact, getting himself the first blood.
Yeah, that's going to be first blood here. GEEK's going to be happy with the point. But I think for Box Gaming, it's a common thing, right? Because like it's still a lot of space, and to dish out that warning shot is also to tell that, okay, do not come to our compound. As long as they don't over peak and they don't get knocked, they should be fine. Although we can say that based on their position, even if they get knocked, like the distance is too far, yeah, that's okay. But of course, if you want to be like super duper safe, as long as you don't get knocked, then you're just ensuring yourself of not being charged down by the other team. And yeah, at some point you also need to like stamp your existence at that area so that that team don't try to do anything funny.
That's true. Marking your parameters. The territory's been made. I saw DBD last time in the blue zone. Rosemary, what a sneaky guy coming up to his thumb from the back. Oh boy, Semnan didn't see this one coming, do they? They definitely didn't expect this much of firepower come from one player of Rosemary. Knock on one. How to save Tom. Tom is one of the star players coming from 79 these days. definitely such a great asset to have in that lineup. But Rosemary is a bit too daring, going up bold to face the entirety of Sam9 by himself, but the circle shifted away. PBE happened to be at the edge of it and having a very good spot as well, since this is their circle as a start. But Vampires already came in also a bit sooner than we thought they would be.
Yeah, PB playing the corner just like how they did that got the chicken dinner yesterday. Playing very safe, and with water behind them, they don't need to be aware of like teams coming in right from behind. They just need to take care of like the front and the other sides. So yeah, they kind of cuts off their vision. But for GEEK fam, needing to cut out the vision of XERXIA right now by taking down one of their members, but it's going to be RNG, the one that knocks down Sonics instead. RNG 50% of health, Mega Mind knocked down by Snipe, so they're trading back and forth right now. XERXIA still has 3 players after all that.
XERXIA's attempt to wrap around GEEK fam and corner them around to walk in a trap might actually be their bane as well. The lost Mega Mind and proning down, never mind, sorry, knocked down for now. It's going to be Mega Mind. Mika, on the other hand, the last player for GEEK fam, decided it's not worth saving all the other teammates. But Infinity happened to be there as well. Speaking of impeccable timing, and Infinity being caught up by XERXIA, and this is where we saw their first week of XERXIA. They are back this time with more aggressiveness being shown across our screen.
On the other hand, GEEK fam has not been playing with Audrey today. Kind of surprised because multiple MVPs, and he has been doing really well despite them maybe not getting chicken dinner in a couple of rounds. So I don't know why, but interestingly, Audrey is not playing. And since then, yes, Sanhao, they did okay. Previous Erangel, not so. This time, looking to be not so as well.
I feel like maybe he needs a day break for sort of GEEK fam, but it definitely kind of portrays how their performance without Audrey, because I feel like he's one of the pivotal role that cannot be replaced on the side of GEEK fam at the current moment. Because the moment Audrey steps in, everything feels a bit better, a bit more stable, and the dynamic feels a bit more balanced throughout the entirety of the roster. But FaZe will try to create Infinity. Infinity from the pan to the fire, from the fire to his hell. Maybe that's the case here, because there's nowhere for them to run and gun. And from one team to the other, walk right into Vampires. Feels like this duo has been fated to fight against each other. A bit of a trading down between the side of Vampires and Infinity, but Infinity will still be eliminated because GE, XERXIA, and also I think it was Sam9 possibly being shooting out to the side of Infinity when they were trying to leave those compounds.
Well, XERXIA got surprised by DVD now. We're leaving RNG still circling around. Shopper will be taken out. RNG surprises DVD back by taking out Jimmy. And now RNG is the only man standing, but he will pocket the points from DVD. It's just that he's still spending time in the blue. Stage 4 to stage 5 now. He has 2 more first aids after this one. Should be able to survive, but it's all about getting the circle next.
Talking about getting in the circle, the entry clearest most is going to be Alter Ego. Not much contention. There's going to be a distance between PBE and Yoodo Alliance against Alter Ego here. Might approximately around 200 meters for them to have a shot from that distance. Ambitious is doable as long as they're tapping it out, but it will take them some time. Back on the side of XERXIA, who's happy to be in the blue zone. Down to only last player RNJ once more, carrying the team with 4 eliminations in the back and nobody else to actually give him support fire or cover fires anymore. He needs to save himself and survive by his own now. PERSIJA EVOS have a bit of a high condition against BN United, who try to gatekeep them and making sure they deny the entry on this side. Southern part looks very hot. Northern, not so much. I have assumed that Alter Ego already in it. FaZe, on the other hand, this guy, if you challenge him, he will fight back. There's no stopping this guy. FaZe is just a crazy player that's fearless enough. Oh, you want to fight? I pulled over, I will fight you.
Yeah, but and also for PERSIJA EVOS, they're probably in a position that they must take this fight because not much space for them to move around. That's number 1. Number 2, even if they move high ground to low ground, enemy can see them, so they cannot avoid it. But FaZe Clan not avoiding a fight with Vampire Esports as well. Tony K on his knees out in the open. It's going to be hard for Sherps and Stone to go and save him, but Stone still going to try, but Raimo will be the one to steal away the point, taking out Tony K instead.
But for sort of Vampires, whoever they actually lost, it doesn't really matter for their side because Stone and also Shrapps can still pull it off. But Stone, the problem is, he's being discovered by the other team. There's no space for him. PBE took them down. FaZe taking on Vampires as well. Oh, Vampires, they're pinned down hard and hammered down. And there's going to be a smackdown once the entire team being obliterated because FaZe really wants to take their life away because Mela pushing straight off in the face of Shrapps down there.
Oh, nice nail, I can see, but Mela shot from the high ground. But Mela still able to land the nade on the Schwartz, taking out Vampire Esports. Mela, what a brave, bold move he did, but it worked out for him. But now PBE tries to take down the members of FaZe Clan, who's rotating into the circle right now. And PBE almost got it. Can they land that shot? Oh, BTR now onto FaZe Clan. They gotta pray that they're okay.
For the side of Miller, he survived against BTR, against PB with that smoke up vehicle, only a couple of bullets away. But BTR did not save either. GE decided to ramp it in. And on the side of GE, they're winning over La Palm. PBE, on the other hand, have been gatekeeping and being the third party all day long. Yuhai saw what happened to his teammate. He can't do much. You have to give La Palm away towards the side of GE for now. While to reposition himself, open up their angles, they realized this might be a bit too much for them to handle as well. Because BTR happened to be in the center between 3 to 4 teams on top of this hill.
Oh, PERSIJA EVOS is out, but BTR could be the next one. If Satai and Yuhai don't do something, Zai shoots from afar onto Box Gaming. 10-2K on his knees at the moment. Now we move over to Yoodo Alliance at 7-9 with Flex knockdown, leaving Repo Boy alone.
Repo Boy down to only 2% HP, trying to call the shots against Semnon. He got the knock against Mikhail. Can they do it? Never mind. Valiant effort, close enough to clutch the entirety of Semnon down to only 2 players. But I have to say, Repo Boy still have to go down. 2 teams back-to-back being eliminated. We're down to 9 here with West Carey eyeing out against the side of BN United with a DP28 tapping out from afar. But BTR is brooding behind their back. Team Secret having the center of the circle with those elevation. We're not butting into this business that much. But GE, they are in trouble if they cannot get out of here.
Oh, here we go. GE still holding strong though, if you kind of think about it. They've been fighting back-to-back, and now they're fighting against Boss Gaming. But at the same time, they got to be careful. The shots on the high ground could land onto them. And we got Team Secret in the middle of the circle on that high ground, trying to steal away elimination points. GE, where are they going to go from here? We can see that they've been shot from multiple angles.
Oh, they're stuck right now in a corner. There's no way out for them except for advancing forward or cutting across box. They have to fight against box and BTI at the same time. There's no easy way to get in. But PBE now have to ham them down as well. And Alter Ego, on the other hand, are focusing on more towards the northern side, like we mentioned before. They got an entry, quite a clear entry into this side. And we do have the Gondola fight before this. They do love to play with that. Sam 9 now trying to stop Alter Ego from bridging in. But it's a bit too late. Can Depp clutch it out with those shotgun? Mika getting down on Alter Ego. Potato Rosemary, on the other hand, not being focused by these guys. Rosemary taking advantage from the back line, giving support fire and cover fire to a side of Sam 9. But Mikael with that DBS have the intention to finish things off in an instant. But the problem is the smoke is making them blinded. But Mikael can call the shot. Alva down. Only Rosemary left. Can he clutch for Alter Ego once more?
1v1 Mikael Rosemary, but Mikael super duper low right now, going up against Rosemary, and it's Rosemary. You will not deny him the point. Rosemary wins the 1v1 against Mikael.
Such a reliable player to call out the shots when it's needed. When it comes to 1v1 so far, Rosemary possibly one of the best out there to clutch things when it's critical. But on the side of PBE, they're playing a very slippery slope here. There's not much covers for them. The terrain is too flat and there's too many rocks. And Box, on the other hand, cannot take covers as well. They are in the same boat. One knock coming out from the side of Momboy. Momboy know always how to find the entry frag towards the other team. But Ghost kind of got himself in the corner, tuck it in. But the problem is, Momboy don't have the follow-up after that.
Oh, no follow-up, and backup is still behind. Now, Monboy, they're trying to save him though. Okay, popping out the smoke, but that also gives signal to Box Gaming that's like, okay, signal, it's time to go right now. Monboy on his knees, smoke popped out. They're probably going in for the revive, but Monboy taken out by Trongzin. Gosu, that is a low for wait! Gosu! Oh no! No! Not like this!
What a tragedy. I mean, everybody wants to die a heroic death, but not like that. Unfortunately, that's a limelight for the side of Gosu for now. But at least they still have their teammates to revive themselves. So we get to see Gosu a bit more longer. So Gosu, it's okay. Everybody have those kind of awkward moments sometime when things are too heated up. On the side of BN United, Max is going to reposition himself. Box managed to reset the entire crew. But Satar, coming out from BTR, he happens to be only a duo squad on the side of BTR here. Try to hide himself in the shack. They barely get into the circle because there's going to be another team waiting at the other end. If I'm not mistaken, there's going to be Team Secret. Now, Team Secret have a full squad. Back on the side of DBD. 1v1. Alter Ego play is just so good, especially Rosemary to have a 1v1. But every single person can pull it off from Alter Ego.
Well, Potato won that fight, and now he's trying to collect more points here by trying to take out Cool, who's just below him. On the outside circle, not going to be an issue. Yes, his other teammates inside of it as a marker. But for Boss Gaming, the next challenge, BTR goes to surprise!
Satar definitely got surprised there, but BTR Yuhai already there to give the aid. And the side of Satar, it's going to be okay because his teammate is there to help him. But Kwang, he didn't see this one coming for the side of BTR. If Kwang actually do push into the side of BTR, that's going to be the end of them. But the side of Kwang being interrupted, disrupted his flow by BN United. Max from the off angle, now giving a bit of a pressure on side of Box. Now that kind of indirectly saved BTR, or directly saved BTR from being smashed down entirely.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like, teams are just so close to each other. He got surprised there. Just like how Yuhai got surprised by range from PBE. One more to go, but they're not going to go in for the rush in just yet. Okay, instead, they're going to hold on to the high ground, tossing a nade into the shack. That nade should not land, but at least they have BTR pinned down.
We're down to 6 teams now. Porsche spot out Trongzin. Box is just being cornered all the way round. Doesn't matter, is it Trongzin or Soaz? Is it Trongzin or Kwang right now? But Soaz from BN United definitely being eliminated out of the equation. That's leaving BN United down to 3. We haven't seen the best of BN United like how we saw in the last week, where Soaz really was one of their limelight player. But Raimon coming out from PBE, they want to get the numbers up. They're down to 8 eliminations by now. They want to score a double digit. They've been playing the third party all day long, and they played with their strength. Box, at least this time, they scored themselves 3 eliminations, quite a number, decent amount of points. But PBE, they really want to go for those chicken.
Well, they also want to go for the elimination points because they got themselves 10 elimination points already. But the only team with the full squad right now is Team Secret with that peak of this hill. And still with Ahsoka at this moment. Let's see if stage 6 still favors them. If it does, then the Team Secret will have a good advantage of securing the chicken dinner. But the next challenge is probably going to be PBE as they're getting closer and closer to each other.
For Team Secret, they are in the dire need of the points. We're talking about 8 points across 8 to 7 maps by now. Not going to be enough for them to push themselves up there when it comes to getting into the grand finals. BN United be spotted out by Raimon, giving a bit of a first contact, a bit of greeting down there. But PBE is so good at playing third party here. It used to be XERXIA that's so brilliant playing as third party in week 1. PBE learns from the best. They know how to play just like XERXIA did. Now they imply it towards a lineup and they make it a better version of it. But BN United spot out Rosemary. The frag is gone for Alter Ego.
Oh, here we go. Alter Ego taken out of... Rosemary taken out of Alter Ego. That's going to be a big one for them. A big blow. BN United is still looking for ways to climb up to the high ground, but at least they're in the circle. The 2 members of Alter Ego left is on the other side, so they will be undisrupted for now. So the focus, I would say it's PBE and Team Secret. That will be the next big one.
Side of Alter Ego, they open up their angles here into 2 different angles entirely, down to 2 players. Fnatic and Potato, if I'm not mistaken, up there. Do have those elevations, but the circle will shift. It's going to be the last circle before we're heading into all blue zone later on. As per usual, this week, Stage 7 will remain with only 4 teams. Might be the last of this circle. BN United, Porsche. This is very dangerous. We saw how Gosu from Box Gaming slipped himself down there. So they're still playing around this very slippery slope on the side of a hill. On the side of BN United, on the southern side, at least their left and right is a bit too far within reach for their opponents. But Team Secret, they do have a full squad. But the problem is they are in the center and they got all the attention of all the teams. Porsche will want to try to bait out the rest of PB to give away their position. But PB not easily taking up the bait. They know how to play the patience game. They'll be showing off their perseverance when it comes to week number 2. And they will play quiet and just wait it out.
Well, as much as they want to play the patience game, they gotta pray that they get the stage 8 circle as well. We still got one more stage to go, ladies and gentlemen. Where will the circle be? Will it be a hardship towards the right where Alter Ego is at and minority teams are at? So looks like Team Secret still has the circle. This is gonna be huge for Team Secret with a full squad, with that high ground. This must be the moment for Team Secret.
It's all down to Play's mechanical skill here to close things up and how the IGL call the shots for the side of Team Secret. Because Fnatic slowly closing the distance. Potato as well fitting a different angle. They want those information. So everybody spreading out. But on the side of Team Secret, do they have any sort of infos what's happening on the other end? BN United will be the one that actually not having too much information right now, since they are playing around the side of the slope of a hill. PBE, they're fanning out. Definitely they knows what's going on the top of them. But Porsche, nobody willing to move. Everybody's still touching the rim of the circle, but the circle will be gone after this. This is gonna be the last stage here. It's make it or break it time for these guys.
Well, everyone's holding the trigger. Nobody's shooting for like the past minute. And that only means that it's going to be huge towards the end. I mean, we're talking about probably stage 9, and we still got like this 4 teams. It's going to be insane. It's going to be chaos soon. Potato starting off with a nade onto Max at the lower ground. That nade will not connect. He has 6 more frags, so he can definitely expand one. Not going to be an issue.
Feels like tense built up throughout the course of waiting for the last circle to finish off. Break, still waiting. Everybody's waiting for somebody to initiate something here. Nobody wants to pull the trigger, knowing the fact if you pull the trigger first, you're going to export the entirety of your team and it's going to be in jeopardy. But Ryan willing to take the courage anyhow. Potato start to lob all the nades down towards BN United. Break will reply. But it's kind of a different angle entirely. Difficult angle for the side of BN United to fire back with their mollies and their hand grenades. But BN United, they have to pick the poison here because they are limited amount of players. They're only down to 3. They have to deal with 2 teams at the same time.
Oh, stage 9, closing time. This is the time for all the teams to fight. We can see the gunfire happening. Fnatic now, he's kind of low. Break is trying to go up to the high ground. Drow gets Fnatic. And now Potato is the only man alive for Alter Ego. The nade from Break will break his spirit, taking out Alter Ego.
Now BN United, will they score and come back here stronger in week 2? Or will PBE just gonna bring back those chickens just like how they did yesterday? Might actually score a back-to-back the entire day here. Raimon reposition, getting in low grounds. Tried to shut down on BN United from the side, but he got clipped. Chugged down quite a number of damage being soaked in by those explosions on Raimon. Porsche spotted out Raimon, tosses it out in an instant, playing around the corners, ring around the Rosie, and he's down. That DBS make it work. BN United scores on 1. PBE down to 1 player. Team Secret start to open fire, but range giving them a bit of a surprise attack. How did Putra want to actually respond? A bit later for the follow coming from Team Secret. We're down to 2 teams.
Oh, BN United and Team Secret, could this be the moment for Team Secret to get the chicken dinner? Break is currently down on his knees. Putra behind the tree. He needs to win the fight. Zai's going to come in from an off angle. Break. No time for him to be revived by his teammates. But Max is just behind him. The nade from Max, where will it go? Will it land on the Putra? The nade will toss out the side of Putra. Putra will still survive this. Break will be taken out. Rise Zai shoots from off angle. And they're going to come in to finish up the job. Putra wraps around now with the DBS in hand. 2 more to go. Make that 1 as Team Secret finally gets the chicken dinner. And now they have a double-digit point.
Finally break through the ceiling this time, and the ceiling was a single digit before. This time they scored themselves minimum amount of 10 points, but plus minus with those elimination, definitely going to be more. They'll be hitting into the 20s for the overall ranking. When it comes to positioning in overall board, we have no clue did they budge from the 20th spot or not just yet. But this is the chicken that they direly need so much. They are desperate for the points to go up. They finally scored it.
Yeah, such a dire position for Team Secret to be in right now. Very much needed chicken dinner. After all the social media flag that I've seen, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are savage. At least this time Team Secret scores the chicken dinner. And we got REGUM as the MVP. 2 eliminations, 438 damage. The first time that he gets a chicken dinner, not only for himself in PMSL, but also his first in PMSL itself. Man. REGUM. Seen him for many years now. Glad to see him as the MVP here in the PMSL.
I just hope they start to find their footing on the side of Team Secret and just not their one-shot wonder like how they did last week. They need to keep this up. They need to maintain their consistency, knowing the fact, you know what, we saw how it's just so different for the side of PBE, Team Secret, even Box Gaming. It's the same sort of problem they were facing before this. It's too much engagement in the early of the map that kind of dragged them all the way down. So it's good for them to stay low, stay quiet until when the fight really matters, they start to open fire. They didn't even travel as much because the circle was there since the start.
Yeah, basically doing what PBE did yesterday. Stay still, stay chill, and only show up towards the end. And if that works, get the chicken dinner, but not many elimination points, that's absolutely fine. And Team Secret can try to repeat that again and get like 2 chicken dinners, just like what PBE did yesterday. At least they give themselves a fighting chance of getting into the grand finals.
That's kind of true. But I'm definitely devastated for the side of Box. They didn't even secure that chicken. Close enough. PBE, it was, again, I have to say, it was a really good run from them. They have been very consistent since yesterday, even though the first match of the day and the previous one wasn't so great for PBE. But at least they came back halfway through before we heading into our break later on. But XERXIA, on the other hand, I feel like XERXIA used to be one of the best team in week number 1 at playing as a third party. But their strategy being taken away and being used by PBE right now. And PBE make it even better with the numbers going up as well. But XERXIA, I feel like they start to lose their footing and their momentum from week number 1. They're nowhere here in week 2.
Yeah, it's the reminiscence of a point from the last PMSL. XERXIA is even at the point that they even put their coach Die Hard to be playing. Not to say Die Hard is not a good player. He is a good player, and I like him during the preseason a lot. And for him to be playing as part of the main lineup now, it just shows that XERXIA, they will do anything to try to change their fate right now. I mean, at least if they're in the middle here, they're in the middle last week, very likely we'll see them in grand finals, but it's also about trying to get the championship for XERXIA.
Slowly but surely, coming up from the side of Team Secret, is okay with 5 elimination points, but one step at a time. That 10 placement points from that chicken will push their numbers up to around 23 in total for when it comes to the scoreboard, or maybe 24. BN United now rising back up the occasion, where they are coming back here this time. Last week they were number 1, but they came from behind in week 1. So is this the right timing again for them to start to push up the numbers?
Ooh, we'll need to see the overall numbers now. Okay. Where is Team Secret? Up. Okay, still at number 20, but okay, like what you say, right? Okay, at least it's a start. Okay, who knows? Next round they can get another one, just like a PBE yesterday, and they will overtake some of the teams at least. But at least they got the chicken dinner still. So Team Secret, still something to celebrate. On the other end, Yoodo Alliance, because they didn't get that many points, they are still at number 2. But only 1 round is needed for Yoodo Alliance to go up to number 1, overtake RRQ.
But also when it comes to the top 5 or top 6 overall just now, we do have a tie between the 4th and 5th place at 89 points, including PERSIJA, EVOS down there. But we do know PERSIJA, I think PERSIJA is playing here today, yeah. But at the same time, it's such a close range, the margin is too small for the teams even on the first page. We don't know how much these teams want to get 20 points, if possible, every single week. So their grand finals, they do have the advantage of the bonus point. But we do know for a fact, Cloud, last time we saw even in PMPL wildcard, even in the PMSL, some teams do have the lead when it comes to getting those scores quite high in the grand finals. Doesn't mean they will get the grand final trophy.
Yeah, it's because in the wildcard, it's only GE and no one else. I wouldn't say no one else, but GE is just way
Hey,
up there.
YG Monet was still there. I mean, like, you have to give it to YG too.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, but points are collected through teams, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, it is the team itself. And I'm just speaking only in the wildcard series. Now, of course, he has joined them in the PMSL, and I'm sure there's a reason why they take him. And we can see the contribution from Mernet for GE this time. And of course, as a team overall, they've been doing really well.
I wish they would actually fix the lineup for the side of GE. Just let Monet just stay in there. Unless it's being loaned by the side of YG, then I might be slightly disappointed, because I have a feeling it's just recently they're being kind of put up in a lineup when it comes to this GE performance. If they have a bit more longer time, maybe they can be better than that.
Well, it is a loan, by the way. So, well, of course, loans can turn into permanent transfer. We don't know yet. We need to wait until at least the PMSL ends. But we will also need to wait before we know the rest of the results for today. 3 more games to go. We'll be heading on to a Margaret break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together.
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my one. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're currently tuning in to the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2023. You're joining together with me, Flavor, and we're back with yet another session of interview before we kickstart our next match. And of course, this time around, we're joined by Rizai from Team Secret, which they have received just won themselves a winner chicken dinner. Congratulations to you and your team and leading the team to victory. Now, of course, can you share with us what actually happened in that last few moments going up against BN in that last circle? Tahniah diucapkan kepada Raizai atas kemenangan winner chicken dinner kepada anda dan juga kepada team member daripada pasukan Team Secret. Jadi boleh tak share kongsi kepada kita apa yang berlaku di dalam detik-detik akhir berlawan dengan pasukan BN di circle yang terakhir?
Tadi situation tadi kita orang ada 3 team. Kita orang the only one yang team dalam circle. So kita orang tak sure berapa orang lagi BN, tapi kita orang before clear the BN, kita orang clear the Alter Ego and PBE. So bila after the clear tu, kita orang dah clear antara dua team tu, kita orang try to punish the last team.
So basically what Raizai mentioned is that actually himself as a team were unsure on the amount of people who are actually still around within the circle itself. So basically they actually punished the first 2 teams before proceed on to actually punish BN in that final last circle as well. So basically that was very fruitful. Your team managed to actually get winner chicken dinner. Now, let's be realistic. Now, Team Secret, you guys didn't have a really good run last week, and this time about, you're trying to have a much more convincing performance here on day number 3. Now, what were the difficulties and the challenges that you guys faced during last week as well as this week? And did you manage to resolve these challenges or issues that you and your team are facing in the competition? Jadi, Raizai, kita tahu bahawa Team Secret punya performance pun kurang baik di mana pada minggu lepas pun dari segi standing kurang baik, dan pada kali ini walaupun berjaya mendapat chicken dinner, ramai ingin tahu apakah challenges yang sedang dihadapi oleh pemain-pemain Team Secret dan sudahkah anda menyelesaikan atau memperbaiki situasi yang sedang dilalui oleh pasukan Team Secret kali ini?
Okay, untuk week ni kita orang baru realise untuk sebab apa daripada semalam lah. So kira hari ni kita orang dah fix our problem daripada first week. So bila dapat winner chicken dinner tu, kita orang dah kira macam dah perasan benda tu daripada awal kan. So winner chicken dinner ni kira macam bounce back kita orang ah. So bagi saya kita orang dah fix lah semua benda.
So basically what Raizai mentioned is that they actually managed to identify the issues that they are currently facing as a team yesterday. And yes, they have tried to actually address these issues and managed to fix them and be able to actually, translate it into a winner chicken dinner today. So basically that was the response coming from Raizai. Now last but not least, now I believe that there are a lot of people out there who's also supporting Team Secret here from afar who's not able to join us. Is there anything that you would like to share together with your fans as well as your communities who are supporting you? Jadi Raizai, saya percaya bahawa ada di luar sana fans-fans Team Secret yang sedang menyokong daripada jauh daripada rumah dan juga di mana juga mereka berada untuk pasukan Team Secret. Jadi ada tak kata-kata on behalf of Team Secret yang Raizai ingin sampaikan kepada mereka?
Okay, kepada semua fans Team Secret, saya tahu ada certain fans yang tak yakin dengan performance kita orang dengan kita orang sendiri, sebab kita orang pun daripada underdog yang kira macam player yang tak dikenali. So korang still support je lah, saya boleh minta kan, sebab saya tahu kita orang punya performance ni agak teruk kan. So siapa yang sentiasa menyupport tu, keep doing lah.
Right. So basically what Raizai mentioned is that yes, he does admit that a lot of fans out there are quite not convinced of Team Secret's performance at the current moment. And of course, in addition to all that as well, there are some unfamiliar faces and names who is actually fighting under the banner of Team Secret. But nevertheless, do not stop supporting Team Secret as they're going to be giving their level best for the community as well as the fans. And of course, thank you so much, Raizai. That is all from me here. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few short moments, we're going to be kickstarting round number 4. We have 3 more matches to go happening here at day number 3, week number 2 of the PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2023.
I really wish Flavor actually asked one more question, which was, with only 4 players, there's no additional subs into what they have for Team Secret. What is the real plan if things not getting well for the team as well?
Well, he didn't really explain in detail, but he just said in general, like, oh, we realized what was wrong and they somehow changed something and then now they feel a little bit better. But if I were to see from an observer's perspective, I think what they changed is that basically they know that when they take early fights, their success rate is kind of low. So instead of like trying to take early fights, they try to avoid those fights and they come in a little bit later. Basically, it's what PBE did yesterday. And if that works out for them to collect the points, why not? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you play. You can play aggressive, you can play passive. It's fine as long as you got the points on the board.
Whatever works for the team to actually push themselves for the grand finals here, because when it comes to getting the points, that's the priority for Team Secret right now, one step at a time. I'm glad they realize and try to rectify their mistake in the middle of the week instead of too late. But when it comes to head-to-head, this is an interesting matchup where we have between PBE, PLAYBOOK Esports, Raimon, and Alter Ego Rosemary.
Wow, Raimon has been with the team for a while, and now he's up here, put out against Rosemary, the carry of Alter Ego. This is a very interesting stat. Of course, if you're being pitted to like someone like Rosemary, you would kind of expect like most of the stats to favor the Rosemary. One elimination more, a little bit more damage, but at the end, but it is still about the total points collected. PBE, at least from the previous round, they're not too bad. They still survived long enough, and they picked up a good amount of eliminations along the way.
Yesterday has been a lot of red and white org actually winning over when it comes to chicken dinner. Today has been a lot of one color team, like Vampires orange, and we have Team Secret, which is white right now. But when it comes to you guys, definitely you have to lend your hands on towards this exclusive first ever PMSL skin Dream Chaser.
And you guys should get this because everyone plays PUBG Mobile. While you play, reward yourself with a new beach and pool party themed Royal Pass that's only available for a limited amount of time up until 13th of September. Get it while it lasts.
Speaking of Drive the Power, Aston Martin with this exclusive color scheme also available for you guys up to the 13th of September. We didn't mention about colorblind before, and our director as well, who is doing the show for us right now, our production team, one of them actually colorblind as well. And I'm sorry for you guys, I actually have to go through that, but they do exist these days, the colorblind spectacles that can actually make a life changer for people that never able to see greens and red before. And you guys should just try to search it out in any videos out there. The first impression when they actually do see the colors, it was priceless.
Yeah, I think I saw some of those sort of videos before. Although I haven't seen it so like in front of me, like if I go to an optical store, I don't see it yet, but maybe it's something of a special request. So if any of you do try that out, I would like to find out as well how your experience is. You can also tag us in social media, whether if you happen to make content out of it, or you can share a little bit of experience. I definitely would like to find out like how it is like to wear those sort of spectacles or those sort of glasses. But for Team Secret, they have finally felt how it feels like to get the chicken dinner this week. They'll be looking to get one. The only team that has not felt how it is to get the chicken dinner is Box Gaming.
I mean, like Secret, even though they are amongst the very bottom, hitting rock bottom basically, still they have a taste of 2 chickens at least once a week coming up from Box. They got the whiff, just the whiff, but the taste not there yet. But Sam9 haven't been doing so great today. Yoodo Alliance on the other hand have been remarkable. But GE has been pushing himself up. So far we do have a lot of ties winning over the first 2 chickens there, with Team Secret squeezing into the 3rd chicken of the day. Now, will we get a lot of team ties going again? Because I miss Z, and I have a feeling XERXIA want to bump up their gameplay here with the swap of Dayard and Z.
Yeah, the last we saw them, they were at number 10, and the points are very, very close. And if they can do well, they could go up to even potentially a top 3 if they can score big in the next round. So us back in the lineup, and Coach Diehard is going to take a break this time. He's played the last 3 games with XERXIA, okay-ish performance. But because XERXIA has set the benchmark of like being one of the strong firepower teams, especially during the start of last week. I'm sure the fans would expect a lot more from a team like XERXIA.
Feels like they are playing it quite slower compared to all the others. We have Link swapping in with Luxy. He is back here. I love to stare at the camera. It's like you challenge me to blink or not, or maybe just will I move away first. He just pull this off every single time. But on the side of GEEK fam, it haven't been their week as well. We haven't seen the best of them. I miss the top Terminator damn route by now.
Well, he's making an origami. I was like, okay, what's he doing there? Oh, he's doing an origami. Okay. I mean, relieving themselves from the pressure of the next round. Just like for GE, they are relieving one of their players to let their MVP player in, which is Ichi, to be coming in the next Erangel map. Box Gaming, no changes for them, despite them not really performing, looking to hopefully break that wall. But Yoodo Alliance reintroduced the very popular player, Voki, back in the lineup.
Interesting. I feel like Yoodo Alliance don't necessarily need it to actually change swap in their lineup so far. Because I do personally, for me personally, I talk from my own experience here, I do prefer Olio actually playing and just stay as they were just now, because it feels like they are stronger and more better when it comes to dynamic. But maybe they have a different strategy coming in, because we'll be heading into Miramar later on. Shirty as will be swapped in and out with Lobby now. This is going to be another swap. Major swaps happening here.
Oh yeah. So that means with this starting in, looks like it's going to be BR11 still playing. I mean, he got the MVP today, so he definitely warrants himself to be staying in the lineup. And for the Infinity, they already scored themselves a chicken dinner today. But because of their previous round wasn't so hard, they got pushed down to a number 16 spot. And they are just by the border of the bottom 4. Not a place that any team wants to be in. So I can kind of understand why they make that swap as well.
Hopefully swaps actually plays and make it better for the team instead of the other way around. It's all down to how the team dynamic change after this. And it's all down to the coaches whether they call the right shot or not. But nonetheless, we're heading to our last Erangel map of the day, which is going to be the third Erangel. And so far, not many teams. I don't feel like we have any dominating teams on top of Erangel just yet. Maybe when it comes to the final week, we get to see that. But so far, it feels like an equal battleground for every single team out there.
Yeah, you're going to start off, of course, with a clean slate in the next round. So everyone has their own chance of how they want to play the game, how they want to collect points, and so on and so forth. So it's going to start back again. And plus, it's a restart after the break. They'll definitely have time to talk things through, reset their minds, and see what changes in the next round, especially PBE and Team Secret. Are they going to remain passive, which worked out for them, or are they going to do something unpredictable and change their playstyle to be a little bit more aggressive?
It's all down to the IGL. It's all down to the coach that they do have some very small time to actually rediscuss what they plan to do for the next map here. But on the side of BTR, definitely they are gears up, ready to go. Gen Force is playing still. Box Gaming, can they finally score those chicken? We've been waiting for them for the longest time. Please let Cloud change the prediction instead of all Box Gaming being called out. We're calling Box Gaming to go for those chicken. Give them once for this last Erangel. Buckle up, we're heading into Erangel.
I like how Kwang actually frowned towards the end earlier on. It's like, dude, get yourself together. We're starting the game as we head on to Erangel. And it's going to be another south side flight path from the left to the right where Novo is at. So to go up the shooting range is going to take a bit. That also means that Vampire Esports might go back to Primos again, just like earlier on, instead of going to North Jogopol. But even though with this sort of similar flight path, we still see that PBE still takes Severny. So there is a potential they might go there. They just need to try to evade other teams as they collect the vehicles to drive up to the northern side, hoping to not get an early clash because they're definitely not fans of it.
Speaking of clash, it will be depending on the side of the circle will be shifted over through. And so far we had early on we had Northern Circle, and then we had around Milta and Shelter Circle. Right on top of this fight path, if the circle happened to be there as well, well, the clashes will be a bit later, but it will be a major clash because we do know fourth stage will be a lot of teams trying to take each other out. Our first contact made on the side of DBD firing against Team Secret. FaZe happened to be passing by, but a lot of them giving a lot of warning shot. And as we mentioned, and just hope it will not be, happens to be it's going to be SMB Circle this time.
Okay, here we go. SMB. Yoodo Alliance don't really have good memories of SMB Circle. Last time this kind of circle happened, they got eliminated very early from a bridge camp by BN United on the right. So hopefully this time around they'll be able to find a way to get through. Boom will be happy to not be playing this circle because they're not fans of it as well. The last time this circle happened, they got caught out like nobody's business. So now it's down to the teams that are playing, especially those who like to drop a little bit further than the middle section of the map to find their right timing, to find a way into the military base.
Now, I assume there'll be a lot of teams who will try to find the boat as early as possible, including Vampires there, because they are right on top of Primos. There might be a boat lying around somewhere up there. But Infinity, this is their advantage. This is the time for them to actually score the chicken again, because it is their circle. BN United as well, given the opportunity. But they need to be fast on the side of Infinity. BN United as well, they know for a fact a lot of team will come in early. So they have to loot up quite early, make sure the coastline is clear, have somebody to go over the south and northern side, because they do know a lot of team will have to pass through this bridge. They will try to choke them out, and BTR is one of them.
Yeah, BTR, who normally drops in the area of Milta, made a quick swoop to the military base island, and BN United was ready to take out one of them, but the other person escaped. I believe it was Keenan, so he'll be on a clear now. But for the other two members of BTR, we don't get a visual yet. Maybe they're still in Milta.
For Milta side, I mean, like, they can take their time. If they want to go boat ride from Milta all the way down south towards SMB southern side, that's going to be one of the most popular choices as well for the teams that do drop themselves around the coastline. But if Infinity being smart about it, they will try to camp themselves or gatekeep around the coastline area on the southern side, because that's where a lot of teams will have the idea we don't want to go through the bridges, we want to go through straight into the southern side, and then we came in from the back. And if that's the case, if Infinity can have 10 steps ahead than these teams who try to get themselves on the southern side, they can get a huge amount of volume of kills from that on.
Yeah, based on the trend though, not many teams went there. They still, most of them through the bridge. And this is where the Infinity decides to be at. They got one out of GEEK fam. 3 more to go. Can they get a second one? Looks like Mika's kind of stuck. Mika will be the next one to go down. Damn rude as well. GEEK fam. Just like that.
Oh boy. That's too early. It was less than 5 minutes into the game, they're gone. It's just too fast. And this is where BTR being gatekept early on by BN United. Feels like the same fate here going through again for the side of GEEK fam, exactly as it is. And Infinity and BN United, this is definitely their game to play. Infinity got it over that choke point on top of that bridge, but right now they need to have a bit of a refresher. They need to have their resources replenished, because they are running low when it comes to those number of ammunition. The market is not there, but they will still try to stop teams and try to choke them out on top of this bridge. Nobody guarding over towards the coastline of southern side. I'm not sure how about BN United. Will they go over the bridge as well? Just how Infinity gatekeeping this side.
They got Jimmy OP, but unfortunately they couldn't finish up the job. So Jimmy OP will be revived. For DVD, they have to do it quick before other teams come by. Yoodo Alliance doing something different. So they are not taking the bridge at all after the last time they did that. BN United caught them off. And with the elimination V, they probably saw that, okay, BN United got one member of BTR. So they sure that, okay, BN United is doing the bridge camp again. So instead of forcing their way through the bridge, they took the boat instead, which is good alertness decision making by Yoodo Alliance.
We should assume a lot of teams try to get into the boat area. And it's a good call if you get in way early, because if you're late into this, definitely it's going to be tough for the team that's came in late. BTR, as per usual, I mean, like, we assume it's going to happen. But the others, how do they decide? Because there's no way going to go back to its main peninsula since the circle just heavily on top of SMB entirely of it. I mean, there's some part of farm still comprises of part of it, but it's like 80% of SMB by now. I'm not sure if all the teams still want to consider the main island to be, the mainland to be the option. It's an option still, if the circle just shifted north after this.
Yeah, I guess some of them are just rolling the dice and hoping that the circle does somehow move up to the main peninsula. But this kind of circle is very, very unlikely. If it does, then, well, somebody got to buy numbers. It's Team Secret Alter Ego doing just that. Or maybe it's either that they're really hoping that the circle goes up for some reason, whereby the possibility is low, or they're just taking the time because they know that they're making this later rotation. There could be other teams at the bridge, so they don't want to just zoom past by with the thought that there could be other teams on the other side.
Secret decided to just wait at the other end of the bridge. Rosemary definitely see push her through. Got respawn from the side of Team Secret. They fired back on Rosemary, the Bison. Zeral. A DBS and a Bison. I mean, like, if you go for long fights, it's going to be tough. PERSIJA EVOS, on the other hand, take the blues and same goes for Box Gaming. They know for a fact they're a bit too far. Maybe that's why they're taking their own sweet time down there. I think a PBE and FaZe as well, dropping themselves on the left side of a map here. Just towards the side of hospital. I'm not sure where they're at right now. But definitely they cannot get into way earlier than the rest of them. Might as well just take their own sweet time to loot up from the side of hospital in Jungle Pool. But Sam9 hoping to get somebody out of it, and it's going to be PBE. BTR spotted them out. Lapar, he is hungry.
Well, the moment you mentioned PBE, you got your answer. They tried to make a rotation by the boat. They managed to land, so they're okay for now. They should have enough time to reset Monboy because Sata is still on his way and he doesn't have a clear shot yet. Yuhai is going to come in from the other side. Okay, Sata's in the water to gather information. And like what you said, some of the teams take the south side of military base, and that happens to be BTR going straight there. PBE is there. XERXIA as well, but they're on the other side.
But the circle still kind of split into two sides here. Barely actually touching around the farm. Just Alter Ego decided, you know what? We don't want to go down SMB straight off the bat. There might be a shot here. It's going to be against the odds, but there's still a shot somewhere, somehow. But BTR, on the other hand, tried to stop PBE from coming in. While inside of Rhymo and Monboy, they have a bit of a diving to be done. Satabi caught off guard. He turned his back. That's where Range shoots him down. Yuha will try to respond, spot out Range. Tried to take it out. A bit too late now. Satabi finished off. But Range being super sneaky. So slick with his movement. So hot for BTR to pin him down.
Well, we're now down to Lapar and Yuhai. But at the same time, Team Secret has a battle of their own, going up against FaZe Clan, defending the bridge, stopping FaZe Clan from coming in, and Team Secret with the lighthouse. Good place to be in, considering D-Xavier is not here. That's normally their checkpoint. FaZe Clan now charging in from the lower ground. Rizai caught Momon, was trying to skip away, so he was secured that elimination point in the pocket, and he's looking for more. Next is probably going to be Mela.
But that was not the explosion that he needs to actually have to face again. His own grenade having to be tossed it back from the tree. But Alton Putra, some problems down there. Halton, this is the perfect timing for him to open fire. Nobody coming up from FaZe actually spotted him out just yet. They need the cover fire from the side of Elton. But he's a bit too hesitant. A bit too late now. Mela is open up for him to actually shoot it down. Onzen with the DBS trying to turn teams over on the side. And he clutched it. Onzen might actually score 3. Can he actually do it?
Onzen! Oh, he got another one. Okay, he's now super duper low. But Helton's on this way. Onzen should be able to get his health back to 80%. Helton with an AK in hand versus a DBS in the hands of Onzen's. Now Revive coming in. Onzen doesn't know. Onzen's taking his time. Rizai moving back up on his 2 feet. But Onzen has arrived. Okay, Onzen's here. He gets one more to go. Could this be a clutch from Onzen? Can he do it? Yes, he will! Onzen's the hero of FaZe Clan. and he will save Mela at the same time.
That was hard to watch, really. For me personally, I feel like Helton got so much opportunity in that very moment. This is where we talked about how important it is, how pivotal the role of a flanker is to give the support fire, or just go for the blind spot, blind angle, off angle, whatever you want to call it, to give the pressure out. And Helton was a bit too late. I mean, what's done is done and cannot be reversed at this state, even though Team Secret just won us of that chicken. But when it comes to the circle, it's really a tough call here. GE hanging on to as a mainland still. Alter Ego in between, swimming over to this side. It's taking a hat on cross over towards GE and maybe Yoodo Alliance waiting at the other end. But Potato will be fished out here by the end of the day. Manet having a fun time tapping out there.
Well, a little bit on the point of Team Secret, this is what we also talked about, right? If it's like early fights, early clashes, the ratio of winning is very low. And again, this adds to the stats of another loss in an early fight for Team Secret. Not the strat that they're comfortable with for sure. PBE, also one of the teams that's not a fan of early fights, but now at least they're on equal terms with BTR. It's just that both teams tanking the blue. It could be a lose-lose situation.
Oh, GE spreading out, but Alva being sneaky. Yeah, he definitely will be so important. If Alter Ego Alva can do this, it's a big win. The only one that's stopping is Alter Ego. It's gonna be GE, and he got one. Can Alva get a 2? That information coming out from Manet. He said it's from the back. Zai immediately switch over. He stole their vehicle. He stole it away. Drive it down. Oh, Alva, what a James Bond moment.
Oh, okay. But you know what? That will catch him out in the open. Okay, we got to see the replay again. Onzen, 1 tap, 2 tap. This one took a bit more time, but he got it at the end of the day. Look at the life of Onzen. Like one last tick of help, but he still got it. And he went in straight up without hesitation to take out the final member of Team Secret. Onzen's, man, such an important player for FaZe Clan.
I agree. But side of FaZe, due to that, the entire team almost obliterated, leaving only Onzen's alone to deal with whatever left for the entire team. Eyes in, this guy never fails on the side of DBD. He played remarkably well. But when it comes to when it matters, can they clutch it out? BN United gatekeeping Sam9 is going to be the choke point on top of this bridge. Porsche, Max breaking so well, make it so difficult, such a hindrance for Sam9. Next victim is going to be Box. Oh boy, BN United, they can celebrate. It's Thanksgiving Day for them.
Oh, but the blue is on top of all these teams though. BN United, they got to do this quick if they want to celebrate the Thanksgiving with the chicken dinner, not with the turkey. But on the other side, mini screen, looks like PBE losing the plot against BTR. Or maybe it's still a 50-50. But for BN United, they are now leaving the area. They should be fine. I guess they know that it's just too much time in the blue now.
PBE down to Monboy. It's against BTR versus PBE now, each other out. UI, mano to mano, speaks out, slam dunk. It's going to be UI dunking over the side of PBE. Oh man, what a nice when it comes to a classic Mexican fight down there. But BN United, Box Gaming and Sam9. BN United realized we get into the inner circle first, into the safe zone. We just keep them from there on. It's not worth investing to overstay themselves here because Sam9 and both Box Gaming might actually lose this, but Box spotted Agosu. Box actually knocked down on one of the BN United players from afar. Well, Box, even though they won the fight, but it's not the fight they want to have. It's not worth to overstay themselves here. It's stage 5 in less than 30 seconds.
Well, at least they have some time because the circle needs to close. I wonder if that will be enough to help anyway. Because Sam9, Mikhail's still not leaving the spot yet. I don't see a vehicle though. So he's on foot. Okay, there's a buggy on the left, but it's a little bit open. Oh, he's being tapped from behind. Strongzen got him the moment he turned his back on Box Gaming. And now it's time for Box Gaming to zoom into the safe zone.
Super sharp eyes coming out from Trongzen, but BTR eliminated next. I assume Box still inside of the blue zone phase. Not sure what's happening. But I feel like it's Onzen's the last player on FaZe. Lasted long enough by himself. He did so much work already. This got himself a 4. It will not go empty-handed here. But for the side of GE, spotted PERSIJA EVOS. There's also a 1 PBE player, if I'm not mistaken, or Alter Ego player. It's actually Alter Ego player on their left side. So have to be aware about GE. They might actually be caught off guard if that one particular Alter Ego player will happen to be jumping up down there.
3 teams just next to each other. Okay. And 2 of them don't really have to circle. And that's GE as well as PERSIJA EVOS. Man. And we're talking about like stage 4 to stage 5, right? So one first aid on the hands of Zai definitely not going to be good enough for him to tank out the blue. I wonder his teammates, how stocked up are they? But anyway, they still need to win the fight against PERSIJA EVOS before they go in.
XERXIA jump down, pull over, find himself some shots going on. BN United right beneath him. Side of PERSIJA EVOS, Alva, Alter Ego. I'm not sure where are the rest of Alter Ego. They do have a full squad still. They are swimming in the river, if I'm not mistaken. Last time we saw them, Misery will be put out of his misery with Zai hand grenade toss over multiple times. AKM in his hands to try to finish off the job here. Luxy tapping it out. PERSIJA EVOS, 2-man knockdown, but it's Rapface and Luxy. These 2 monsters are just not stoppable right now. They are craving for eliminations. They're gonna go for it.
Well, Redface got to do it fast because the blue is right now on top of him. Luxy is on the other side with an M4 together with a Mini 14 that he can swap over to, but he's focusing on his M4 for now. With the focus on the GE, I wonder how they're going to cancel out each other. And now Redface tries to get the final member of GE that's still active at this point. It's going to be EG shooting from the back. EG down. Oh, there's one more to go. But now the zone has arrived and we are stage 5 in 3 more seconds. This is where it will hurt.
Speaking of hurting, there's a lot of teams taking the blue zone here. Yoodo Alliance, GE, PERSIJA, EVOS, XERXIA. Well, they're definitely hurting and crying at their receiving end because nobody can stop the blue zone for hurting them off. GE, Matsu Smile got finished off by the play zone. That's going to be the last of it. Placing themselves at 9 plays with 2 eliminations. By the side of Yoodo Alliance, they can revive. They still have a 4. Vampires down to trio. Infinity down to trio. DBD's in a full scope alongside with Alter Ego. And speaking of Alter Ego, Alva gonna swim over and cross over to the other side. PERSIJA EVOS on the other hand. Rapface getting out the blues and his one difficult mission. To swim over is another challenge.
Yeah, and there could be a challenge of teams waiting on the other side. The last we saw by the bay, Yoodo Alliance was somewhat there, and now we have visual. Alter Ego is there, waiting to be fishermen, waiting for teams to get close by. But DVD is coming by as well, so they're taking the elevation. Alter Ego with Potato shooting at DBD, that will reveal his position. So now they have information that someone's there that they need to take care of.
8 teams, some of them got themselves some compound to take covers, but most of them are struggling just to dock themselves at the coastline here. Tapping it out, DVD Echo running low when it comes to the bullets. Jimmy OP took 100 over. Rosemary will respond, giving a bit of a spray towards the side of DBD back. But DBD tried to wrap them around, trying to go at different angles entirely. But it's going to be tough because it's not just one team they have to fight against for the side of DBD. There's going to be 3 of them in total. That's including Infinity in the center as well.
The good news for DBD is that they have a full squad. The only team to still have a full squad as of now. That's for the side of DBD. But bad news for PERSIJA EVOS. This is what we kind of expected. Alter Ego is waiting for them to dock themselves at this beach. Potato being shot at from the other side. Okay, there's a clear shot onto Redface now. Redface knocked down. 1 more to go for PERSIJA.
Alter Ego eyeing out on Luxy. PERSIJA EVOS, not just their swimming knockdown. Many eyes onto them. And Alter Ego already opened up 2 angles to just heavily guarding PERSIJA EVOS from. They take a breather, they're gone. Redface down to 1 HP down there. Finally being knocked out by Rosemary. We're now down to Luxy to save his mate. But the problem is, it's not a clear coastline at all. We're talking about another team marching up this side. Yoodo Alliance have their eyes onto this as well. The open fire, the bullet shots by the side of Alter Ego distracted Yoodo Alliance to hover the crosshair on this angle. Rosemary being smart, they're all playing inside of the shack. So knowing that it might be attracting to some teams out there, Yoodo Alliance couldn't actually force them out still, but they started taking 5 shots open. Here comes the revival. Here comes the reset coming out from the side of PERSIJA. EVOS diving into the sea, but on the side of box, down to TN2K.
Revive is the only thing that PERSIJA EVOS can do now. The moment they knock themselves, they could possibly be shot at again. Yoodo Alliance coming into the circle, and they should have a view of the beach as well if they want to go fishing. But Yoodo Alliance, they are kind of comfortable on the right. You can see majority of the teams on the left, in which DBD is still the furthest team on the left side, trying to get into the circle. And yeah, Yoodo Alliance in the position to go fishing. So one more to go. It's going to be Luxy still in the water.
Rosemary definitely have his eyes targeted lock onto the side of PERSIJA EVOS. There's no easy way entry for the side of PERSIJA right now. Yoodo Alliance also have their interest over that side. But on the side of Alter Ego, they have to divide to conquer here, because DBD just arrived their vehicles making audio queue, giving a green light to his Alter Ego, knowing the fact they cannot overstay themselves here any longer. But Infinity is just on the outskirts, where Alter Ego are having a bit of a cover in the shack. But on the side of Box Gaming, they cannot have the taste of a chicken just yet. TN2K will do whatever it takes to just survive longer, but not the chicken at this state. Maybe if the odds against him, like he got himself a bit of a lucky day, maybe today's the day for him to actually maybe get that one chicken within himself, TN2K. But for Rosemary, Alva's down Jimmy OP is a green light. They have a go. Alva exchange. DBD and Alter Ego have a bit of trading.
Nice flick by Echo to knock down Alva. Now they only need to focus into the teams that's already in the circle. Going to go in for the crash in, but Potato defended his ground to get away with Rosemary. Jen will be the one to be taken out. Yoodo Alliance monitoring the situation, looking to see if they can take advantage of it.
Izane want to finish off what he knocks down before with the rest of DBD, but the problem is the smokes will block their vision for now. But Isaac caught Alva. He got it easy and smooth. But on the side of DBD, can they pick Jimmy OP up? That's going to be the last player. It's down to Izane to do everything he can for the sake of DBD. Whilst on Alter Ego, they still have Rosemary and Potato back in the shack. They go.
They're going to play a little bit safer this time because a lot of eyes onto them, including Yoodo Alliance on the other side. And TN2K representing Box Gaming taken out. So they'll bow on number 7 with 4 elimination points. Yoodo Alliance, okay, there's still Luxy there though. Okay, Adelu changing his attention to Luxy. He knows that Luxy will not be a big threat for now. So he can put a little bit more attention onto Alter Ego while still keeping one eye onto Luxy.
Izane being cautious. Rapper Boy and the rest of Yoodo Alliance definitely want the target out. But we do have 6 teams in stage 6 this time, way earlier, due to the bizarre circle just comprised a lot of SMB entirely, with the flight path also on top of SMB early on. None of the team do have a full squad going on. PERSIJA EVOS and DBD only remain with solo play. Vampires and Infinity Singers for Yoodo Alliance remain with a trio. Lobby X, Amstar and Bear try to open up the angle, maybe try to feed off information whatever they can. But the Blues start to shrink even further. Here comes the call of the circle. 2 of them being favored. The biggest one, Infinity.
Oh, but Luxy made his way onto the shore. Yoodo Alliance let him go. Now, if he backs up Yoodo Alliance, there will be big drama. My goodness, but Luxy is still on the outside of the circle. Okay, we change our attention to the southern side instead now. Vampire Esports is here with 4 eliminations in the bag, and they are so far in the clear. They just need to make the right decision, probably clear off a team at water size before coming in, or even better, taking their position.
Sprays pressured by the side of Rosemary. And then it's going to be them trying to slowly, one step at a time with the shack with what they have. DBD being eliminated. Lasted long enough with the small shack coming out from the side of Alter Ego. But for the side of DBD, Isaac couldn't hold much longer. Vampires on the other end. Try to just gather some information. Where are the other teams? We heard those gunfires before, but we cannot visualize them in this POV, in this angle, because they are on the other side of a hill here. So for the side of Empires, like, they have to climb up and hike up, but the problem is it's going to be an open field up there. They will be spotted out. Yoodo Alliance, same case for Yoodo Alliance, will spot them out. Who sprays first? Who got themselves a fastest reaction? That's the bigger question.
Oh yeah, if we talk about fast reaction, definitely these two teams have been utilized and Vampire Esports. Voki shoots from the side, knocking down Tony K. The main fragger, but Shreps is there. He knows exactly where Voki is at. They will force Voki to move. Tries to get a clear shot. Voki knocked down.
Shrubs reviving one of his teammates. It's going to be Tony K. They need him to be alive. Stone tried to open up the angle just to give a bit more extra space for the rest of Reset. He got himself Voki. And now Vampires dominating over for 5 eliminations. Still working as a trio. Tony K being revived and reset. Repo managed to reset himself as well. I think, look, we're fired. They toss all the nades up. But shots on the ground. I think, look, slid off that remains. Tony K, he got reset. Can he try to redeem his knockdown before and just give back what his teams helped him before as well?
Okay, they need to come back for Yoodo Alliance against Vampire Esports. But the Infinity is coming closer and closer. The circle shifted away from them. Martin Luke knocked down by Tony K. Tony K, the last man alive for Vampire Esports, going up against Red Bull Boy 1v1. And it's Tony K winning the fight. Vampire Esports standing up against Yoodo Alliance.
But it's down to Tony K, who's 7 eliminations in the bag. Infinity got a trio still, and they have the best numbers, the best advantage to win this chicken dinner, by the way. And it is their circle to start with, right on top of where they used to land initially. Alter Ego have to settle down at 4th place. That's going to be the last of them. Rosemary couldn't last any longer because Tony K knows exactly what's going on. Now we get to see the best of Tony K here. Can he clutch against 2 teams by himself? Or Luxy gonna do another remarkable clutch as well? The legend speaks for himself. The legends fought against each other. It's gonna be Luxy and Tony K. Who is the GOAT here?
Oh, Tony K shot from behind, but now he goes up against Luxy, and he still wins! Tony K! But the Infinity had to come in! What? Tony K, just as he won the fight, the Infinity is there to pick up the point instead. Chicken dinner for the Infinity, second one today.
We can see Bear and the rest of Infinity just giving a bit of a high five, a pat in the back for the side of Infinity. Not just they got themselves some numbers when it comes to eliminations. This is their circle to start with. That was their dominance. And they definitely know the nook and cranny like the back of the hand when it comes to SMB Island by itself. A bit of exchange of words coming up from FaZe Clan players. But Bear is going to be MVP. Even though it's just 1 elimination, the 444 numbers is a very beautiful number.
Wow, second MVP for BR11, 1 elimination point, 444, like what you said. What a very interesting number for BR11 to take home the MVP in this round. And the Infinity, 2 chicken dinners already today. And look at the amount of time that they had a full squad. 12 minutes, 22 seconds, the lowest among all, but yet still chicken dinner. 3 players, not an issue for the Infinity.
But when it comes to the numbers of elimination, we're going to have to wait and see because that was a huge mess. A bizarre circle as a start. Definitely something that Infinity love because they are the one that having the travel distance the least amount of it. But when it comes to full squad time, even though that was a circle, but they're starting off a trio quite early on.
Yeah, and besides that, right, you got to give it to Luxy, who somehow made it to a top 3 finish. That was crazy as well. He shouldn't have survived that, but somehow he managed to slide into the beach and then into the circle and then a top 3. So Luxy also did his work. I mean, that was crazy considering the amount of flag they got in the main peninsula.
True. I mean, like, for started PERSIJA was. I mean, I love the fight between Luxy and Tony K just now. Because they're legends. I mean, 2 legendary players fighting each other, just like a TDM. Why not, right? But Omdens, he did so much work. I mean, this was unnecessary for Team Secret. They supposed to have it. They had the numbers for Team Secret. And Team Secret, that was really punishing for them for the overthinking for the hesitance to make the call to open fire as well?
Well, that just speaks to the stats of not only Team Secret but PBE. Quite early, chances of winning pretty low, and that just added to the stats. So if they were to get another chance, well, they will get another chance to play again the next round. They will need to highly consider to just avoid this early fights and not try to play the gatekeeping stuff and all that.
True to that, but Tony K there was. I mean, you remember last time Tony K almost clutched chicken dinner for the entire team. He always the one that actually survived the longest. I mean, thanks to his teammate be supporting him as well and revive him and pick him up when he's actually down. 16 total points coming out from side of Infinity with 6 eliminations. The one with the highest elimination still going to go over to the side of Vampires, which is going to be 1 point shy difference between them and Infinity. The tie has been rising up again here today, Cloud.
Oh yeah, we got Vampire as well. Second place finished 9 eliminations, so that's 15 points in the bag. On the other end, well, Team Secret from Chicken Dinner to 2 points. Ouchies for them. But if you think about it, 7-9 and GEEK Fam also haven't been too hard today. Both teams now on page 2.
Ooh. But at least for Infinity, they have a bit of a bump up here when it comes to the numbers, definitely. But the gap is not too big of a gap just yet. But I mean, like, surprisingly, today, without RRQ playing, they are still unshaken in #1 spot. Nobody can take them down. Maybe the next one is Yoodo Alliance because it's just 3 points different by now.
Yeah, I guess because Yoodo Alliance haven't scored big yet, so that's why they're still like, eh. But 2 more rounds to go with like 3 points difference. I mean, they're getting real close right now. It's very doable. We're gonna compare the head-to-head, the 2 fraggers for their respective teams. Rosemary, representing Alter Ego, he's been coming up here for like so many times now. And Adeluk from Yoodo Alliance. But for this round, the stats do favor Adeluk. He got 5 eliminations as compared to Rosemary 1, despite Rosemary dishing out more damage than Adeluk.
We do know Rosemary always clutch sometimes, and just now we witness it in ourselves. But Adeluk always know how to make an entry for a team that they're fighting for. But next we're heading into a different map entirely, which is going to be Miramar and DX. Is this the map they've been waiting for? RQ not playing here, XERXIA and DBD. So RQ still standing at #1, despite not playing the entire day. We're left with 2 maps, but Infinity scored a double. It's a lot of white teams. I mean, like the logo, white color, 1 color team still winning over when it comes to Chicken Dinner. We'll get another Vampire Chicken. It won't be repetitive, the same sort of, alternation between the teams here.
Well, and out of the 4 Chicken Dinners, 3 of them are Thai teams. But out of all, this is an amazing skin set, gotta say. PMSL Southeast Asia limited skin series called the Dream Chaser that has a set, suit, mask, gun skin, which is the M16, all together available in game right now.
Speaking of also the Dandy Cruiser, which is going to be super colorful, super fun, and a concert theme, and maybe a bit more musical when it comes to the ultimate set this time. But only takes you 10 UC to actually have the first draw. But don't forget about our favorite childhood anime, which is going to be Dragon Ball Super.
Yeah, it's currently available in the game, and it comes together with an interesting game mode. Very different from your usual PUBG Mobile game. Very different from the dinosaur or from even the Godzilla that they had once before. You gotta try it out for yourself. If you haven't, you're missing out because it's an amazing game. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and speaking of which, things that we enjoy and some teams are not enjoying right now, including teams down there. We're heading over to Miramar for the next one. And speaking of which, I'm surprised the fact nobody contesting over RRQ for today. Nobody dethroned them just yet. I'm waiting for Yoodo Alliance to do that. But the one at the bottom, it's concerning for them, especially the teams that happened to be at the bottom last week, seems to be sharing the same place again this week.
Oh, my hands on deck still for Box Gaming. Come on, Box Gaming. I mean, I might even stick to this like until they get the chicken dinner. I don't know yet. I'll decide that later on. But the Box Gaming, if you can get this one chicken dinner today, okay, at least I have something to think of tomorrow. Come on, Box Gaming.
Give us some good news, right? I mean, like, we're waiting for the teams down there. Yeah, the teams up there in the top 10 and the top 8 definitely are superb. I mean, like, high quality, high caliber players. But when it comes to those at the bottom, I don't like the gap being too big. And I don't like it even more when there's a team not scoring any chicken. It feels like a gap that needs to be filled there. So hopefully, finally, we can change our prediction. If Box didn't score any today, man, like, good luck, guys, watching our prediction, because it's going to be the same team, maybe the entire league here.
Well, so just score one, okay? Box Gaming, after this, just score one. Make yourself happy, make everyone happy, make the whole world happy, make your fans happy, especially because Box Gaming, they do have a big fan base in Vietnam. So I'm sure a lot of fans, they would definitely want to see their team do well. Come on, guys.
Now, speaking of doing well, Vampire's not doing too shabby here today. Quite a hot team. Again, himself a decent numbers amount of points. But will they score another chicken? Will they score the chicken here that they needed after this?
Will they? We don't know. Can they? Maybe. So we did mention before, like if we look at over the stats, right? Like Vampire Esports, they were one of the top performing teams inside of Miramar. We're jumping into Miramar after this, by the way. So with that sort of stats, like even previously we saw, I mean, they do look like they have a good chance to score big in Miramar.
But aside of 7-9, definitely they are tinkering about what went wrong for today. The start of the week, they were super strong. They were aggressive. They were getting themselves quite a number of eliminations, but quiet down. And we do have a bit of phase swaps between MORPH and moment. We're gonna have to wait and see how it will fare, but it is Miramar. So maybe MORPH is the specialist coming out from the side of Miramar.
Yeah, MR5 still setting up though, so hopefully it don't take too much of time. If not, we'll still be here. But he's getting into the game right now. FaZe Clan, they did well thanks to Onzens. But to be fair to them, it was a really tough circle anyway. But still, Onzens managed to clutch Team Secret. Amazing 1v4 gameplay with the DBS. But overall, FaZe Clan, they could use better today. So putting in MR5, I think that's alright for them.
Now, BTR on the other hand, we don't have any swaps yet. So I guess the second half is fixed for this lineup for now. So we don't have Boom. If not, we have Boom and BTR. Imagine the swap changes, so many things happening. Almost every single map, maybe even the first and second half. It's like so many things to keep up for us viewers.
Yeah, Boom makes the production team work easier. It's like, okay, if Boom is playing, okay, somebody need to stand by to update the substitution. But when Boom is not playing, it's like, oh, okay, we don't need to stand by around them. We're okay. The team that wishes they can do a substitution definitely is Team Secret. I mean, that clutch just broke their heart. And from a chicken dinner to a 0-point round, just heartbreaking for Team Secret. 2 more rounds to redeem themselves, to at least not be in number 20.
You just mentioned about them fixing over some problems they had early on for the side of Team Secret. Feels that the problem's still there, apparently. I think the biggest problem with Team Secret right now, honestly, based on the last we saw them, is their confidence level is not even in the middle. It's really low right now. Can see how hesitant when it comes to making a shot calling, when it comes to approaching fights, when it comes to working as a unit. They are not on the same page. Their communication wise feels like there's a bit of delayed information between each other. They have to swap things out, Team Secret. If not, they'll be doomed, because it will be a relegation for them when it comes to the grand finals. But we expect that Vampires will be the grand finals, of course. But on the side of 7-9, can they be back like how they were in the early of the week?
The only thing that Team Secret can change right now is the way they play inside the game. That's all. Nothing else. Not like they can make a substitution. Not like they can have a third eye, or AKA like a coach or an analyst to really point things out for them. It's really down to themselves to decide like how they want to play the game. And based on what we see on the based on record, early fights is just not their best friend. Just avoid early fights. Miramar being a bigger map, if they can avoid that, I think they'll be okay. But now that I'm reminded, right, since we have FaZe Clan on screen, the last time we saw Miramar, it's always Team Secret taking out FaZe Clan very early on around the areas of San Martin. Let's see if that might happen again after this as we jump into our next game, which is going to be inside of Miramar. Here we go.
Took us quite a bit to get into the game, but we managed to fly somehow. Maybe it's just some turbulence that's stopping us from flying over this quite early, just a tiny bit. But the flight path we're starting off, I love this flight path so much. It's just so generous, dividing the map this time pretty much evenly from north and south here into two parts, cutting across Minas Generalis graveyard path up to the southern side of El Pozo. It's within reach for anybody to drop whatever they fancy, whatever they want to go. It's within reach. It's all about the circle. Will the circle be generous as well?
Yeah, we don't know yet. We'll need to keep an eye on that. But what we also will need to keep an eye on is the San Martin fight, because there was that one round, Team Secret, they challenged GE for San Martin. Well, the result is they lost, just like any other early fight. For BN United, they used to challenge GE, but at some point they left San Martin. They choose to go somewhere else, so they probably not going to do that again. I'm going to keep my eye on Team Secret, but looking at the spread that they have, looks like they're not going to jump straight into San Martin. Instead, they're going to the areas of Hacienda instead, a draw spot that they previously honed before they challenged GE for San Martin. So I guess there's not going to be an early clash there.
We do have a circle pop. The cherry pops quite early this time around on top of Torrio. Weather creates a water treatment all day long. Several wrangle, only one wrangle of southern circle. The rest, it's going to be north all the way here today. Speaking of north, not many teams dropping themselves quite in the northern side. And this is going to be fun to watch.
Oh, speaking about fun to watch, Box Gaming now going to challenge GEEK Fam instead. Oh, okay, this is going to be interesting. Maybe they kind of feel that GEEK Fam is not really performing today, except for the Sunhawk round. So they're going to try to take advantage of it. And that's also probably because Audrey isn't playing. What a heavy hitters for GEEK Fam. So that's why they think that, okay, we might have a chance with the absence of Audrey. Let's give it a go.
I kind of miss Audrey by now, honestly. I feel like Audrey is crucial in the lineup of GEEK Fam. Everything feels like being surrounded by centralized, their gameplay being centralized alongside Audrey. But with no Audrey this time, they have to reshuffle, readjust the dynamics. Sonics, we saw his best plays in week 1. He clutched it out entirely by himself. Pops playing it very secretly safe. Ghosty didn't spot him out. He didn't even move a muscle. But Ghosty got it at UMP. Did he know? I feel like he kind of have some idea.
Yeah,
Sonics.
I guess because he stood up earlier on. So that's why he's like, oh, I saw someone stood up. So peekaboo, I see you, basically. And if you look at weapon comparison, like, okay, Gosu DBS this range, we all know.
DBS. It's all down to who breaks their own mental first. Gosu. Tempted to aim that DBS right in the face of Sonics. He knows for a fact this DBS will work wonderfully well. Sony's got himself a shotgun to work as well. But can they just respond and react quickly enough? Feels like a Cowboys fight right now. Whoever get to see each other first, whoever pull the trigger first, but the rest of Box will be here. So if GEEK Fam botch this, or if Box botch this, at least Box do have the support fight coming up. But Gosu definitely not going to botch this one out. They already starting off with that molly. Oh, they took precautions. That coming from Box, and that's smart.
That's what we call teamwork. You toss a molly on the ground. You don't really need to hit Sonics. And you pin him to the corner. Gosu just comes in with the DBS. Nowhere for Sonics to go unless he chooses to go into the fire. So either way, it's going to be a lose-lose situation for him. And that's how they finish out the game. But nice coordination from them, from Box Gaming. Gotta give it to Box Gaming. I really like that sort of well-coordinated gameplay. Smooth.
Yep, it is. It's about not make it an ego in your way. That's one thing. Because some of the players like, I want to show you that I am the alpha male and I want to do it. I feel like I can do it. I know what I'm doing. And it just goes down the drain. That's discipline speaking itself out there on the side of box just now. Knowing the fact they have too much at stake, too much to jeopardize. And they know every single point is going to be worth a dime for them. So they know how important it is. And the rest of the team responded to it swiftly. When they know for a fact they need to get all teams out. In case, we do know how DBS and Shotgun works these days. In case things going south, at least they have support fire. But the rest of the other teams, other than Box Gaming, who scored themselves a 1 against GEEK Fam early on, which was Sonics. The others, nothing much going on except for looting, gear up, as per usual. It's a survival game, the same old PUBG Mobile.
But the interesting part is that so we don't see Team Secret clashing with FaZe Clan, because that happened like the 2 days ago when the two teams were playing in a similar group draw. So we don't see that happening in St. Martin. I guess also to a certain extent, FaZe Clan, they kind of remember that, okay, that happened to us before. The results was 50-50. So we don't make that sort of rotation, despite like the circle being up north. So probably FaZe Clan, they took a different route instead of like going straight up, passing St. Martin. And that would also means that, you know, changing the route means changing the strategy of how much gas you have. I'm sure FaZe Clan have that calculated.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Inside of XERXIA, on the other hand, they are taking a bit of a blizzard down there. We saw the circle before. It's up north all the way to Hamada Campo and Milita, still inside of the circle still. So might ended up on top of Ascender the Patron, which also Ego take Alaza by themselves here. So they definitely want to go up to Tianera Bronca just in case there's too many teams going up north all the way at the same time. It's best to go up north all the way, whoever actually stays in the circle in the first stage. So if they drop themselves, initial drop spot is actually inside of a circle, we should assume all the teams, including Team Secret, Alter Ego, Sem9, and GE, might actually on top of everybody else there around Chris DeVille, Tianera Bronca. That's going to be the best spot for them for now.
At least like the teams that you mentioned, like they're already like somewhat within the circle. I'll be more worried for like teams that are traveling, since we got like a north side, like tucked to almost, wouldn't say a corner, but somewhat north side circle, right? So with only like 3 major N3 points, that's where we could potentially see fights as teams travel into the circle. And probably that's also why like GEEK Fam is taking that slow approach this time, still tagging out the blue with 1,800 meters away, because they don't want to be caught like with other teams who are traveling at potentially about the same time and they meet somewhere in the middle.
Speaking of meeting in the middle, not so much want to meet, definitely want to kill here, but FaZe taking on Schraps. Onzens is just on form today. He's doing so much work on the side of FaZe here. You have to give him credit when it's due. Tony K will revive Schraps because it's quite a long distance. But outside of Onzens, I mean, like this guy, so good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's actually a very young player, and at some point he was actually dubbed like one of the top young players in the Thai region. But a lot of young players there overshadowed by that one player. Guess who? Tony K. So yeah, he's the only one that's like overshadowing them. But if not, you got like him, and you got the other person who was playing with Tem Entertainment before this. So they have a lot of really good young talent, and so happened he's one of them. And he's showing still that because of he has more years to come, Mela still being one of the key players. If he can continue to learn off Mela in the same team, imagine in a few years' time, what can Onzens be?
Oh, well, I'm waiting for that to happen, but it's going to be a couple of years after that. But we do have the circus just up north all the way up to Tianera Bronca. We saw some teams already drive up all the way, including BN United. BN United, they were not nowhere. They are not that too far off. They are on top of El Pozo, create a field around the area as the start of the initial drop spot. So it's quite an easy entrance for them, cutting across water treatment towards the eastern side entirely from the west to get into the entry on the circle. While the rest, Alter Ego, Team Secret, they have advantage. They take it all the way. It's going to be around Chris DeVille for them to actually stay themselves there. Helton giving a couple of shots. I'm not sure about this. If you cannot have damage break into the players and nothing seems to connect with your bullets, you should not have taken a shot. Maybe a warning shot just to give a bit of information. Hey, we're here, don't cross our territory. But at the same time, it's just exploiting their own position down there.
Well, in their defense, I think that they did the warning shot. And I think that is quite common with teams. And plus, like, okay, for like teams, like if you're in the game, right, you wouldn't know that, okay, that's actually team secret. You would just play it as it is. But just like these two teams, they don't know who's who. They don't know who's Alter Ego. They don't know who's BN United. They just fight. And PBE happen to be caught on the lower ground. Potato might be knocked down thanks to, again, BN United doing PBE a favor.
Alter Ego Rosemary spotted out PBE. Cool right on top. Fnatic, can he be saved by Alva? All the others. Range, PBE coming up. BN United taking advantage. Finish off Fnatic in an instant. Porsche on the other hand. PBE across the road. He heard those Q. The audio Q coming up from the vehicles. His vision and his focus for Porsche were actually just focused on this side. Tira Bronco right now is a bit over-occupied. Chris DeVille as well. While the others start to move in where the circle is up north all the way, northeast all the way. Tucked into one corner of a map. The teams are dropping early on, trying to find themselves the spot first. But they will stop each other out. Porsche, spot out Rosemary, Max as well. Feels like the ones having a low ground like Alter Ego will have a bit of a problem down there.
Looking at problems, at least DVD won't have one for now. Just look at the surrounding. Like, there's enough rough terrain for them to be like in this small crater that even like teams on the other side, Vampire Esports from our view, can't really shoot them. The only team looking now, okay, since now we have the map view, Yoodo Alliance taking a really slow approach this time, coming in from behind. And this is actually a common rotation for Yoodo Alliance down south. As in, like, even like back in the day, Farang Legend and their early days of Yoodo Alliance, they always come in a little bit later with the intention of they want to take fight after fight after fight after fight to get into the circle and to collect points at the same time.
Speaking of collecting points, can Master Ichi go himself to fight against the entirety of Infinity, who happen to be rushed into this? Try to take them out. Monet spot out a loophole. Armstyle on the ground. And they've been breaking their formation. GE wants to take advantage of this. They're giving the pressure up on Monet next. Lobby drop a big one. Smile dropping on another one to a side of Infinity. Bear is down on the ground. 2-1 trade. Winning over side. It's going to be GE. But he might actually have a bit of a reset on the side of Infinity. Back to the side of Master Ichi. Cooking up. Prepping up the nade. Dropping right on top of Infinity. TS taking on PERSIJA EVOS. But the ones that are fighting for their life. It's going to be Infinity. Lobby. Down to split off health. Infinity fail to take this one away.
Wow, the chicken did a curse. Hit the Infinity hard. Not even a single point this round. And that happened to be after their substitution. So, yeah. So it's going to be GE ranking up to 4 points. Wow, GE, can you believe it? They are actually 1 point behind from hitting the triple-digit mark. And who knows, by the end of the day, GE could be the #1 team.
I'm rooting for that, but I don't get my hopes way too high. I might be depressed later on if that didn't happen. But safe for Yoodo Alliance, so close of them to take RRQ. And don't forget RRQ in the equation as well, even though they're not playing it today. The numbers was 1-1-10. The numbers still not be closed up by Yoodo Alliance, but GE, if they keep this going, it's a wake-up call for the Southeast Asia region now, because the wildcard start to rise up. On the side of BTR, Jan Force playing a bit of a hide-and-seek, and Peekaboo, I see you. Megamind will not fall for the trap.
Wow, okay. Just next to each other. XERXIA, they're playing this really, really safe right now. Probably not at the best of their confidence. Probably BTR the same as well, since they are somewhat down there. At the same time, Team Secret, okay. Taking out XERXIA from PERSIJA EVOS. Interesting fight somewhere else. But we're focusing onto this big compound fight now. BTR and XERXIA with another team, GE, coming by.
So Tar dropping on 1 nade. Didn't hit anybody. DVD taking on very even close. So Tar got quite a number of soak into the damage. Helter starts to fight against Luxy. PERSIJA EVOS from afar. Helter finish off him within an instant. BTR fighting against a lot of team in between. It's going to be BTR being hammed down of 2 teams back to back. Box and GE try to smash down XERXIA and BTI at the same time. And the side of GE, they need to cut across, so they will take the fight either way. But XERXIA and BTI on the other hand, sharing the same compound, and then another two teams going on the outside. A fatal four-way it is.
Yeah, GE timing their move now, waiting for the elimination feed to roll before they come in. Hoping for the fight to happen, and it's going to happen right now with GenForce cutting across the room, closing the door, but not being shot at, not being punished for that. At the same time, I noticed that DBT eliminated by Vampire Esports, but GE starting the fight. They're taking that long range, but no, it's actually one member of GE knocked down on the outside.
Side of ETO on the other hand, barely hanging on, leaving only Yuhai and Lapala. There's no way for them to stop XERXIA demolishing them, bulldozing whatever indoors there is. Yuhai decided, I have to play it low, I have to play it safe. It's just him and Lapala, but Lapa is a bit separated. A formation broken aside of ETR. And aside of GE, one knocked down. XERXIA, on the other hand, is on rabbit mode. Look at how they move, so productive and not stopping. Sharp will take it on Box. Box is there as well. And things gonna go mayhem all over this side. The left side of the corner is the most fight right now.
Yeah, and because it's such a mess, GE decides to not be part of it. They try to get away. As notices GE's rotation, at least GE is not going to come in, but GE now in trouble. Can us land the final shot? Ichi now super duper low, but Ichi not done by Mika on the other side. Box Gaming is going to come in. They want to be the third party. They still have a full squad. They can do this against the two teams.
Oh, a bit of a grenade. Just not in connect. A Kwang on the other hand. Down to 40% of HP. 4 elimination inside of Box by one particular player. GEEK spotted out Zai. GE in trouble. One of their players being knocked down there. Will their formation be broken by now? XERXIA on the other hand, nothing to stop them. They just going on rampage. Savage even. Slowly demolish one by one compound. Such aggression shown. Exhibit A, Gosu. Will it be crushed down by the entire team of XERXIA next? Looking at how Gosu hide himself in the corner. Feels very likely, hopefully can get it away from him. But Mega Man, he got himself some 500 million IQ playing over the site. Climb over through up all the windows, but we're going to switch over that story later on. Alter Ego eliminated next with Sem9 fighting against FaZe.
Oh, because FaZe Clan now on the outside, so this fight is a must-take fight for FaZe Clan. MORPH making his debut today with the DBS in hand, has high guard against Dap. Dap, can he win the fight? Oh, MORPH now super duper low, but at the same time the blue is blocking his movement. But Dap gets too beautifully done by Dap. Dap, don't spend too much time in the blue. But Dap comes as surprise FaZe Clan. And that's going to be 3 points for Dap, beautifully done by Dap. And he will be able to reset in the circle.
Hyperventilating right now for the side of Dap. Not just that, we're all watching here. Hopefully he can survive here. With last player coming in and carrying and breaking his back for the side of Sem9. Sem9 leaving Dap to call out the shot, but Zral already cooked up the nade. They know he's here. Oh boy, 3v1. Can Dap pull another clutch against the tree? But the res of Team Secret a bit clustered. Happy to drop from one. Team Secret.
Oh.
Nothing goes right for them today. But can they get one player down at least? That's going to be Sem9. 3 in the back on the side of Team Secret. That lastly down for everybody. No way.
What? What? How? How? No, Team Secret, don't do this again. But oh, okay. Venturas did them a favor. It was from afar, I believe. Okay, gotta wait for the elimination feed, but at least Team Secret. Oh man, that was almost a 1v4 clutch again. My goodness.
They almost botched that one. My goodness me. Holy smoke, that was so close of losing the entire team for the side of Team Secret. And 2 of them have to revive the third one, down to trio. It was unnecessary damage done on the side of Sem9. It was a 1v3. Or maybe a 1v4. Box versus XERXIA. It's not done and dusted yet. XERXIA is just... we're here to take it away. But XERXIA, RNJ will be split away from the rest of the team. On the side of Box, they got themselves 5. Will they get more? And scores 1 on, never mind. It's going to be on the side of XERXIA. Scores on Box. Kwang, Trongzen, RNJ down a bit of a trading down between Box and XERXIA, but they are not happy. But Trongzen finally be shut down the side of Ursi, and that's going to be it. XERXIA winning over with 3 eliminations, and they're going for more.
Another definitely no chicken dinner for Box Gaming. Although the good news is that they got 6 eliminations. It's okay. But come on, Box, you still need the chicken dinner. You still need that poster for yourself. One more round to go, Box. Box Gaming. One more chicken dinner. Come on.
Oh, Monet. Sweet, sweet 6-time scope. He knows there's somebody there. He can see the barrel of the gun just now. This is tempting. I'm definitely I'm drooling right now watching this sort of a scope going on, but the problem is his magazine's running low on the side of Monet. So you have to be careful to be reserving when it comes to tapping out with those rifles. Oh, Damrit spots him out. There goes the 6-time back on the side of Monet. And Damrit just finished it off. It's going to be the Blue Zone to finish off the job on the side of GEEK Fam to finish off the side of GE that time. But Master Smile have to face the wrath of PBE, but Damrit come out on the other angle.
I was about to show myself out the door when you say you draw when you see a scope. Yeah. Let's
it's that way.
Yeah.
It's that way, by the way.
I'm out now, fine.
But yeah, we talked about GEEK Fam. This is it now. This is definitely their game here. We're talking about, yeah, the elimination is not too great, but when it comes to working as a unit, they're doing okay.
But not okay for GE. 99 points. Not even touching the 100 yet. One more round for GE. Let's see what they can do about that. But look at the circle. BN United has the middle of the circle. And for the other teams, they will be occupied with each other. Down south, we have Yoodo Alliance and PERSIJA EVOS next to each other. Team Secret will need to get into the circle as well. So they might need to fight. But speaking about fight, okay, Lapar and XERXIA. This will be interesting.
Lapar? He is playing this a bit reserving. PERSIJA EVOS still there down there. BN United, this time they might actually do have a shot at getting those chicken. The only one with a full squad as per you is going to be PBE. Playing this as slow as possible, and they still score 4, by the way. Team Secret, on the other hand, tries to take down BN United from afar. XERXIA playing on the low grounds. Do you have La Paz Hotel Shopper? Oh, Shopper! You did see this one coming! Surprise!
Surprise from Lapa, who's hungry for elimination points. Shopper! Is it a confirmed elimination? Okay, no, not yet. Could be stolen, but Lapa surprised by us instead. And 9 for an eye, they say. BTR number 8, 1 elimination still will put them at least at number 15.
GEEK Fam just gonna finish off the rest of Team Secret. They're being bleeding out just now. Leaving Team Secret to 1 more player left. PBE from afar, still taking a bit of a safe rotation compared to the others. Taking their own sweet time with a full squad. Even though they are taking their own time, they still scores quite a number. Nobody getting themselves a double digit this time. Average on 4 and 5, even 6 on the side of Box Gaming. But XERXIA spreading wide between 2 of them. Shopper and Ursi, my favorite duo of XERXIA. Can they pull a crazy amount of kill volume out there?
Yeah, I draw when XERXIA spread this wide as well. If only they can get something out of it. At least they're in a position that teams can't really see them because they're like on that hill. And they will be interested to butt in as well because they're like, as a duo, they allow the other teams to shoot and try to take out each other before coming in later. But speaking about shooting, Team Secret got shot at, but at least this time, 5 elimination points, not too bad.
Mika for the side of GEEK Fam down the trio. They lost Sonic way early on. I think that's like, what, 12 minutes into the game. But XERXIA and also Ursi coming up from Shopper. It's not just GEEK Fam for the next contender. It's going to be also the side of PERSIJA was from afar. But PBE being the third party, being the tone of the side of all the other players. They are running wild. GEEK Fam didn't see this one coming, do they? And Raimon shoot them down. taken by surprise. 5 elimination on the side of PBE with core finish of Damn Rude. That's going to be dominating on the side of PBE, but XERXIA also penning down on GEEK fam. GEEK fam have to fight both ways now.
Oh, XERXIA as well. On the other side, surprising PBE. They didn't know that there's another team there. They thought with that one knockdown, it's clear for them, but now Chopper will not go down without a fight. Nicely done by Chopper onto range. One more to go on the lower ground, but the nade from Mika. That kind of helped PBE. And now Earths is the only man standing for XERXIA.
Can he actually save Chopper? Do they have enough, at least smoke, to actually revive them back up? Edsy playing a difficult game by himself on the side of GEEK fam, also in the same boat. It's going to be 1v1 between them. But Edsy definitely waiting for Chopper to crawl over to his side so he can revive him. But Raimon will not show any mercy. Mika, on the other hand, spot out Raimon in clear view. Now, it's going to be the one that actually be the game changer between these three teams right now. Is going to be GEEK fam. Will Mika spot out Monboy first? And Monboy definitely sees him. And he tosses the nade, cancel it out. But he drives straight into XERXIA for Mika. As he climb up, he go in a zigzag manner. Drop down Mika. That's so final shot down. And his toes protruding at the bottom of the car. His toes being shot down.
Oh, thanks to the car explosion as well. That really helped him. And somehow XERXIA still survived, but probably not for long now. As Momo takes out Chopper, only one more to go. But PBE, they got other matters to attend to. They got BN United next.
BN United. Been quiet for the entire week number 2 here. PBE still having a full squad. The only one with a full squad, by the way. Yoodo Alliance and BN United having a trio. Now I'll make it out down to duo since the side of PBE spot them out. Z in trouble. That's the last of XERXIA to be seen as Raimon finish off the job. But the Blues will chuck him down quite a number of damage. He's soaked in anyhow. But Yoodo Alliance, here comes. PBE versus BN United versus Yoodo Alliance versus PERSIJA EVOS. And Ray spotted out by the side of Adik Luke, taking a bit of jab to us. That long distance tap from the side of Yoodo Alliance. They got into the circle. And look at the circle. The center of it happened to be the arena of Haystacks to fight.
And there's a late rotation from Yoodo Alliance. Now, because of that, they are in the top 4. Majority of teams on the left side, PBE and BN United busy with each other. But Volky from afar takes out Porsche, stealing the point away. And could they steal more? Yoodo Alliance now in action.
Oh, Dick looks for that cool. That spray whiffed it. He wants everything to connect. He got it. Flax managed to drop Cool down on the ground. And look, finished the job done. Raimon, the rest of PBE, where are they? Only 2 of them remaining. Max bleeding out. Break barely have enough to survive here. And Break got tapped from PERSIJA EVOS. Red face out of nowhere. Just stolen away all the kills from the sidelines.
Yeah, turning their face red at the same time. Now, Yoodo Alliance, PERSIJA EVOS, and PBE for the chicken dinner. With Yoodo Alliance and majority of the members now range 1v1 versus Adik Luke. It's going to be a spray from his UMP, but will not connect to Adik Luke. Adik Luke has a nade in hand, and he's ready to toss onto range. Range will position himself. He goes in on the flag onto Adik Luke. The nade does connect to range, tossing him down to 50% help, but it's going to be range winning the gunfight.
Oh, Yoodo Alliance down to 2. 1 bleeding out. Will Yoodo Alliance score this one? They have a high chance of it. Voke is still stand. He will try to revive Adik Luke while Flex hovering around the other corner. They covered up most of the circle by themselves. 4th Yoodo Alliance. 2 ways on the upper north and on the southern side. Yoodo Alliance plays 1 player at least. Red Face have to fight 1v1 against Flex. Cooking up the nade. Flax tossing over to Red Face. A bit too far off angle. And Red Face between DBS and Rifle is up to his chosen weapon. But it's going to be mano to mano fight between these 2 players.
Oh, and Red Face, he did manage to reset himself. It's going to be a second time reset for Red Face. Flax will have another chance of a nade. But now Red Face shows himself. He jump shots with the DBS, but it's going to be Flax. DBS gunplay taking out Red Face. And Yoodo Alliance has a big chance to score the chicken dinner.
Raimon, and that's just it. Adik Luke clears the angle, he clears the corner. He's at number 1 just now. Cheekily shows the entire team, we won that chicken. A bit of a high five, don't leave it hanging, bro. Adik Luke just pass it back. And what a play from Yoodo Alliance. I love their strategy, their angles in the last circle just now. That was remarkable. It took a lot of courage to split and open up this circle just now, like how Yoodo Alliance play. It took a lot of confidence, technicality of the skills, and a lot of good communication. But Voki, I take that back. You know what? Voki do pretty darn well with the team just now, and this is the best unit to work for Yoodo Alliance in Miramar.
Yeah, and you save Ade Look at the process. Without Voki saving Ade Look, it could be a different story for Yoodo Alliance. The newest signing for Yoodo Alliance coming in as an MVP. Nicely done, saving his own teammate earlier on. And I'm totally not told to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. But I'm totally not told to say this. That Olio is good looking. He's a very hard looking player. Although he's not playing, but he's a very hard working player. I'm not told to say this.
Okay. We get that hint. You didn't say anything, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. Yoodo Alliance. I mean, like, Voki pretty much being back into his old form in his olden golden days. But I have to say, I declare Flax a Ripper Boy. Flax, that was amazing, by the way. It's just so pretty darn good when it comes to that 1v1 against Red Face or PERSIJA EVOS. But when it comes to travel of distance, well, XERXIA and Yoodo Alliance has been running and gunning people down.
And this is, if we look at like the rotation that Yoodo Alliance did, this is actually like the DNA of the original Yoodo Alliance type of gameplay sort of rotation. You come in later, you rotate a little bit further, that's fine. You come in later, and that's the main point. And as you come in, you win your fights. And Yoodo Alliance, their original lineup, they brought up a lot of success. That was the way they played. And when they played this way this round, well, obviously they brought them success. So this could be the way that they want to play it, at least for the one more round, before they consider the change again later, before other teams revise how they do it and try to counter them.
True. And I mean, like, whatever works will work. And don't change it if it's not breaking. But it's not a vlogs game. We still haven't scored any chicken for today. I mean, like, we're down to one last Miramar map here. Feels like a bit, the chances are a bit stiff by now. But on sort of PBE, I mean, like, they have been pretty consistent for the entire week too. When it comes to yesterday and today, even though they didn't score that chicken, but still lasted long enough to be in the top 5. That was incredible play from PBE as well.
Yeah, PBE still getting a second place finish. So that's 13 points with 7 elimination points in the bag for PBE. Yoodo Alliance, 9 eliminations, so that's 19 points for them. Looking at the other teams, XERXIA not bad this round. They had to fight a lot as well, but still able to gain 9 points. Team Secret, decent round for them, winning that one fight, and they got 6 points. But the Infinity, the only team without a point, they got the chicken dinner curse. Unfortunately, it's staining onto them this round.
Finally, with that, it just shows an official this time. Yoodo Alliance open up the gap, 126 at number 1 spot, also with the double chicken up there. RRQ being pushed down, even though they're not playing it today, but RRQ already solidified himself before they are having a break. So the gap is still within reach when RRQ starts playing again tomorrow. But PERSIJA EVOS is an unmovable object when it comes to the third place. GE push up the numbers. Now they are in the top 5. 1 point shy to get those triple digit now. But at the same time, they do have a double chicken on page number 2. Infinity back. I mean, like, they got double chicken in a day, but the consistency is a bit of an issue for them.
But look at the GE Infinity numbers, like 3-3, 3-3, 6-6, 2.
And they had a triple four before, right?
Oh yeah, they got the 4-4. I mean, if you talk about the number 4 in Chinese culture, it's not that auspicious. So I don't know if that's like the feng shui that kind of affected them this round and they got 0. So avoid the 4-4, ladies and gentlemen. But give love to the top performers. Gosu for Box Gaming. Come on, Box! That chicken dinner one more round. And you have Voki, you have us just coming back, replacing his coach. And you gotta have Tony K out there. No Tony K, no party, they say.
Yeah, but no Tony K, it's not South Asia, they say. But I love this. This is insane. The alternation of the flags is just incredible. Just between Thai and Malaysian teams. Where are the other region, guys? Come on. We need to have a different flag waving this time. Yoodo Alliance, Team Secret from Malaysia, hailing getting those chicken for today. While Infinity got themselves a double chicken for today, but it's just the numbers not going up because of how they're being eliminated. Now, just like how PERSIJA EVOS lost having a deja vu, but you guys can be consistently reminded of this, the first ever PMSL skin exclusive, the Dream Chaser.
Yeah, get that. That's currently in game together with an event. This is in game as well. While you play that event, you get yourself a Royal Pass, reward yourself, which is in game for a limited amount of time until the 13th of September only. And this is also limited as well. This is up until the 5th of October. It's currently available in game. The first X-suit with an exclusive glide effect. And Chichi calls it the octopus? No, not the octopus. The jellyfish. Yeah, octopus. That's like, yeah, doesn't glow.
The octopus sounds wrong, bro. Anime people know about that. But hey, I'm gonna take that back, guys. But yes, since we are heading into our last Miramar map of the day, I mean, today's circle has been incredibly surprising. We're talking about Campo Militatoria Humada Circle, or even Tierra Bronca Circle, and a lot of water circles for today, including a wrangle. But can we have a Lost Eagle circles at least one time in this last Miramar map?
Doesn't matter what circle now. Can we have a box gaming chicken? Come on. Can we, guys, this side. Yeah, guys, can we have a box gaming chicken? Guys, box gaming, come on. I know that, okay, we had Thai, Malaysia, like there's some sort of pattern there, but can we end with a Vietnam? Box gaming, come on, please.
I agree. I mean, like, the only team without any smell, any taste of a chicken. It's so... They need it. I mean, like, box is not at the very bottom of the overall ranking. It just shows they still got the consistency right when it comes to their positioning, their elimination. Their positioning is still pointable in that certain sense. But it's the chicken that a bit more satisfying to have. And
Yeah.
we don't want to have a prediction of box the entire day tomorrow as well. Please, no.
Yeah, if they get the chicken dinner, I promise I'll troll, you know. So, come on, box gaming, make me droll. Yums. Doesn't sound right, but I don't know if you want to see it, but just get the chicken dinner and I'll droll.
No, nobody wants to see it, Cloud. I assure you of that. Yeah, nobody wants to see it, you know. But it's okay. As a friend, I support you, whatever you like to do. But okay, you can do it.
It's okay. I will do it after I show myself out the door, okay? As long as Box Gaming gets the chicken dinner. Come on, Box Gaming. You're the only one now, alright? Don't do the DVD of last season. Do the DVD of this season instead.
Oh man, but I love how you do. But you know what? Yoodo Alliance remind me of last week's. I mean, like early this week's Sub 9. I don't know what happened to that Sub 9. It feels like they teamed down a bit, and I haven't seen the best of them after what they did before they're heading into a break of that one day. And it's just they're not coming back. I miss that Sub 9, that aggressive Sub 9 that hunting people down. XERXIA start to fire up. You saw how aggressive they were just now. I mean, the numbers didn't actually portray or reflect how aggressive they were. But when it comes to the in-game POV, you saw their movement. Just not stopping anywhere and just keep on finding for more. The aggressiveness just can be felt through the screen.
Yeah, I feel GE's aggressiveness though, not gonna lie. I am liking how they're performing today and throughout the week. They're actually challenging for the #1 spot for week 2. Can you imagine this? Like a wildcard team actually doing that. But, we have Octa coming in. It feels like it's been a while since we saw Octa. Always overshadowed by Rosemary, but this guy is also one of the key players for Alter Ego.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, the lineup that we used to have when it comes to last season, when they were really up there, it's going to be Octa, Rosemary, Potato, and last but not least, I think it wasn't definitely not Alva. It was Fnatic. It was this fall. Right? It was this fall. But Alva right now feels like he's blending into the lineup, and it feels great to have a different dynamic and also a different sort of playstyle every time Alva steps in and out. But we miss Octa definitely. Because remember where Octa clutched quite a number of elimination, just like how Rosemary was. It started off with Rosemary last season, and then Octa followed through with a crazy amount of elimination, and same goes for Fnatic.
Yeah, that's where Octa is a key player. So glad to see him back for Alter Ego. It's just that people don't talk much about Octa because of Rosemary. That's all. It's just like people don't talk much about Onsens because of Mela. So it's kind of like the same thing. But it's always nice to have like that secondary guy who's able to really step up the game in case the primary person is not really performing. Yoodo Alliance, on the other hand, since we have them on screen, I feel that they are a well-balanced team. It used to be like, they look all the way, but at some point, they found a balance to have everyone performing at the same level. So if they're able to find that sort of balance in this sort of team, that will put them definitely up there. It's just like how GEEK Fam seems to be missing Audrey for some reason. Despite Damroot used to be like the top MVP before this. Hopefully he'll be able to show something in this final round as we head on to it.
It's gonna be the last map of the day as we're coming up from the north down towards the south, a bit more towards the right side when it comes to the flight path cutting across Los Leones. We do know Los Leones will be a bit popular this time as per usual. Some things we'll want to share that one out, but it's all down to the circle because the circle just now it was right on top of the flight path itself. Now, will it be the same fate or will it be just on the left side entirely, because that will be the game changer for the team. Whether they will have a lot of clashes and or will they not just having those early on, because if it's right on top of flight path, you might have a bit of a delayed fight into the game.
Earlier we saw a fight in El Pozo between, let's see, between Box and GEEK, but because the flight path is far this time, I think Box won't want to make that effort to really go all the way there. They might want to change their drop spot to somewhere closer. There's another option of dropping like down south of Los Leones. But okay. GEEK Fam, they changed their drop spot because maybe on the same thought, like, okay, it's just too far, it's not going to be worth it. Instead, they're going to Porto Paraiso this time. So they're going to share the same area as a PBE that drops just on top of them. So for Boss Gaming, going back to San Martin. Okay, interesting, Boss Gaming.
And for XERXIA, they're changing the drop spot as well, because back then they were dropping themselves on the left side quite later on. But we're going to have to wait and see for confirmation later, just to see if there's any changes other than them. And also, speaking of Box Gaming, can they finally score one? We're still waiting for the auspicious day for the side of Box Gaming to finally score themselves those chicken. But on the side of Infinity, that was a close one, by the way. But Infinity's just, after chicken, they got the jinx and the curse of PERSIJA last week, but I feel like that's the case here. You got chicken, you lose the first one, the next out after this.
And PERSIJA, we clearly know it's because of who. But at least they have already settled the score. They're no longer chasing each other. PERSIJA goes back inside the Los Leones. Vampire is just going to be above, so they have quite a good distance between the both of them. Or maybe it's just feng shui things for FaZe Clan, for the Infinity. The 444, I don't know. Some people are believers of feng shui, right?
Is that a sign? The universe given a sign for this, guys. Like, it's 444, guys. Be careful.
Yeah, I am personally a semi-believer of feng shui. So,
oh, really?
Yeah. My mom is almost 80%, 70% believer of feng shui. So I guess it just rubs in the family. So that's why when those kind of numbers come out, it's like, okay, just hits me.
Does it really try to avoid a smush then? For usually the Chinese with the feng shui, they replace the 4 with a 3A for numbers, right? Sometimes.
Yeah, and that's also the reason why, like, if you notice, like plate numbers, car plate numbers, you normally don't see a Chinese guy with a number 4 on their plate number.
And usually it's the Malaysians love that.
Yeah, because why? Okay, so my mom did explain to me this. You know why Malays like the number 4? And I was like, okay, why? Oh, because 4 is like, okay, we're speaking a little bit bahasa Malaysia here, right? So 4 sounds like empat. It's empat, and then if you say empat, pat is like dapat. So it's like, oh, you get something. Dapat means get. So it's like,
reverse.
Oh, dapat.
It's a reverse.
Yeah, it's like the reverse, right? But at least number 4 is shown some love, you know. If not, like, I don't know how they're going to use the number 4.
Well, an A, capital A, do look like a 4. So I mean, like, that's another way to do a number 4 into an alphabet. That kind of works too. But we're back into the game, by the way. On the side of GEEK fam, I mean, it's very peaceful as per usual. PBI, I assume they know their strengths by now. They're dropping themselves around the outskirts, around the coastline. I think that's going to be just on top of Impala, around there somewhere. But other than that, the circle just happened to be right on top of a flight path as just the previous one. And this is going to be a bit later. I assume it's going to be third stage or fourth stage where we finally have a fight, because it might be comprised of the classical circle cloud, Picardo, Power Grids, and Martin. I have a feeling we might end up around this area because this is just very common classical circle.
Yeah, and with the hardship, well, sometimes you cannot trust the circle nowadays since the PMWI. It was like before the PMWI, that sort of circle, then we're like, okay, maybe we'll go like middle. So it's like a little bit more predictable. But nowadays, it's like, it's very hard to trust the circle. You know, just like my ex, you know, it's the same case.
Wow, that's too deep, bro. No, that's too deep. This late at night. But back to a set of empires now. Hopefully you guys without any partners in your life. Don't worry. You have PUBG Mobile at least, right? So that's going to be something for you guys at least. Also the Axe suit or even the Aston Martin cars. You won't be lonely. There will be always something to do. But on the side of Tony K, you got too many things to do now. Tony K is just all over the place. We're talking about him dominating over, and everybody say Tony K is just overrated. He's just overestimated and just too many times. But he shows what he's capable of. And it's still very young.
Yeah, by now he's easily the top fragger because the Pico isn't playing. I think that itself tells the story. Like, okay, PMWI, MVP, top fragger, and then now, if not in the running of the top fragger, might be the top frag. If not in the running for the top fragger, might be the top fragger by the end. So to me, there's no question about Tony K. Even if you put aside like the stats, right? You just put aside the stats. If you remember that Erangel game, how smartly he played. Like, he has that game sense. He has that intelligence within the game. I mean, to me, there's no debate about Tony K's capability.
It's not even a question to start with. But on the other hand, if you were given an opportunity to form a dream team for PMSL of any region, Cloud, well, we're waiting for something to happen, right? Of any region, which region would you pick, and who will be the players and the lineup for that dream team of yours?
Any region, Thai region.
Any region. Okay.
I'll take the entire Vampire Esports.
Yes. Hey, that's not fair. You have to pick and choose, mate. I mean, like, mix and match, you know.
I mean, they are okay. If like we set the rule, like only one player per team. Okay, so Vampire, of course, Tony K. I'll take a Boom Yummy. Let's see here. I'll take a Rosemary. I mean, I want to take Ravenclaw because I think he's an amazing IGL. He's very flexible. But since I can't pick Ravenclaw, IGL. Wow, this is a tricky one. I'll probably pick Tam at this point.
Tam, interesting lineup. As for me, I would go for Indonesia. I would call it our IGL, Red Face. I don't care. And then we have Rosemary, main fragger. And we do have the Paco, flanker. And for me, one more, it's going to be, who was it again? I got this name. Yummy May. Yummy May, whatever he wants to do. Because he's an incredible grenade player. And also he knows exactly the timing, giving support fire incredibly well as well. So I feel like that's going to be my superstar team coming from Indonesia. And into the PMSI. I would love to see that happen.
Whatever that he wants to do. Whatever he says that, oh, I want to make coffee today. You guys play.
Yeah.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like even though it's a trio, they can actually work things out, you know. Not gonna lie, because they are just that dependable as a player. And speaking of them, he's gonna be Rosemary tapping it up with an SLR, but the ammunition on that SLR is not going to last it long enough. and also Ego on top of Lebendita. Everybody's waiting for the right time to transition because the circle can go anywhere at this point. You call it Minas Generalis, Los Leones, even Lebendita, Power Grid, San Martin, Picardo, Hacienda de Patron, Water Treatment. These are all the famous places on top of this circle. So anywhere it can go no wrong.
Yeah, because the circle is still very tricky. And that is where, like, when the PMWR happened and all the coaches were like, look at the circle, it's like, no, is this going to be the PMSL circle? No, that is like the nightmare for all of them. And true enough, it was brought onto PMSL. And look at how the circle has affected a lot of these teams. Like the jumpiness of the circle. Like it goes like to one corner that has minority of the teams, and then the part that doesn't have the circle is like majority of the teams, and that's where you see like they just cancel out each other, and yeah, it's just very, very hard for the teams to really fight it through. At the end of the day, of course, if you're really at the top, which they all are, right? Because they all are, they cancel out each other. But in order to have like a higher percentage of success, you need to have the circle as well. There's also a level of percentage of circle dependency for success.
I feel like the circle these days is like when us being asked, what do you want to eat today? I couldn't decide precisely what we want. This is that case of the circle for the entirety of the PMSL. But speaking of the circle, Rockface taken out onto the side of PBE. PBE tried to negate himself from all the fights here, but they cannot run any much longer because the teams will start to hunt them down, try to stop them. In this case, it's going to be PERSIJA, EVOS, Luxy, Misery, Zuxi. Luxy and Zuxi both playing. The twins are here to take teams down. With Rapface and Misery, I feel like this is going to be a high potential lineup. It's going to give us a lot of fragging to do. But on the side of PERSIJA, are they hunting or are they running now?
They played this lineup previous round, ever since the Irango round, and definitely has been really interesting, especially with Luxy surviving that Irango round after all that attention onto him. And speaking about attention now, Yoodo Alliance making the rotation, this time not on the right side, they're turning onto the left, but they have XERXIA behind them instead.
Side of XERXIA. I did have to leave the blue zone now. Even though it's still a stage number 2, but we do know for a fact a lot of gatekeepers inside the inner circle. BN United having a bit of awkward angle shots from below upwards to the side of BN United, I think. Or was it a different team entirely? But BN United on the other on top of San Martin. Now we do know the circle happened to be shifted away. We talked about stage number 3 will be the confirmation exactly where the circle will land themselves. And the case of San Martin is like half kilometer away, which is going to be around 600 meters apart instead of 79. It's still a long way to go, but drivable from that distance. Vampire spreading out. It comprises of Minas Generalis, so I assume it's going to be on top of around in between San Martin and Minas Generalis, which can be around Picardo and Power Grid as well.
Yeah, with that shift there, then the teams with the high ground advantage, they will have a good one. So looking at the current minimap, at least from our view, we can see Vampire Esports, Team Secret around that area. So they'll be pretty happy to get the kind of circle. For Team Secret, they would want more teams to be eliminated before they see action. Just because they're not a fan of early action. Speaking about action, PN United is in 1. BTR scores the first blood, and it came from Satar.
Oh, BN United down to Porsche and also break here, but being tapped out, this is not going to last long for their days here. Oh, I feel the burn, and I have a feeling they are panicking inside of the car right now. It might explode anytime soon. BTR have their eyes locked, but FaZe is around the back. Jan Force pushing in with that UAZ, but the terrain is just so challenging for them to drive across. Graveyard cutting across into the center. BTR make their ways. Wow, the physics of PUBG Mobile. But XERXIA taking a bit of a trench time. With Yoodo Alliance being the next target. Addict, look, eat up the grenade from RNJ.
Oh, but Voki has an off angle. Okay, he's still on the outside of the circle, but he's going to surprise XERXIA from behind. Voki can't afford to be knocked down. But now putting focus on the Voki. Chopper at the forefront. Voki! DBS gameplay against Chopper. All right, Voki. Very independent here, knocking one down of XERXIA.
Loki's still trying to find him within those smokes, trying to spray it out, hope it will connect. Gen Force again being united. Voki next down. Where are the rest of Yoodo Alliance to follow up here? Rebel came in late. RNJ soak up a number of explosions just now. That chugs him down to only 40% of HP left. PERSIJA EVOS in the center with PBE next to them. La Bandita at the edge of it. This is the usual circle. If it ended up right on top of the crate, it's even worse. Which is going to be the terrain. It's going to be ridiculously challenging for the players. But Infinity, XERXIA, Yoodo Alliance, the southern part on the southwest is just overcrowded.
Yeah, whoever wins this fight might need to face off against the Infinity that will be waiting for them in the circle. Yoodo Alliance looking good so far. Adelu going in, but Adelu super duper lowers. Nicely done with the DBS. Now he has 2 more to deal with. Switches back to the DBS, gets a knockdown onto Flax. Ripple Boy, 1 more to go. Us can finish it, but Ripple Boy wins the clutch, saving his team.
What a comeback just now. Even though XERXIA having a bit of a upper hand and having a head start over that side. But on the side of Infinity and versus DBD, this is going to be a CQC, the close quarter combat. Aimed down to as a DBS for all the players. UMP in hands and DBS is also the hand grenades being prepped up to be tossed around. DBD having a trio. Infinity Logan knocked down. Lobby next is going to be on his knees. Logan is actually just resetting himself. Jimmy OP spotted our lobby axe. Echo on the other hand trying to just prep up those Molly, but he doesn't want to burn his own teammate. Arms over the DBS. Prepared to welcome 2 down. And Infinity down, gone. Izane, what an opportunist. Impeccable timing to save the entirety of DBD.
Izane nicely done from behind. Now we move on to Boss Gaming. They're at the lower ground. 2 players left for Boss Gaming going up against GE. One of the most improved teams this season. Boss Gaming now needs to reset, but 3 of them down thanks to Torres knocking the drops in. And that's going to be the signal for FaZe Clan to come in to mop up Boss Gaming with Quang all alone at the lower ground. What else can he do? Nothing much, as GE will get a point.
Oh, FaZe coming out from this elevation, taking advantage of this situation. It's stage 4, the great migration happens, but this time it's a great massacre happening as well. FaZe Mela tapping out to us at GE. Merne will actually head up to the challenge and just pulled over. Start to toss all over the place with the smokes and her hand grenades as well. Zai try to open up the angle, open up the space. Find the process caught in a vehicle explosion because Venturus will pin them down. Mela shutting down on Zai. GE, this is going south.
Oh, speaking about going south, they wish they could go out to evade this fight, but not going to be an option for them. As planned now, high ground against GE. Well, are they going to decide to move away? Can they move away? But FaZe Clan, even though if they do, FaZe Clan could still shoot and see.
Speaking of Mela and FaZe Clan, Onzens, Mela, Victoria. They scored themselves 3 with Emerald 5 this time. Emerald 5, I do remember he loved those mini 14 so much. But Monet, GE, down to 2 players. This is just too much. They will be jeopardizing the entire team. So M9 taking a fight against Yoodo Alliance. Report down as Canny Tum will eliminate the entirety of Yoodo Alliance. They just caught themselves. But it's not going to be enough. Sem9 is here for the chicken. They definitely shows what productivity they can actually offer this last round of Mirama. But the circle just have to be shifting at the same time. I mean, I gotta mix and match, you know.
I mean, they are. Yeah, okay, but if like we set the rule, like only 1 player per team. Okay, so Vampire, of course, Tony K. I'll take a Boom Yummy. Let's see here. I'll take a Rosemary. I mean, I want to take Ravenclaw because I think he's an amazing IGL. He's very flexible. But since I can't take
Speaking of Sem9, Canny spotted Izane. Izane and the rest of DBS start to push out this side. They're not going to back down. Dap trying to shut down towards the side of Yen and Izane. There, Yen finally knocked down on the side of the others. We're going to see PERSIJA EVOS taking a 3-way war between these teams. GEEK Fame is approaching as well. Izane trying to open up the space for the team. Dap in trouble. He's down to last player. Akko repositioned at the back line. Izane giving a bit of a push. A bit of a tension between these two. Sem9 and Dap down to Nate. but the one that actually backstabbed it from behind. GE out of nowhere taking advantage of the third party.
Oh, yeah. What a nice one there from GE. Still racking in the points despite only one player left. And they got 6 eliminations now. Beautifully done by GE. Right now, DBD will defend off against Sam9. But they have a good angle here. They just lock out Sam9 into the open area. And they should be fine. But DBD now, we can see Echo moving in. But look at this. Mika is actually behind GBOP. So it's like, I try to checkmate you. You try to checkmate me. Who's going to checkmate each other? I worry if there's another team that will do the checkmate.
Feels like they are at the stalemate for Popo in that case. Sonics happen to be passing by, being as innocent as they can for sort of GEEK fam. Out of nowhere happen to be popping them heads out in the corner when the wars are happening, commencing at the same time. The crossfire has been real for these teams. DBD 7-9, GEEK fam, PERSIJA EVOS, all around the corner. The colors are popping everywhere on the southwest of the map right now. But the moment the circle shrinks even further, they have just over a minute to decide where to go, what to do next. They have to decide now because time is not on their side. They have to pick and choose which will be the opponent. On the side of GE, on the other hand, down to only one last player. But at least they cracked the triple-digit code now. It's going to be 100 over for the side of GE since they scored themselves 6 elimination. But it's going to be tough for GE to score the chicken this time.
Yeah, with one solo player, it's gonna be insane. Oh no, Smile spotted out by Echo. Not only Echo, he has FaZe Clan to deal with as well. The good news, at least he's in the circle, but for how long more? Because Echo and Jimmy OP, the rest of DBD, probably not gonna let him go. But they got 7-9 to deal with as they get closer and closer to DBD now.
Time's ticking, clock's moving, and it feels like less than 30 seconds left for these teams to decide what to do next. FaZe cutting across, taking advantage from the sidelines. They're firing onto the side of DBD. DBD fight then just jabbing him from afar. Smile just gonna play it low. Well, we do have Sam9 scattered about. PERSIJA EVOS gonna push. PBE, we don't want to be part of this. We want to be in the center of the circle. But PBE got the circle and even got the elevations in between. If they can farm those coming up from the southwest, that's going to be for PBE. But Team Secret will try to contest that position as well.
Oh, Team Secret. Okay, they're playing the safer route this time. Trying to avoid early fights. Which is the formula that brought success to Team Secret before this. Let's see if they can pull it off again this time. Because PBE is doing pretty much the same thing. And GEEK fam, they will lose Sonics. Unfortunately, the fight that we kind of expected, especially at the southern side where a lot of teams are there. Coming back to Team Secret. Okay, they're making their move. All right, this is where action will happen, Choo Choo. Because 8 seconds before circle close and look at the colorfulness of the minimap.
This is insane. There's too much teams on this side of the corner. But Mikael, greeted Jimmy OP and Echo. Want to take down Sam9. Mikael's on the ground. How did Dap respond to this? There's going to be one last player coming out from Sam9 to do all the work by himself. That's going to be Dap. But Dap will be covered by the side of not just DBD, not just PERSIJA EVOS, not just also coming out from the back line. It's going to be Dap. Just take whatever he can. And he scores! GE with what? PERSIJA EVOS? Out of nowhere.
Yeah. Did he manage to get a point out there? Okay, it happened so fast. By the end of the day, still PERSIJA EVOS being the big winner in that long-range shot, long-range fight, eliminating Sam9 in the process. They go out with 5 elimination points now. PERSIJA EVOS still maintaining the full squad. Then next, they're making the move, but Mika! Finished off by Zuxi. Nice cover fire from Zuxi from that distance.
Oh, well. Coming out for PERSIJA EVOS out of nowhere. Full squad, Alter Ego, PERSIJA EVOS, Vampires, PBE, BTR Team Secret, even FaZe. It's gonna be a full all-out war, full squad out there. Because all the teams remaining at 7, they have all 4 players were alive. Times by 4 for 7. It's going to be 28 players that remains in the map still. But one by one, lane by lane, we're taken out by the players. PBE taking out 1 player of BTR. Now that's left down to 3. But the others, who got the center? PBE got the compound. PBE got the slight elevation in middle ground. But they are not alone. Team Secret is just behind them.
And they're hoping that the hardship of the circle does favor them, making this compound their fortress. But like what you said, Team Secret is just behind them. Team Secret is still holding their trigger because they know they still have the circle. And they're not a team that takes fights And if they can stay still for now that they see at the circle, it's still okay for them, allowing other teams to try to cancel out each other so they can get more placement points.
Speaking of placement points, wow, we have to give it to RRQ even though they're not playing. They still stand at top 5 here by the end of the day. But on the side of FaZe, oh, that pixel shot would not connect so far. Mela and Victorious both scored 4. When it comes to the numbers, DBD and GE got the most eliminations by far, but the thing is, they both have been finished off, taken out of equation right now, not in the top 7. Shrubs, Vampires, can they go for more? The Vampires score none so far. Same goes for Alter Ego, both teams playing it super quiet. Team Secret scored 1. Team Secret having the least favorable place to be at. PERSIJA EVOS is right across. The Alter Ego is there as well. They knock on one. Putra spot out Zaxi. Red Face will start to prep the nade up and also pop up the smoke. But they will drive in just to crush people down. FaZe, on the other hand, will be the game changer between these two teams.
Oh, hello, Zaxi, they say. But look at the circle. Team Secret now doesn't have it, but PBE still has. So probably it's time. Here's there. Nice clear shot on the potato, taking it out. 3 points down for PBE in the fortress.
FaZe. Oh, Mela, dangerous game. 1-3 formation, they go. Mela all by himself. Red Face on the other hand. This beast. What is he aiming for? Over to get on Vampire Stone. Vampire's in problem as well. Down to 3 players, but they still can revive Stone on the other end. Red Face running dry with his resources. Not going to be enough with the ammunition. He don't want to spray randomly, but he got punished instead by Yondons. He fired back. Tony can take on View High. Vampires and FaZe. The ties start to move. Everything in motion.
Here we go. Speaking about motion, teams in front of FaZe Clan now making their move. Alter Ego, on the other hand, they are taking that middle smart button. Oh, fire onto Rosemary. Rosemary got to move. Rosemary got to run. BTS going to come in for the other side at the same time. PB going to lock them in. Now it's time for Team Secret to be in action because it's over coming onto them. That one knockdown onto Rival. Could be the opening for Team Secret to come in. And yes, they will. They are now at the doorstep of Putra eliminated as he tries to come in.
Crispy spray from Hilton, and what a valiant effort from Ryzai to push it all in. The follow-up is needed on side of Team Secret. Hilton just gonna take a bit of a cover, try to revive his teammate while just trying to calculate where are the rest of Zeral. He spotted out. That's gonna be the loss of PBE, was it? Not just yet. Zeral, can he spot out Rage? Ravenclaw and the rest of Empires just clamp down PBE. They being hammered down. I repeat, PBE penned down. Who else is want to take a bit of PBE? It's going to be Vampires from the back line. Rage in trouble. Rage in trouble. And it seems like he's tucked himself in the corner while the rest of Team Secret try to finish them off. Ravenclaw tried to flush him out. And Ravenclaw will not going to go slow down as well. And it's going to be the loss of Rage. Team Secret will live for another moment.
Mayday, mayday, mayday now. Vampire Esports has arrived as a third party. And Team Secret, they're all super low. Shots with the nade into the combat. They're going to go rush in. They know they have the advantage. Team Secret now needs to fight, but Ryzai easily taken down by Ravenclaw. Eliminated by Vampire Esports. And thank you very much, they say, for the point.
Now back into waiting game we go. FaZe waiting to be finished off by the blue zone here, where Tony K is driving off PERSIJA EVOS one by one out of the equation here. Alter Ego left with 2. PERSIJA EVOS still having a trio. Tony K has been nitpicking all the fight he can across him. PERSIJA EVOS and FaZe also under his radar of targets, while PERSIJA EVOS, Red Face on the other hand, not going to discover where Zaxi is, but he definitely wants to take a front line to shut down to his Alter Ego. Rosemary Octa left on the side of Alter Ego. That duo will work with what they have right now, which is going to be just the shack. No structures in between. The elevations, they have nothing other than just the shack. Red Face on the then pressure down. Satar taking on FaZe. Mela on the ground. Rosemary bleeding out as Red Face burning him off quite alive, being roasted. FaZe being eliminated first.
Octa now the only one standing. Now we move on to 12 strikes knocked down by Misery. The rest of Vampire Esports needs to move in. Look at Tony K on the left. Tony K shoots. Tony K will not be able to connect his shots. Ravenclaw on the right. He has the nade in hand. That nade will connect onto Luxie. Luxie is now low with about 10% of health. Ravenclaw will need to do the business. Ravenclaw comes down to the high ground. Tony win the fight. 50% health left. And the duo between Ravenclaw and Tony K. They will win against PERSIJA EVOS.
Oh boy, it's gonna be anybody's game right now because everybody's single mano to mano when it comes to all three teams remaining. But Vampires want to go against the AWP. They want the numbers up, but Ravenclaw couldn't make it a pickup. Cannot make it on time. PERSIJA EVOS, red face. What a monster this guy is. Taking an opportunity while he can. But here comes Satar. It's gonna burn him off alive. Oh, he tossed all the mollies. Oh boy, Satar!
One more to go. Santa, can he do it? It's going to be the El Clasico, BTR versus PERSIJA EVOS. Satar 1v2 is able to pull off a clutch. Red face is going to be missing. They're going to charge in. They're going to go mano on to Santa. Santa goes on to the left, and PERSIJA EVOS will win the El Clasico against BTR.
Oh boy, I mean, what a ending just now. PERSIJA EVOS, so close yet so far. On the side of Satar, I mean, like BTR, incredible. But it's just the wrath of the twins is back here for PERSIJA EVOS, Luxy and Zaxi. What a combination. When it comes to family, like Dominic Tomato once said, it's all about family. But on the side of PERSIJA EVOS, that was incredible game. Rat face, I am loving this. This was incredible day. But the Indonesian, when it comes to the third day or second week here, they came back. After the entire day, a lot of the Thai flags are flying for this chicken. They squeezing in the last minute for their flag waving as well in the last chicken.
Red face, MVP, 5 eliminations, 1,043 damage dished out by this guy. I mean, his charge in at that late stage of the game, that was real important to take out Vampire and then to take out Satar as well. I mean, this game, the ending is just intense. Arguably the most intense ending that we've seen.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, it was down to everybody's equal, fair percentage of winning that chicken dinner because it's down to 3 players and single solo team. I mean, solo play for 3 teams down there. But Red Face, though, look at this guy. I love the way he thinks. This guy is fearless. When it comes to getting those fights, taking those bullets in, he doesn't have a care in the world. He will take what he wants.
And they will take home 12 eliminations together with them. And on top of that, the cherry on top of this whole chicken dinner is going to be winning the El Clasico against BTR. I mean, the 2 sets of fans, they always clash with each other. So you can imagine that the Indonesian live stream, like the chat will go insane now. But we also have Vampire Esports. With their right timing, they take out 2 teams back to back from the low ground even.
It's just, I mean, like, what you want to call it, whatever it is for Vampires, they are arguably one of the best in the world. There's no denying that anymore. There's no fighting in it anymore. It just shows how high caliber of a player they are. Look at XERXIA player just now. Even his teammate was like, what are you doing? Why are you smashing those desks? But on the side of Box Gaming, it's just not their day yet. But at least I feel like their momentum is even better than last week. Coming up from Box, there's improvement definitely. But on the side of Vampires, it's just so close for them. It's still quite inconsistent team for the entire day for Vampires. Not just, I think they scored themselves a chicken as well today. And Infinity scored double. But if you compare, even though Infinity got double chicken for today, consistency-wise, still Vampires winning over that side.
I noticed some disappointment there for the 7-9 boys. Today is not like how they started off the week. A very different 7-9 as compared before. 2 more days to go for 7-9 to recover themselves to get as high as possible up in the charts for week number 2 to gain the points. As we see the points from the previous round, so obviously it's going to be PERSIJA EVOS with the highest 12 eliminations, 22 points in total. Vampire Esports with 7 elimination points, bringing them up to 12, and BTR, who got a 2nd place finish, they only got 4 eliminations after all that action, only bringing them up to 10 points.
Infinity scored a none. BN United, a different team entirely compared to last week. What happened? Is this their downfall for week number 2? But PERSIJA EVOS, when we see Luxy swapping into the lineup, we know for a fact it always happened during the last game of any days Venue week now. He is the secret weapon for the team. That shows how different are PERSIJA EVOS when they need him to play. Look at the top 3. The gap is not even small. It's just minute so much. It feels like a bacteria in the way. That's it. Between Yoodo Alliance, PERSIJA EVOS just 3-point shy. Coming up from REGUM. REGUM speaks the loudest here. They're not playing, but they're still in the top 3.
Yeah, they created one thing. They created a good gap, and second thing is that like Yoodo Alliance, PERSIJA, yeah, they did great today, but they didn't do like extraordinary. So that's why the gap is not that far. But this leaves us for more excitement for days to come, consider knowing that the points are close enough. But what is left for excitement is, of course, the grand finals that will be played in the main atrium of Sunway Velocity Mall, in which you guys can attend for free from the 25th to 27th of August. So if you're around, even if you're not around, you can come in, enjoy the party together with some of these amazing players.
But not us. I have to give it a chat for a bit, you know? But at the same time, Sunway Velocity, there's a lot of good places down there to eat. Like for me personally, yeah, a lot of good places. It was a different place entirely where the sushi place I love to eat there. But coming up from Sunway Velocity, you don't have to worry about the place to stay because there's a lot of good accommodation and good places of food. But speaking of food, we're going to head into dinner later on. But before that, we're heading back to our host Flavor for the interview coming up. Take it away, Flavor.
An amazing six-round match here at PMSL, and of course we're joined in together with Voki for Yoodo Alliance here for the final interview for the day. Voki, welcome to the interview session. Now, quick question. Now, earlier on the first interview session for the day, Rapper Boy mentioned that they will retain their lineup that was being played in the previous days for today, but then we see you be playing in the last 2 maps, which was Miramar in the first one and also Miramar in the second one as well. So what was the reason behind this change in rotation? Jadi Voki, soalannya seperti berikut. Jadi sebelum ni Rapper Boy dah cakap yang diorang akan kekalkan line up untuk permainan hari ini. Tapi kita nampak Voki main untuk map Miramar, map kelima dan juga map ke-6. So siapa yang membuat keputusan ni dan kenapa rotasi pemain yang berlaku ini? Kenapa Voki main?
Okay, so yang membuat keputusan ni adalah Lupi, coach kita orang. Sebab Olio kurang sihat pada hari ini, so disebabkan dia tak perform untuk 3 game, saya ganti lagi 3 game. And then kepada untuk Iftar, dia tak main sebab mak dia sakit. Korang boleh doakan mak dia semoga cepat sembuh. Itu saja.
Alright, so basically it's a serious unfortunate event, right? So unfortunately, Olio is not feeling well. Therefore, the coach decided that Voki to play for the remaining maps. And of course, Iftar could also not join in because his mother is also unwell. And he also wishes that for those back at home who are supporting for the team, to pray all the best for Iftar's mom to actually recover quickly. Alright, so it's very unfortunate to hear this, Voki. So we wish, all the best to Iftar's mom to recover, as well as Olio as well. Now, of course, coming up next is that now this is your first time performing here in PMSL. Now, how does it feel to be here playing in the Southeast Asia level? So, Voki, inilah kali pertama Voki bermain di level PMSL. Jadi, apakah perasaan Voki berada di sini di PMSL?
Saya rasa gembira and then rasa semangat yang membara. Sebab saya akan berlawan dengan semua kumpulan-kumpulan Asia Tenggara. And then kita orang buat yang terbaik. Hari ini kita orang buat yang terbaik. InsyaAllah kita orang akan champion season ni.
Yeah. All right, so Voki's response was quite convincing, where he did mention that he's number one, he's happy, and number two, he has this burning desire to perform really well this season, with hopes that he is together with Team Yoodo Alliance, they are able to attain that champion title for this particular season. All right, bold statement right there from Voki. And of course, being here now, you are back this time about with a new team. You are together with Yoodo Alliance. Tell us a little bit more about how does it feel to be part of Yoodo Alliance, and and tell us a little bit about your teammates. So Voki, inilah Voki kali ini bersama dengan pasukan Yoodo Alliance. So apakah perasaan bersama dengan pasukan ini, dan cuba cerita sikit tentang teammate Voki ni. Kita semua nak tahu juga feelings Voki bermain bersama dengan mereka.
Saya punya perasaan bila main dengan mereka, saya lebih confident lagi untuk menang tu. Kita orang rasa macam 99% yang kita orang akan menang. And then bila saya start je masuk tim ni, saya dapat rasakan yang vibe teamwork punya vibe. Kita orang jaga each other. And then tim YAL ni sebenarnya tim yang pentingkan bonding.
Alright, so Voki said that by joining the team, he has gained the confidence, and also by being in this team, he believes that there's a 99.9% chance that the team is going to go all the way and win the competition. And of course, one of the main aspects, the main focus as part of Team Yoodo Alliance is basically the bonding in between the teammates. Alright, thank you so much, Voki. Now, last but not least, now a question for you is that anything you would like to say to all the fans out there who are supporting you and Team Yoodo Alliance? Jadi Voki, apakah kata-kata akhir yang Voki ingin sampaikan kepada para peminat di luar sana yang menyokong Voki dan juga pasukan Yoodo Alliance?
Okay, kepada peminat saya dan peminat Yoodo Alliance, korang jangan lupa teruskan support kita orang. And doakan kita orang, doakan kemenangan kita orang. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay. Not bye yet, but then Voki said that. All right. So basically, thank you so much to all the support out there for Voki as well as teammate. Do pray for his and his team's success here at PMSL. And last word, he said bye-bye. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. That concludes our interview. Thank you so much, Voki, from Yoodo Alliance. And of course, all the best to Yoodo Alliance in the next remaining matches. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our final interview for the day. And of course, the final day here at the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2023. That's it from us, and we'll see you in the next one.
I cannot. This guy is so adorable. It's like, it's so adorable, you know. He's so naive and so cute at that point. He's like, oh, I'm saying bye-bye, not bye-bye yet, okay. And he walks through the stage just now. I miss this kid. He's a really nice kid.
He has a girlfriend, okay? I'm just saying.
I'm taking him as a little brother. Oh my god. What the heck, Cloud? How did he go down all the way down there? I'm like, okay, we're done. But coming out from the side of Yoodo Alliance, that was definitely a good performance coming out from their side today. I wish the momentum keep on going on the side of Voki. I do know a lot of netizens and chatters and viewers, especially Malaysia channel side, have been bashing quite a number. I mean, like, keep the toxicity down, guys. I mean, these guys really invested their entire life to be where they're at right now. At least have some amount of respect of how much effort they've been putting into their work all these years. But coming up, the next one tomorrow, we'll be heading into day 4, Cloud. Group E not playing.
Group E. Okay, so that is GEEK, FAM, PERSIJA, EVOS, DBD, GE taking a break. But we'll see the return of RRQ and the Xavier. They are not happy that they're no longer on top, so they want that #1 spot again. As for MORPH GPX, who have been doing very well too, they want to continue on their momentum tomorrow. Boom Esports, the team that, you know, I have a lot of admiration for them. I like Yummy a lot, but then again, it's not like the Boom that we know of.
Yeah, during PMRC, remember the PMRC South Asia versus SA, Boom was incredible that time. I remember, I think, was it? Oh no, was it a different tournament entirely? I think it was a different team, a different tournament entirely. Yeah, never mind.
PMRC, yeah, they did play in PMRC.
Was
Boom.
It? Yeah, they're doing better than this one, if I'm not mistaken.
It was just the Mongolian teams just going all the way. But if we look at Southeast Asia, then it was Boom coming next.
But speaking of which, we're heading into the end of our day. I mean, like, sorry guys if we hype up too much just now. We're definitely energetic when it comes to heading into dinner after this. So we give our all when it comes to the last map. Hoping to see you guys again tomorrow, same time, same place. And shouting out for all of you guys, especially our viewers in the English channel. And you guys know who you are. And also shouting out for Angela. I don't think he's even here today. Coming out, which can be XEO, MORPH, and we have Iron Man, and we have Elwin. There's so many names out there. But this is Chu and Cloud. We're signing off for the day. See you guys tomorrow. Bye. Good night.